videos looking at those drones will tell you, hey, those are good ones. And Ukraine is the country which is capable to surprise and doing such things as the drone production, doing such things as um, building own capabilities in securing the need for drones. It doesn't mean such units doesn't need help, and that's exactly why MriyaReport. I'm so glad that MriyaReport helped to step in and having this fundraiser that everybody can participate, and on the video you can literally see what those guys are doing and why they need your help, listeners. In certain MriyaReport is intending to provide to those guys. I mean, that's very good uh, visualization of how many units are doing their job on the front lines, and how being daily under shellings, under and the Russian attacks, people do their job. I mean, people not always feel that, as you rightly mentioned, uh, being in the safe places and being in the safe cities, in the safe countries, is important to say that while we have possibilities to spend time with our families, to do some routines, it has the price. And those guys who pay the price, and those countries who pay the price, they need help. I mean, it's valid both on the country level, is valid on very personal level, um, and this is the way to go. I mean, Ukraine, as I earlier mentioned, is capable to surprise, and we've seen that from the beginning of the war, when everybody were giving weeks, or some most pessimistics were giving days, while Ukraine will fall. But look, almost 2 years still independent, free, and fighting the Russians back, trying to hold the line, trying to hold the door that is not spread across different countries where they definitely have the appetite. You can see, probably you've seen in the network, the FSB calendar, right, where they show in their calendar, they show White House with the Lancets attacking it with certain things they have in the mind, how the new world order should be looking if they succeed, if they become victorious. That's why Ukraine needs to be a success story in this genocidal war that Russia have started, because the evil needs to be stopped. And we already have those mistakes in the past, when after the Second World War, the Germans seek for the Lebensraum and Drang nach Osten, their attempt to colonize the East Europe, was not properly punished. I truly believe so. And we hear that from many professionals of historians, like Timothy Snyder. And that is the way why, one of the reasons why that evil have came back, because the unpunished evil always coming back. And that is why someone, after so many years, decided to challenge what's the order, and that needs to have a proper pushback, and proper mitigation for the future, more um, reasonable and working, rather than was saved after the Second World War, and now is being challenged, because there was the room to challenge, because of not all the lessons learned, and not learned lessons are always um, come for repeat. And that's the opportunity, that's not the punishment, that's the opportunity, that we finally learn the lesson, and we make those who fight against the the tyranny and against the genocidal war attempts victorious. And that's where Ukraine wants to be. But this is very generic, but very practical thing is support those whom we can reach out to. MriyaReport is currently running the fundraiser like before. MriyaReport has been supporting a lot of units that we've had here in the space. Now is about Crafts Marines unit, which are very capable. You could see it on the video, and that's a fantastic thing to support, to consider your support. So, thank you so much, and hugs and love from Ukraine. Take care.
Hey, hugs and love, War Doggo. Love you. Peter, thank you for waiting, my friend. Go ahead.
That's okay. I didn't have much option. MS was wondering how or why the Kremlin manages to get people on side. It's very simple. They mice them. So they basically get them by money, and quite a lot of it, or by ideology, or by compromat when they've got some sort of salacious information or KGB file on them, or simply by ego, like Elon Musk, for example. And there's probably money involved there and all sorts of other stuff. So that's how they do it primarily. There's probably other means too, but that's the main ones. And because of human nature, in particular, sort of people being vain and greedy, unfortunately it works. And you have to bear in mind that the Kremlin hasn't just started doing this. They've been doing this for decades, certainly the last 20 years, and going right back to the Soviet Union KGB days. So they've perfected this art to a very fine degree, and they know when it works, and they concentrate on the successful tactics, and that's how they do it, basically.
It's also that flood zone thing as well, isn't it? You flood the information space with so much stuff that nobody knows what's the truth or not. And so, people make stupid choices, or just have bad information to start with. Norma, welcome up.
Thank you for letting me speak. Доброго ранку to the War Doggo. So I'm trying to do my Ukrainian as much as I can. I have a question. I had a question for Scruff when he was on earlier on, but I couldn't do it. So my question is I have seen a couple of videos on the Ukrainian Telegram channels where there were Ukrainian women were learning how to operate the drones. So my question is, first of all, is it are Ukrainian women learning how to operate the drones, which will be so bloody cool, will be so awesome if that's true. And the second question I want to ask is, how long does it take to teach a person to operate a drone during wartime, of course? Thanks. Thank you.
Now I wonder if War Doggo is available to speak to us right now. But yes, we do know that ladies are indeed involved in drone operating. In fact, there was a lady, grandmother of 3, I believe, and she said, look, I can't run like these young people do, and I can't be jumping through, fields and trenches and stuff. But one thing I can do is I've got good eyesight, and I've got, good dexterity, and I can operate a drone. So she's been learning to operate a drone without telling any of her family. She decided she would just do this. She would go and train, and she'd eventually got to the point where she was like qualifying, and she was like, yeah, I'm really, really proud of anything I can do to serve my country. Never thought that this would be something that I would be even considering, but here we are. I'm now almost fully trained up as a drone operator. So yeah, amazing stuff. And from people that you wouldn't necessarily expect as well. Granny the drone operator, bless her socks. She was like, what, I would say late 50s, early 60s, maybe late 50s. But yeah, still fighting, as it were, in her own way. War Doggo, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that is just sensation coming up now. I mean, we've been supporting the air recon ladies air recon units of National Guard of Ukraine. I will share you the link where we've been rising, and we were delivering boots for ladies in certain National Guard of Ukraine units, where those units they are specialized in actually air recon and drone. So it's not like something is new now. I mean, ladies same as men since 2014. Choosing their paths to defend their own country, and they are serving as combat medics. You can find in Twitter a lady called Sector M14, Maria Nazarova, who is the awesome combat medic earlier, being an activist in Maidan, being medic on Maidan back in 2013, 2014, organizing the medical service during the Maidan's revolution of dignity, then advocating the defibrillators availability in Kiev's subway, and being one of the group of people who actually managed that to achieve that in Kiev subway. Defibrillators were installed, and she's proud to be the one who is part of those who is saving lives by that. But then the full-scale war have happened, and just being a combat medic instructor, Maria went actually doing active duty and doing what she can, not only the trainings but also helping those who need help. And same as Maria did many. Somebody choose a profession of combat medic, somebody drone operator, somebody works in different other military functions, but is the common thing. And I will find a link to our fundraisers where we did and where we brought footwear, durable boots for ladies whom we know personally that are doing a great job in air recon, in staffing, and in combat medicine. Just to have a visual on that. Thanks. Hope I answered the question. And what relates to the training? It depends on the drone types, because different drones require different skills and different time to get this right. If we're speaking about the wing drones, I mean, not the quadrocopters, it may take longer. If we speak about the FPV drones, because of their specifics, they don't have this horoscope, and it's a little bit harder to learn. But is overall is all the achievable skills, and it doesn't take a lot, specifically if the person likes to play video games and is very much familiar with that. Is not really um, a great a great issue to obtain those skills. It's just a matter of time, as you rightly mentioned. Thanks. I hope I answer your question, Axelov.
Yeah, thank you so much, War Doggo. I think that helped a great deal. And yeah, it's it's not a case, I don't think, of men and women. It's a case of just armed forces, isn't it? That they are one and the same. Now, the ladies are particularly that they seem to be able to sort of work in reconnaissance, sniper sort of position, medics, like you say. These are the sorts of positions where you will find them, but you will also find them on other teams with more physical work, depending on who they are and what they're capable of. I've seen ladies in the infantry. I've seen ladies on a mortar team, I believe, as well, and perhaps even a self-propelled gun. So, if it's possible, that they're going to do whatever is possible for them. So, yeah, that I am in absolute awe of the effort they put in. But it's not a case of whether they're men or women. It's a case of defenders of their country, and well, if you have skills, they're going to be useful, aren't they? Norma?
Yeah, thanks, Mockers. Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. Whereas in Russia, what the government wants women to do is to reproduce from 8 to 10 children, right? And that's what my sort of yeah.
Norma, a study, right? That was brought up. Oh, I can't even remember who it was, right? But anyway, one Russian guy, boffin somewhere, said that ladies, females, the female body is capable of having 10 to 15 children without any problems. Although he wanted to note that there was one lady in history who managed to have 69 children in when it was the Soviet Union. Now, I don't know how many of them survived to adulthood, but well, I don't know. It just seems an odd number to pluck out of the air to me. There's strange significance. I can only think that she was having multiples of children, like every year. Like triplets twice a year or something like that. But I actually think it's a big pile of balls. However, this study that he was quoting was originally done by Hitler. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was the study he was quoting. Awesome. Prince.
Well, I have to bring in a little personal experience here. I have aunts and uncles and cousins. Yeah, I said that. Aunts and uncles and cousins who have married into a family who had 16 children survive to adulthood. I do not know how many died in infancy or childhood. But yeah, 16. It's possible. I wouldn't recommend it, but it is possible. And yes, and I have had aunts and uncles and cousins who have married into that family.
Well, that's one way, isn't it? But yeah, the thing is, right, especially in the past, shall we say, right, my nanny comes from a Northern Irish family, very remote village in the very north of Ireland. Obviously, they don't have televisions there, or didn't at the time. And she was one of 13 children. So you can imagine that their house was a tad crowded and probably like chaos all the time. But most of them survived. And that is why people stopped having these huge families. They had huge families in the first place because, you could have 10 children and only 2 of them would reach adulthood. So it was sort of like a hedging, carrying on your family.
There were 8 kids in my dad's family.
Yeah, well, you see, now it's much more the norm to have a few children because we have, things like medical treatment and, just generally safety. Health
Yeah,
and safety
and
rules to stop you from eating things that would poison people immediately and stuff like that. Just
yeah,
these sensible
and
things.
and then there's sane people like you and me who never had children.
Yeah, I don't know. I watched the Alien film when I was too young. I think that's what it was. And I saw the alien take over his body and then burst out. And I think that just put me off.
Yeah, now I do confess, in my teen years, my goal in life was to have 7 children. That never happened, but yeah, I had no children. But my goal in life was to have 7 children. My life would be very different if that had happened. And I have to say, I
terribly
probably.
specific.
What's that?
I'm just saying that's terribly specific. Some people say they want,
I know.
a few children, but yeah, just
No.
very specific. 7.
Yes, no. There was somebody in my life that I looked at as a role model. I looked up to as a role model, and I cared about this. Well, I still know her. I cared about her and her husband as a they were I was very close to them, and they meant a lot to me. And I was in the age range of their children, and they had 6 kids, and I wanted to outdo them and have 7.
Oh, fair
That's
enough. As long as it was being competitive, right? I get that now.
yeah. So there was a specific reason for it. I wanted to have 7 because they had 6. I could do more.
Well, yeah, God help you. Fuck tyrants, go ahead.
Here I am having the Snow White image in my head, Prince.
I can guarantee you, if I'd had 7 kids, I wouldn't be sitting here now because my life would have been so different.
Yeah, I just want to weigh in. My grandmother, she had 13 kids, and 5 of them didn't survive past 2-year-old. So I've got about 7 uncles and aunties, and they all had many kids as well. So when we used to go to weddings, it used to be at least 200, 300 people turning up, and that was just immediate family, like from that one branch. So it was quite a weird thing, and very expensive weddings, to be honest. But the way they justify it was because, yeah, there was a high mortality rate, and it was more of a farm-based society back then than it is today. So as soon as they used to measure it, like if you sit on a chair and your feet touch the ground, you're good to go to work and look after the cows and look after the fields and God knows what else the farming days had to do. So that was the times.
Oh, that's very true. Yes, your children were also your workforce. So yeah, you could press them into doing your work with you and stuff like that. That's a very good point. Yes, a lot cheaper than hiring somebody, I suppose. Although in the long run, maybe not. Although
someone had to take the cows to the fields, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a bit of give and take, isn't there? Look, I feed you, you help me out. Tariq says, go ahead.
Yeah, about women in the army. I work with a colonel from the Dutch army. She's female, and she has a charity who brings clothing to female soldiers in Ukraine. And that charity is run by a tank commander, and she's female. There's a lot of women in the Ukrainian army.
Absolutely, and they don't get funneled just into medical jobs and stuff like that. That they absolutely are capable of any, I think.
She was badass. I met her in the hospital, and then after recovering, she went back.
There you go, absolute badass, like you say. Norma, go ahead.
Yes, thanks for letting me speak again. Yes, just the reason I wanted to ask the question is I did read a report, and it was way back in just kind of, I think it was kind of a midway through the war, and it was something like 40% of military of Ukraine contained of 40% of women, and it was the largest in Europe. So I'm just going to read this little thing to you, if I can, if you don't mind. So according to the official data as of the beginning of May 2023, 42,000 women were in Ukrainian military formations, which is a significant percentage of the total number of the military personnel, right? And because I am a woman, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention. You know, women, there's like 40% of women in the military in Ukraine, which is the largest amount in Europe. Okay, just think of that number. And that's so cool, and I love it. Love it. And if I was in Ukraine right now, I would be in that military. I would be part of that 40%. You know, and I would be proud to be. And that's that. Thank you.
Well, that's it. It doesn't matter really, does it? If you're capable, you should be able to do everything you need to do. Yeah, with the right training, I think anybody who is capable should be able to do any of those jobs. Johannes, you're next.
Yeah, hi. Good morning or good time of day, and yeah, I guess my Ukraine anxiety is getting stronger by the day, and I mean, I'm just now trying to get a recap of Zelensky's Washington visit and what came out of it, and I just wonder whether, I mean, I heard you ranting like some minutes ago about it, but I just wonder whether we can actually, maybe it's too close to call still, and to say whether it has delivered anything, or did we expect to break through to come right out of the visit? Yesterday I saw a message, or I saw, I think, a clip showing Mike Thompson meeting the press and saying that, well, the something to the effect of, well, the problem is that Biden has failed to define what Ukrainian victory would be, which sounds as if Johnson was at least pretending that he was for Ukrainian victory, and I just wonder whether that could be counted as a plus, or maybe it's just silly word games. I don't know. And at the same time, what I found quite worrying is that today or yesterday, Biden said to the press that he didn't even use his earlier "as long as we can" language, but no, as long as it takes language. But he said we will provide Ukraine with weapons as long as we can, which is, well, sounds far less confident. So I just wonder whether today or yesterday was a pivotal moment where we expected something to happen, or whether it's really not the moment yet, and things are still moving. I don't know. I mean, that's really just a question, and if anybody wants to,
Well, I can jump in, Johannes. So there have been some positive things to have come out of what's gone on over the last few days in America. I know that Lend-Lease is being put forward for an extension, so that's certainly positive. I know that Zelensky has met with a lot of what they call defense contractors, and you know, they are looking at doing sort of bilateral defense agreements with one another, mainly helping Ukraine to upgrade and produce their own stuff. They've been given the go-ahead to make more of these Franken-Sam vehicles, which are proving to be very useful, which is like older vehicles with newer launchers attached to them. That's very useful for the Ukrainians. But the main issue of the funding package is still not decided. They are still in negotiations. But I don't know if everybody is negotiating in good faith. And that's the problem, Johannes. It's very disappointing. And, you know, if they don't decide on it, this isn't the end, though. This is not all hope is lost. There is now a brick wall. Nothing will happen. You know, they're still going to keep going at it and trying to get these things sorted. So, yeah, difficult at the moment. But, you know, we see other partners stepping up. Finland, Czech Republic, somewhere else, producing more, you know, artillery weapons and shells and blah, blah, blah. The UK has upped its shell production and so on. So, you know, there is a lot of positive stuff, and it is, in a way, forcing Europe and, you know, more European countries to really sort of stand up and say, oh, shit, we need to do something. Germany has also agreed to step up, and, you know, I love the words coming out. Poland is now obviously very much turning in the direction of providing as much assistance as they can. So, yeah, there's a lot of positive stuff, but there's still this one sticking point, which is just, as far as I'm concerned, an absolute pile of balls. But there you go. I'm going to go to Christopher just because he may be able to expand on what I've said, and then we'll go to War Doggo.
What direction do you want me to take it in?
Well, it just, you know, is there anything that I've completely missed out on there, Christopher? Is there some nuance that I'm not getting?
No, you made it pretty clear. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes on that we don't know about, and there's definitely a lot of posturing and a negotiation in not so great faith, I think you said something to that effect, and I believe that that's definitely the case. There's, you know, I just don't understand sometimes that people who have all of the information, you have to remember that Johnson, and now he was elevated to Speaker of the House. The little man has access to some of the highest security briefings that the government has. He's what is known as part of the Gang of Eight, right? And so he knows exactly what's going on. And yet he'll still shill for Putin. I mean, there's just no two ways about it. Coming out and making statements about things that he knows that's just not. He absolutely knows it's not true. What he said when he mentioned his statements about after the meeting with Zelensky, I don't know how to hold somebody accountable like that. I don't understand how to hold somebody accountable like that. That's just, I mean, McCarthy was one thing, right? He would do the same thing to a degree. McConnell does the same thing to a degree. And I saw some quote about Lindsey Graham somewhat talking to Zelensky like he was a child. It's sorry. My soapbox is on fire, and so is my hair at this moment. Back to you.
Well, if you like your hair, I would put that one out. War Doggo.
Yeah, what was coming back to the point that was earlier mentioned by Norma, like maybe for us is very common and regular thing of women taking having positions in military from like all possible uh, specialities, from drone operators, from combat medics, snipers, any other profession where a person might be qualified is very regular thing. Is not that we Ukrainians are saying that, hey, you know what, we've done that. No, it's pretty regular. It's pretty common thing for Ukraine. Maybe it's somehow different in other countries, but for us, first is there is no kind of regulation, or I don't know how to say that people are prevented from military. Second is necessity, because current Ukrainian state is that every help counts. Every person who does the job, right, is really a big value for country's defense. That's why, like, there is no conscription for ladies, but those people who are volunteering, I mean, they're doing a great job, same as any other person would be. And I don't know why is that particular for many countries, because for Ukraine is very common, is not something unique, or is not something extraordinary. At least we don't treat it like as something I don't know, something unusual, or something different to the others. It's just the way how it is. Maybe that's not the best explanation, but to me is really common and regular. That is there, how the things are. Every help counts, and that's how it worked. Oh, on the topic of every hand, or every help counts, and then I will have to drop down to listening. Take a look in the nest, in the fundraiser that MriyaReport does. That is for Marines of Scruff's unit, and those guys are doing good things. MriyaReport been helping other units a lot. Now is a fundraiser for those guys, for Marines, and you know how it works. When help is needed, it means the help is really needed. That's why I really encourage everybody to take a look there, and let's make the thing working. Thank you so much. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Hugs and love, my friend.
Hugs and love, War Doggo.
I do have something to add. So, in Biden's press conference yesterday, for the first time, he did say the words, "We want Ukraine to win." And he said it twice. With regards to the results, Zelensky said he had heard support from all sides, but their situation can only be judged on actions. So there he is, basically saying what I say on a regular basis: actions, not words. Jorn, welcome up. Morning.
Hi, everyone. Just popping in to inform you all that President Zelensky has just landed in Oslo and will be spending the day here. There is a press briefing at the Norwegian Prime Minister's residence at 9 today, Norwegian time. That is half hour from now. And at 1 o'clock Norwegian time, he is holding a press conference with all of the Nordic leaders. And this was a Nordic summit in Norway that was happening anyway, so that the other Nordic leaders aren't here to meet Zelensky, but he's here to have a joint press conference with all the Nordic leaders. So we're expecting some, since he's here, it's his first visit to Norway since the start of the war, since the start of the escalation. So we expect that Norway has some news to present as well. We're monitoring the situation. We got this info late last night, but we were told if it broke in the media that he was coming to Norway, he wouldn't land. So it's going to be an interesting day in Norway.
Well, yeah, we will be keeping an eye on that. And thank you very much for bringing that, Jorn. Yeah, I knew last night before I went to bed that his plane was likely headed to Oslo. And I did think that there was perhaps something more to come out of this week. So, yes, we'll wait and see. Christopher, go ahead.
One thing that's kind of flown under the radar, and I'm not sure if we've had any discussions about it, but Ireland a couple of days ago, along with Norway, announced that they would be cutting monies for Ukrainian refugees coming in and making some adjustments to immigration policy to try to, as the articles suggest, to limit the number of or make it more difficult for refugees coming in. And I just looking to see if anybody on the ground in either of those countries has a comment on that and can speak to some of the issues that might be happening. It's a complete change of topic, but anyway.
Jorn, go ahead.
Yeah, this is an issue that is coming up in Norway. We're working politically to try to limit sort of changes made. At the same time, the Norwegian arrangements for arriving refugees are much better and more generous than the rest of the Nordic countries. So Ukrainians come to Norway instead of, for example, Sweden and Denmark. So Norway has received a lot more Ukrainian refugees than the other countries, and it's posting challenges to our refugee handling system because it's not. It was sort of after the Syrian refugee crisis, it was reduced in Norway, so we don't have the sort of facilities to handle a much bigger intake than we've had so far. But of course, some of the more populist parties in Norway are also spinning on this because we have increasing interest rates and food costs in Norway. So we actually have food lines and the stuff, and so there's been some media articles about what Ukrainian refugees get when they come to Norway, and they contrast it to Norwegians having to beg for food from the government, and it's basically populism, but it is a political issue that we have to deal with. And the way we're trying to focus it here in Norway is that the easiest and most effective way of reducing the number of refugees coming from Ukraine to Norway is to give Ukraine the tools it needs to win fast.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was reading a article on NRK, and there are, it seems like there's some rationalness to things. I'm just wondering whether or not the UN can help bring funding into countries that are hosting Ukrainian refugees to try to, or the EU, to try to help alleviate some of the pressures that you've described are facing Norwegians, and apparently also facing Ireland. There's a hashtag. It says Ireland is full. Is a hashtag that has been trending. So Austria also has some policies that are not geared towards. They're geared to trying to move people along, or to move people out. So especially when it comes to refugee housing, so it is an issue and a problem. So anyway, thank you for the information. That was very helpful.
Well, that really explains a lot, because in the Norwegian language, the word for full has two meanings. It could either mean full or drunk, and Ireland is full makes sense to all of us. But regarding the issue in Norway, it's not really funding. We have enough money, but we have a lot of rules, and some of the arrangements are generous. So they get sort of, you could call it a sort of citizen salary when they come to Norway for the first year, contingent on they doing some. One thing is that they take Norwegian language classes, and they do some other stuff. And we want them to get a job, but at the same time, if they take sort of a short-term job, then they lose all the benefits because they're supposed to make their own money. But if you take a 5-month temp job and lose 12 months of income from the government, that's a big risk. Then you don't take that job. So when we talk about reducing the benefits for refugees, it is also making things more flexible regarding issues like that. So maybe because it's 20% of the Ukrainian refugees that has come to Norway are working now, and we want that number to increase so that they become less of a financial burden on our system and more of a contributor. And that's what they want as well. So it's basically a win-win. I wouldn't say that we're massively cutting back on benefits for Ukrainian refugees, but we're skeptical of the populist discussion in the media. So we're keeping an eye on that.
So maybe you can help me with this, because I don't understand it. The Norwegian Directorate for Integration and Diversity, is that a government mandate for the various municipalities to be able to follow?
Well, a directorate in Norway is sort of a you have the ministry, which is more political, and when they make different directories to do tasks for the government. So we have an environmental directorate that are making sure that everyone is following the environmental rules in Norway. So the immigration directorates, they make the rules. They follow up when a municipality make mottak. I don't really know that in English. Where a station where the refugees arrive before they get their own housing and stuff, and then the municipality they get money from the directorate, and the directorate is sort of the client of the station that the municipality is running and stuff. So directorate is part of the government, but it's more of an operational part of the government than, for example, a ministry.
Fat fingers. Thank you. Yeah, I see that there's the schools, kindergartens, access to housing. It's an issue. I'm sorry. I feel for you. I wish we could take more here, but maybe we could get rid of the Russians at the border and replace them with Ukrainians. I don't know. Thank you very much for that information. That was extremely helpful.
The other
Thank
thing
you,
that
guys.
made me
Oh,
the
go
other
on, please.
no, the other thing I thought of was about Zelensky going to Norway was the Navy, right? That just announced.
Yeah, we've been speculating what it might be that we're presenting while he's here. We phased out the last Sea King helicopter yesterday. It's the same kind of rescue helicopter that Ukraine got 3 of from the UK. So we thought maybe those were going to Ukraine, but I spoke to some contacts at the Air Force, and they said that they're basically parts flying in formation and were kept together by duct tape in the end. So those probably don't have the quality that they should be sent to Ukraine. It could be some sort of ships, but we don't really have any spare ships or anything that has been decommissioned earlier. So then we would actually have to take operational ships out of the Norwegian Navy that is small enough already. So that's not really in the cards either. Could be some news about F-16s. We've said that we're sending F-16s, but little details. So maybe there are some more details coming now, or maybe, hope to God, maybe we finally have some news on the artillery shells. I don't know, but I'll let you know as soon as I know.
Sounds good.
Would you like some numbers? Because I haven't done them yet.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. So go on and do your numbers.
Yay, thank you. Sorry, I felt all like lost and stuff without doing them. So let's get right into it. We have today on the numbers. Well, Russia have had a little bit of a reprieve today, with only 850 liquidated personnel. Still quite a lot, that though, isn't it? 18 tanks. That's quite a lot too. 15 armoured personnel vehicles. 3 artillery systems. Have we noticed that they seem to be dwindling at the moment? Just noticing. 10 UAVs. 12 vehicles and fuel tanks. But 6 more special equipment. They are taking out an awful lot of that recently, I have noticed. And I'm told this sort of fair day, as they only lost 850 soldiers, was mainly due to the areas of Krinky, Avdiivka and Bakhmut. The APCs, tanks and artillery were lost near the front lines, and the vehicles and fuel tanks were mostly lost in the south. There you go. So that's just a bit of additional news that goes with the numbers there. So I hope you enjoyed them as much as I did. Go ahead.
Oh, we always enjoy the numbers. Now, Mockers, I want to point out another thing that is in the nest that you probably can't see. So I think I'm going to have to send this to you, and you will figure out how you want to save this. Scruff was up with us tonight when Chuck was on. It was the Chuck and Scruff show for a while, and it was absolutely fabulous. But one of the things that Scruff sent us was a long video that is similar to that short one with the stork and all that. So I sent that to you privately. It is up in the nest. It is an 8-minute video, and I personally actually have not had a chance to watch it yet.
I have.
Oh, you did watch that long. When did you watch that?
I got that days ago in a private channel, but thank you.
Oh, you are evil.
I know. He wanted to ask if it was okay to put up, would we be able to boost it and stuff. And yeah, anyway, I got to watch it. I did actually get to watch it all through, and it's really good. It's a presentation for the news but they didn't have a cameraman to send. So Scruff said, "Well, don't worry, I do camera work," and he did this presentation for them, which they were amazed when they got it, because it's like a music video, very much like a music video. But in the midst of doing what they were doing, they got called to action. So they added some of that footage as well. And they also, because, you know, Ukrainians, they just found an injured stork while they were out and decided that they had to help it. And you know, typical Ukrainians, wherever they go, they save an animal as well, just on the side. And so, yeah, they also managed to get the stork to a vet, and I hear he was fully recovered and released. So, what a fantastic video, though. Please tell me more. Please go ahead.
Oh no, I just know that I actually missed part of it because I took a nap, and but I just know that Chuck and Scruff were having a great time, having a great conversation about all of the wonderful things that they do with the drones, and I'm excited about this video. I want to watch it when I have time, hopefully before I go to bed tonight. But it is, I mean, just what I have seen by not reading the subtitles and all of that, it is it is freaking amazing. Absolutely amazing. He does amazing work. No wonder he was a very successful drone video operator before this, and that he is an extremely skilled drone operator for the Ukrainian military. You know, I feel extremely blessed that Scruff has come into our lives, and he has become really part of our lives, and he's become part of Maria Report in a way that whenever Scruff shows up, it's like, you know, it's sort of like seeing your son you haven't seen in a while, or seeing one of your friends, or seriously, I don't know how old the guy is, but
I get that, because I kind of feel like I want to adopt him.
right? Isn't that how it is? And so we have the opportunity to somewhat adopt him and donate money to his recon unit so that they can be more successful in what they're doing. And so they have the equipment to keep up the successes that they are having. And so just encouraging everybody to, the first tweet in the nest is the donation tweet. And you're more than welcome to rage donate, because I don't know, I had a very angry day today. There's still 46 minutes left in my day, and y'all are starting a new day, and I'm hoping it's not as angry as yesterday was for all of you. But rage donate, give something to be able to help. I know they were talking about batteries, certain batteries, in order to be able to keep the drones in the air longer, keeping batteries heated in the winter, those kinds of things that they need. You know, there is a long list of things that this air recon unit need, and we can help to provide some of them. And you know, the more that we raise, the more items we can check off that list. And it is, I believe, a long list, and I don't think we'll be able to provide everything on the list, but the most stuff that we can provide from that list, the happier I'll be personally, because they just do amazing work. And Scruff has become an amazing friend, and yeah, I feel blessed every time he comes on. Remember when he used to fall asleep on the space?
Yeah, bless him. We'd have to put him to bed.
Yeah, you would come up to start co-hosting, and I'd be like, "I think Scruff fell asleep," and you're like, "Well, why don't we put him to bed?" And we would drop him down to listener. It was sweet and fun. I mean, who doesn't love Scruff? You just gotta love him.
I'll tell you, the thing I love about him the most is his laugh, because it's a
Oh
little
yeah,
all the time, because he's quite a serious chap. And then he comes out with this, like, you know, burst of laughter, and I love that the most.
oh
In fact,
yeah,
I told him so.
yeah. To hear Scruff laugh is to, to put a smile on your face. And you know, the guy he had to have seen some awful things and some really hard things, and he's honest with us about exactly, you know, the capabilities that the Russians have that make things difficult for the Ukrainians. And he's right up front and honest. And if you say something that's not quite the way he experiences it, he's going to tell you all about it. He is going to tell you all about it. And it's not, you know, there's there there's no hiding if they have a trouble with something. He will tell you all about it. But then he'll find some way to joke, and his jokes are great. And to hear him, you know, I've gotten to talk to him so much and gotten to know him so well that I can hear when he's thinking and translating in his head to what he wants to say in English. And then you can hear that light switch happen when he realizes, oh, yes, this is what I need to say in English. And then he goes, and sometimes he giggles a little bit, and it's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, love him to bits. Chris, go ahead.
Oh,
You double tapped, mate. Carry on. Try again.
I always said, oh, yeah, he's always happy. One more thing about Scruff, he's always happy to correct your pronunciation.
Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely. I actually have a recording. I ran across it the other day. I have an audio recording of Scruff teaching me, I believe, how to say Slava Ukraini.
Chris?
Hi. Woo. Marcus, do we have a YouTube link for Scruff's video at all?
In the nest, my friend. I would I can check with him and see if he's got it on YouTube.
Well, I'm going to no, I'm going to promote I'll promote the MriyaReport fundraise in the newsletter on LinkedIn and
I can
Substack.
send you the video directly if that would help.
Yeah, please, if you can. Yeah. But I'll, you know, I'll make sure to direct everybody to the MriyaReport link.
Okay, I'll sort that out for you shortly. But I'll go through the what he's written about it. So military TV wanted to make a film, but they didn't have a free cameraman. So we said, well, I'll do it. So they just sent the reporter lady, Ksena Hunchuk, I'm going to say. Well, this video is all about storks. So Stork is the name of the very first Ukrainian drone that was officially adopted by the Ukrainian Armed Forces up to 2022. So it was said that everybody wanted to fly a Stork, and he's finally found one. Only found an injured stork, an actual stork, and they managed to get it to veterinary care, and that was kind of like the start and the end of the story. But after 2 hours of filming, they received an order to basically get on with a mission. Basically, stop faffing around and get on with this mission because this needs doing very soon. So they took the reporter with them because they didn't have time to do anything else, and so she got on the ground view of exactly what they do to have a mission. They were supposed to be taking her back to Kyiv, and it didn't happen. So for most of these guys, this was the very first time that they were in battle, and you can hear Scruff himself shouting that, you know, we've got red air, which means that there's a Russian UAV in the sky trying to spot them. So the military TV have done short episodes before from the front line, but they didn't want to add the sort of the battle bit, and he convinced them to do so because it makes the video whole, and it does. It's like almost like a music video style. And they said it was the most non-military TV film that appeared on military TV ever. But the head of the military TV recorded and sent him a video afterwards, saying that he would welcome him coming to work for military TV in the future. So he released it with English subtitles because Sky News asked for subtitled version. So it's gone quite a way already, and he's really proud of this video. So he also confirms that the stork in the video was successfully healed and released. And he also notes that the stork is a special and cherished bird. It's a symbol of life in Ukrainian folklore. This is where we get, the storks bringing the babies to parents. And having storks nest near your house used to be a sign of luck and happiness. And when they see storks going back to their nests in places that previously suffered from the war, it brings them hope. So it's a real symbol for them as well. And they obviously they must have talked about that quite a bit last night. And he wanted to give the background explanation of how this video came about, just because it was pretty unique all the way through. It was sort of a unique way of filming it. Very sort of they left him to his own devices for cutting it together and making the film as such. So he was given sort of full freedom to do that, and then they were really impressed with the results as well. So just love that. Nale, welcome up.
Yeah, hello friends, good morning. Quick question, have the Americans voted yet, and what was the outcome?
No. Today they might have had some backroom conversations and things like that. And of course, Zelensky was on Capitol Hill and in Washington, D.C. and had many meetings on Capitol Hill with senators and with the Speaker of the House and with President Biden and with the Vice President, and I'm not sure who else. And but as far as I know, there was no vote on any funding having to do with Ukraine. I don't even know that there is an active bill that they're trying to move forward because, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, well, we'll have to wait for the vote then, but I want to rant about my government again, because yesterday we were all happy about the decision they made that they want to double our manufacturing capacity for heavier ammunition for the artillery shells and stuff like that. And then I found out the sum of money that they are allocating towards that goal. So it's 24 million euros. What does that buy you? I don't know, a few apartments maybe, but that's it in this country. So I'm a bit disappointed actually. So if we have a specialist on here among the listeners or on the panel that can break it down for me, how you can build a production line for 155 millimeter artillery shells using $24 million or euros, sorry. I would be interested in knowing, because machinery costs a lot, at least if you want the machinery to be able to keep tight tolerances and stuff like that. So it should have And Mr. Tyrants here asked me yesterday that why tenfold this. Now he has his answer, because 24 million is a rounding error even in our small economy. So there you have it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nale. I've got Jon coming up as well. Go ahead, Jon.
Yeah, the question is, what kind of financial help does the business need to get this thing rolling? And I believe that the Finns probably have a very exact number on that. So the size of the number doesn't really matter as much, because it's going to be a financial package that is financed by both banks and probably orders and customers and stuff. So what they need is sort of the extra funding from the government to be able to hit the button. And that number actually sounds sort of what they would need. It's in the realm of what in Norway has been asking from the government and hasn't received. They've received maybe 1/10 of that. So there's a lot of things going into putting up a new production line. Financing is the first thing. So as long as they have a good deal with the bank and their owners, so that they can push the button and start running towards the goal with that amount of money, I don't think you should worry. And in the wording and press releases from Finland, it seems that they have this under control.
Fox Tyrants, go ahead.
Yeah, pretty much. I was gonna say similar things. Probably less well put together or articulated. But yeah, the person that spoke yesterday was Polly, I think, and or earlier today. I've just lost track of days. And he was mentioning that there was something to do with personnel hiring as well. So it was about training and hiring capable people who can work on sensitive areas where, you know, gunpowder doesn't mix with people who don't know what they're doing. And just like Jem said, that might not sound like a lot of money, but it might be perfect enough for them to start 1 or 2 plants and hire the people there, and then they get those contracts rolling, which will then pile on top of it, if that makes sense. So it's a starting injection, I would think.
Well, we certainly hope that there's more coming, and well, especially when we see things like this. I mean, last night, obviously, Kyiv was attacked with 10 missiles. Unfortunately, even though they were shot down, there is the unfortunate news that 53 people have been injured. Now, that is, well, to me, it's almost as though this was calculated. And why is that not showing up? You know, that there's a big cyber attack that's been going on over the last 24 hours in Ukraine, and a ballistic missile attack on Kyiv while Zelensky is at the White House. And it's almost as though these things aren't exactly coincidental, as though, you know, he's sort of pressing the point. that here I am, I can do anything I want. You can't do anything. Now, Zelensky has called on the US specifically to provide the longer range ATACMS. Only a small number has yet been delivered, and the cluster warhead range has the lower range of 165 kilometers, which we used in Berdyansk. I mean, guys, you're not using them. You're not going to be using them. So, you know, I'm just saying. Sorry, I'm just checking a few things. So, the falling debris from intercepted missiles, unfortunately, fell on a residential area, including a children's hospital. So, unfortunately, it's also caused damage to a facility that could have been used to help those people. Yeah, it's well, let's just say that this is going to continue to happen, and we're going to have to continue to deal with the aftermath unless we get properly serious. Yeah. So I think that's the plan. Let's get properly serious about this. We absolutely know who the enemy is here. And that there's no reason why we shouldn't be standing up to them. We are able to do it. We just, you know, we have to get serious. Do it. Actions, not words, and all that. So, my stomach's rumbling. I'm so sorry. You're probably going to be.
It's okay. My stomach's rumbling too.
Yeah, I was going to say,
good
you're probably
Lord.
going to be listening to it in a minute. It just went rah, 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 rah.
Yeah, no, I heard it roar, and I actually heard it roar earlier, and I was going to ask you, what was that?
You
Yeah,
two stop having secret conversations.
Yeah, I'm not grappling with a small tiger, folks. Just my stomach is rumbling. Apologise. Yeah, there's a lot of current unhappiness coming out of Ukraine, but let's just focus on some positives. So, a 200 million package was announced last night, including AIM-9M air defence missiles, air defence system components, additional ammunition for HIMARS, whatever that may be, artillery shells of 155mm and 105mm, and high-speed anti-radiation missiles, or HARMS, tow missiles, Javelin and AT-4 anti-tank systems, more than 4 million rounds of ammunition for small arms, explosive munitions for obstacle clearance, equipment to protect critical infrastructure, shut up, Ellie, spare parts, generators, and other equipment. So that's not a complete bust, is it? That's still a pretty good day, I would say. And it does. Jeepers creepers, stomach shut up. It does show that there is, you know, more ammo coming. So perhaps that's going to alleviate in the short term. Maddie, welcome up.
Hi, thank you, Marcus. Is just something positive that I just thought of right now that we can do, whoever can do it. I've just seen a post by Timothy Milovanov, who I've been following since right the beginning of this whole 2 years almost now. He is he's the president of the Kiev School of Economics, advisor to Zelensky administration, Minister of Economy, Ukraine, associate professor as well. So he's just posted, and I've just sent it to you and to MriyaReport. I just think this is a positive thing that we can do. He's just posted this now, and he says at 3 a.m. tonight, I woke up because of explosions outside my window. There were many and loud. The siren went off after the explosions and seemed unusually long. That scared me. My wife got up and looked at the window. I was afraid for her. He's posted a few thread here with a lot of photos, and it's just yeah, this came very, very close to him and but it's this is the explosion that injured a whole lot of people. He's described it in depth, and also all the photos. I think the positive thing is right now, while the rest of the world and some countries and some people are trying to work out if it's a good or a bad thing or not, to help Ukraine, and to, please, can we, whatever links anyone has got to the people involved right now or their friends, but especially any decision makers in Oslo now, and also in the US, just please just send them this link. Let them see what's been happening while they are mulling over what they think should or shouldn't happen. We've got to let them know the reality, and this happened last night. Let them see it, please. If anyone can, has got links, please send this on however they can. I think it's a very positive and very powerful thing to do right now. Thank you, Marcus.
Yeah, I've just retweeted that. If anybody else wants to see that, I've retweeted it. And yeah, this is it. While we delay, these things happen. These things continue to happen. Well, people we know and love, are under attack. And yeah, while we delay, these things happen. So well, it's not even a choice for me. It's an absolute, necessity. We must wake up and get serious about this, because it's serious already, and we need to sort of, put in the same amount of effort that Russia is. I think that should be pretty obvious by now. Right, okay, so President Zelensky did say a few other things yesterday, one of which is kind of something that I put forward to people when they sort of talk about, oh, well, there's other things to consider. No. Here we are, black and white. How can Ukraine simply give up its territories? Absolute madness. And it is. Zelensky has a question for those who talk about it. Are they ready to hand over their own children to terrorists? And, that is the one thing that I keep coming back to. That, all these people who say, oh, well, peace and what have you, you are literally declaring that you don't care about the Ukrainians that are trapped in occupied territory at all. You'd abandon those people to literally a lifetime of torture and suppression at the hands of an authoritarian. Why? Because you're a bit tired? Take that opinion, write it down on a piece of paper, roll it up nice and tight, turn it sideways, and then stick it where the sun doesn't shine, please. That's how I'm feeling about that.
Monsters, you really wanted to say stuff it up your
Asshole, that one?
Well, yeah, but I was thinking it would be spelled like ARSE or something like that.
Oh no, I've picked up some American lingo, but no, yeah, So somebody contributed to my swear jar earlier. That's why it's allowed. Maddie, go ahead.
Sorry, I just also want to add, please, anyone who's got links and ability to do this to any media, especially in the US and well, everywhere, but just get this out right now, because the news is now whether people are going to decide whether to help Ukraine and or not. So I think it's just vital to get this out right now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, the situation couldn't be more black and white to me. You know, it's morally repugnant to not help them. You know, what kind of religion or, you know, even just humanity allows that to go on when we could do something about it. You know, I could understand if we were absolutely helpless, but we are not. And when I say we, I'm talking about the developed Western world, or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, we are not helpless. We are not powerless. We can stand up to this. We just have to want to. And I don't know, those people just rolling over and showing their belly, like, what? Surrender monkeys? Absolutely just disgusting. Yeah, and we should call them out for it, to their faces. You know, really, we should shame these people. Shame on them. Absolutely. So a few other points came out of Zelensky's chat. He who controls the skies controls the duration of the war. And this is the thing. Ukraine was asked to make some sort of, huge breakthrough in the summer with no air superiority. Who the F thought that plan up? Eh? Because that was asking way too much of them. I mean, I know we appreciate that they are pretty much miracle workers, but come on. What were they snorting when they thought that that was a good idea? Seriously, the faster they get better aircraft, the faster they will be able to move on the ground. There is no debate about that. Military people say it all the time that, well, when we go out and fight, we make progress because we have air cover all the time and air superiority. So, duh. And we expected Ukraine to just, make some sort of massive strides without everything they needed. I don't know. What kind of flipping planet are these people living on that they thought that was ever going to work? And then they're like all disappointed that Ukraine didn't make any massive strides this summer. Well, wake up. So, just smell the shit you're selling, really. Anyway. Yeah, so the plan is now to crush Russia's dominance in the air. Obviously, Ukraine have clear goals and clear plans for 2024, but they're not going to tell you all about them because, come on, OPSEC dudes. So, yeah, when they say, well, we don't have a clear goal or a clear plan, well, what, we're going to tell you all our plans? No, not happening. Now, there is another thing that he mentioned here that I think is a massive win for Ukraine. They have fulfilled all of the recommendations for the European Commission regarding the potential accession of Ukraine to the EU. Now, not only have they completed these tasks that they were given 4 months in which to get it done. And they did it in a quarter of that time. So, there's no hesitancy on their part. It's only us who are dragging our feet and delaying and I could get really angry and jump on my soapbox and all that palaver, but it was noted, and it is sort of significant, I would say, that Biden actually said the words, "We want Ukraine to win the war." Now, I like that as a nice, clear goal. It's also notable that there has been some massive compromise on the border. There is something that the Democrats were really decisively against, and they have decided to compromise on it. I don't know exactly all the details of it. I'm not American. But yeah, so in order to try and, you know, get over the impasse. So there is progress, but we will have to see, of course. Like Zelensky said, actions, not words. And everybody is also, well, certainly Biden is also very confident that Ukraine will be a member of NATO as soon as the war is over. So we have to make sure they win the war. Now, good positive messaging. I like that. But yeah, that also a little bit of truths as well, a little bit of home truth, and I like that too. You know, you can't just be standing there going, "Oh yeah, thanks very much," and all. We'll just, you know, we'll manage. No, we should be supporting them as strongly as we can. And the fact that people don't think that that's a good idea, well, they're not just ill-informed. Some of them are very well informed indeed, and are still trotting out these ridiculous messages about accountability and all that palaver. Absolute rubbish. But you know what? You know what this does teach Ukraine? It teaches them that they will never give up nuclear weapons ever again. You know that nuclear proliferation treaty? I think somebody's tearing it up right now. It doesn't make the world a safer place to hesitate. Just saying. So, what Hungary doing?
Hungary trying to blackmail for some money. That's what it feels like. It's like, let's make a deal. You give us money, and we'll let you give Ukraine money.
You're absolutely right. That does appear to be the case. Well,
Yeah.
and Hungary be doing blackmails.
I have to look if I saved this thing. Oh man, if I didn't save this, I'm going to be mad at myself. Basically, the Viktor Orban responded to the Hungarians in Ukraine and basically said, "Yeah, whatever," and didn't listen to what they said.
No, because it's not about what their reality is. It's about what he can use as a leverage. He's blackmailing. He's not doing anything in good faith here.
No, I wonder where he learned it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he gets his orders, and suggestions, shall we say? But yeah, obviously he's a greedy little beggar. Shall we just say that out in the open
Isn't he
there?
though? Isn't he though?
Isn't he? And I appreciate the situation that they're not, like, you know, possibly in a position to make a decision quickly that would circumvent this. So they're basically, as far as I can tell, being forced to just pay him off. I don't think, though, it will work out for him well in the long run, because there will be consequences to this. You know, people have memories. So this won't be forgotten about. He'd probably get his money, I would think, just in order to get him to step out of the effing way. But this will be an ongoing problem if they concede to him now. And so at some point, they will have to deal with it again. And again, probably. And, you know, once one person gets away with it, maybe somebody else gets the same bright idea. Yeah, it's called making problems for yourself where you don't need them. And yeah, so I find giving in to him is probably just going to lead to more trouble in the long run. Fuck tyrants.
Yeah, it's much worse than that for Hungary, because he just passed some laws in the last few hours, maybe, or few days, where he removed, well, he did something similar to what Russians did with the foreign agents and things like that. So he's diluted the law to include that anyone he thinks is a foreign agent will be treated as such, sort of thing, or something to that extent. So it's a bit bleaker in Hungary than it was a few weeks ago.
I'm sorry, I had something that I was going to answer you, and then my brain just completely yeeted it. So that
I'm sure it wasn't that shocking.
No, it wasn't that shocking. I can't believe that. I actually had a sensible answer, and it just effed off out my head. Okay, never mind. But yeah, thanks. I'm having one of those days, obviously. Maybe I just didn't get enough sleep last night. That might be it. Yeah, we have been a bit sleepless, shall we say, over a few things. So, oh, this is nice to hear. So, in 2010, a chap called August Mayer, owner of Rive Gauche, if you remember that, chain of stores, in an interview with Forbes, stated that America was sinking like the Titanic, but Russia had a bright future. He came from the family of an American millionaire, and at the time decided to renounce his US citizenship and become a Russian citizen. However, yesterday he was arrested for some reason. Now, I don't know exactly what he was arrested for, but I can only say that karma never forgets. So there's an American who decided that Russia was much better than the US, and decided that he would change his life, go and live in Russia, renounce his US citizenship, and oh dear, well, it's not worked out, has it? I wonder what he was arrested for. Probably breathing. I don't know. I think that's illegal at the moment in Russia. Oh, right. We've had that about Norway. Yeah, there will be the summit of leaders of the Nordic countries, and the president of Ukraine will take part discussing issues of joint defence and support for Ukraine. And there will also be some sort of press announcement later, liking the sound of that. Now then, shall we talk about what happened in a few parliaments yesterday? Because there was a few things that happened, one of which was terribly karmic. Oh, fuck tyrants, go ahead.
I've just sent you both a link where Ursula von der Leyen, she's done a speech in the last 15 minutes, and she's bringing some sort of good news for Ukraine. So when you both have some time, have a go at it.
Oh, I'll check that out. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention that the guy in the Turkish parliament who was raging that Alu was going to, kill anyone that supported Israel or something like that. He was raging, had a heart attack and keeled over. That was So serendipitous. I can't believe it. You know, I don't wish any bad health on anyone, but goodness me, when you're raging about other people being struck down and it happens to you, maybe you're shouting about the wrong thing. I don't know. Maybe it's a sign. So anyway, where was I? There was also that absolute douchebag in Poland's parliament who this what's in a far right MP Gregors Brown, and he got himself lobbed out of the session as a result, and the largest fine they could possibly give him. But they're also now making a complaint about him because obviously that. Well, he basically attacked a woman with a fire extinguisher because she stood in the way of him trying to put out the candles, and then he put out the candles anyway. What an absolute douchebag. But this is noted that it's the same political party which is overtly anti-Ukrainian, champions Russia beneficial political agendas in Poland, and also openly supported the illegal blockade of trade at Ukraine's border, not only harming Ukraine's economy, but also preventing critical and essential humanitarian and military aid from entering Ukraine and reaching the intended destinations, including the front lines. In fact, Gregors was directly involved in the illegal blockade, gave a press conference at the blockade in support of the grossly illegal act. He was also there to put pressure on the Polish police and local government to cooperate with the truckers. Russian agents of influence the world over are outing themselves, basically. That they're also massive anti-Semites, it would appear. Shocker, I know. But it's something to keep in mind. I mean, this guy voted against accepting Finland and Sweden into NATO, and I think he was actually the sole person in Poland voting that did that. He's a massive anti-vaxxer as well. He's totally against the EU and speaks all sorts of positives about Putin. So I think we can take this guy on face value as to who he is. But you know how the blockade, Tusk has basically said, we're going to sort this out now. And then the police were called in to deal with the broken down truck. That obviously wasn't broken down, it was just having a tantrum. And I kind of feel as though this guy was sort of maybe asked to make a scene in order to cause, more trouble for the Polish government. Let's do something against, the Jewish community because that'll rile people up immediately. Only it didn't work out for him really the way he expected. I think he expected the government to receive the blame, but unfortunately he did it terribly publicly, and it was only him. Yeah, what an absolute a-hole. But hopefully he's going to be receiving some consequences. I don't know. I just think there was a lot of people in that room. Maybe somebody could have punched him. I would have appreciated that, but never mind, eh? I suppose violence isn't always the answer, but it's just so very satisfying. Sorry, I needed a cuppa. So yeah, these things don't happen in isolation. He is sort of very involved in all of that, and it's almost like he was trying to create a distraction or just have a tantrum. I'm not sure, but either way, it didn't probably have the outcome that he wanted, other than to just show him as a totally hateful git. So let's have a little look at a few other things that I've got Oh, you off?
I'm
You
off.
off? All right, bye.
Slava Ukraini. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, Slava. Lovely. So one of the other things I have in my pocket here is the latest MOD report. I know you're all excited. So here it is, the UK Defence Intelligence Update for the 13th of December 23. On the 12th of December 23, Russia launched at least 15 Shahed one-way attack uncrewed aerial vehicles from the Balaclava district of Crimea. This is a new UAV launch site to the south of Sevastopol. On the 5th of December, Russian officials claimed to have intercepted 41 Ukrainian UAV attacks on Russian military infrastructure in Crimea, including in the vicinity of Cape Chowder. Cape Chowder, southeast of Crimea, is a known launch site for Shahed drones used by Russians since early September 23. Balaclava is now the 5th confirmed UAV launch site being used in Russian operations against Ukraine, alongside sites at Cape Chowder, Yeysk, Primorsko, and Kursk. Russia is highly likely dispersing the UAV launch capabilities across several locations, both as a force protection measure and to complicate Ukrainian defense efforts. Russia will likely continue to use additional launch sites in response to Ukrainian attacks, forcing Ukraine to adapt to new transit corridors of these systems. So basically, the bottom line is that Russians do learn. Yeah, they are pretty crap at a lot of things, but they do learn. And I think we've got to keep that in mind, that we can't just keep feeding Ukraine the same capabilities and hoping they're going to continue to make the same gains when we don't take into account that the other side are also adapting. So we need to provide them with newer capabilities to overcome those adaptations. It's really so simple. I don't know why people just don't get this. Morning, Ming.
Morning, mockers. Sorry I'm late. So I had a question about that, because I get a feeling that the Russians aren't completely thinking all joined up. Didn't we have a defense intelligence report about 3-4 days ago about Shahed drones adapted to use Ukrainian SIM cards? Well, so but then yesterday we had the report of the hack on Kyivstar, the biggest mobile phone operator in Ukraine. So aren't they sort of basically taking out their own Shahed capabilities by doing that?
Oh, very possibly. Yeah, that would be a bit silly of them, wouldn't it? Perhaps. But yeah, you're right. They don't tend to do joined up things. This is only one of 3 major operators in Ukraine. However, there are 2 others, and since the beginning of the war, none of them have had, like full coverage everywhere. So an awful lot of people already have at least 2 that they use regularly. So it's not a massive disaster for Kyivstar to be down, although they would have expected it to be back up by now, and it's not. So Monobank also received a hacking attempt. It turned out all they could do to them, though, was a DDoS attack, and that was successfully thwarted, I believe. So they are still, however, fighting off a continuous cyber attack, which is, shall we say, on a scale more than the usual. So yeah, there is a concerted cyber attack effort going on. But yeah, if they're compromising their own drone's ability with that wouldn't surprise me at all. It's one of those left hand and the right hand sort of things.
Yeah, so I guess a cyber
I'm
attack,
glad
you
you agree.
basically go where you're let in. Sorry, can you hear me?
Oh, I can now. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, cyber attacks basically go where you're let in, so it's kind of random, I guess. You know, so you always need that individual who's going to let slip the key password, or in a phishing attack or whatever. There's always a human element, so it's kind of random. You can't say, right, we're hitting Kyivstar and we're definitely going to take it out. You know, they'll be hitting 20 targets at the same time, and hopefully get maybe one or two of them.
Yeah, and they have been continuing to try and do this quite a lot, I believe, over the last sort of 24, maybe 48 hours. But it's not like they don't have good reason, because Ukraine did apparently attack their main tax, their government tax system, and took basically all the information out of it, and then managed to shut down parts of it, which will take them at least a month to get back, and they still won't be able to restore all of it. So I have a funny feeling that that this is a little bit of a revenge situation. However, yesterday I did also notice that Yandex suddenly had a number of problems with their systems as well. So perhaps there's an actual, like, cyber war of the future, just pretty much raging at the moment. What I thought of anyway. I thought of those, 80s films with cyber war. Sorry. So, do you want to have a little chat about? Oh, go on.
Back on the Federal Tax Service in Russia, are they releasing anything from that, or is it just taking it down?
Well, I just about caught that. You went a bit spotty there, my friend. I don't know if you need to recycle, but the federal tax. Sorry, let me just find it. There was quite a bit of information
I'll try again.
about it.
Yeah, so are they releasing information from that, or is it just basically to take the service down?
Well, they've kept a lot of information from that. I would imagine that the intelligence services are going to be using that before anybody else sees it. But the GUR reported that it had hacked the Federal Tax Service of Russia, publishing screenshots showing that since yesterday, as in the day before, sorry, I'm reading this from yesterday, so it's the day before yesterday. Yeah, okay, that works in my head. So the district offices of the Federal Tax Service, particularly in St. Petersburg, have been reporting temporary inaccessibility of integral inspectorate lines. That's big words for it not working. It's not working. So, in addition, branches in Russian cities of Saratov, Moscow, Chelyabinsk, and many other regions also reported problems in the work that they were doing on this network. The Russian IT company Office, which is called EDIT, ED-IT, EDIT. Anyway, there's jokes there. Which services the Russian Federal Tax Service, was also attacked. Oh dear. So they've learnt the lesson with the electrical stuff. Take out the stuff that repairs the electrical stuff at the same time as taking out the electrical equipment. And they've done the same here, it would appear. So they've also attacked the IT company that would be able to probably fix these things. So According to information, it is actually a matter of complete destruction of the infrastructure of the Russian tax office, and all internet traffic of Russia's tax data has ended up in the hands of the GUR. According to intelligence reports, Russians are unable to resume work of the tax office for a fourth day. Now, I would say that's a pretty successful hack. What do you think, Ming?
I think it sounds pretty key, especially when their budget is straining for every penny it can get its hands on to fund their illegal war in Ukraine.
Absolutely. And remember how we used to say that Russians were so good at hacking? I think actually it was the Ukrainians. It's just the Russians said it was them. Terexis, go ahead.
Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday also. The Russians rely on the tax system to conscript. So there's no automated conscription anymore now, I guess. I'm wondering how that plays out. Back to good old razzias in Russia.
Well, yeah, that's true. You can only work with the tools you've got as well. And it would appear that they have broken tools. It's a terrible shame. So, yeah, it might indeed complicate any sort of further conscription too. You're absolutely right. But, you know, they do just tend to go to people's places of work and just pick them up off the street and stuff as well. So it won't stop it. But, oh my goodness. Right, I'll tell you that story in a minute. Yeah, it won't stop it. Okay, distracted brain. Come back.
So, mockers, we have some fun news from the world of Russian civil aviation. Do you want to hear it?
I absolutely do. Please go ahead. I have something here about civil aviation that I thought we might chat about, but you go first. We'll see if there's anything that doesn't overlap.
The number of incidents in the year to date and versus last year. So here we go. Over the 11 months of 2023, there were 670 aviation events, which the Federal Air Transport Agency classifies as incidents. Guess what? How does that compare with last year?
Is that slightly more than last year?
It's 1.3% down on last year. And this, apparently, they're very proud of it, is despite the increase of 6.5% in traffic. So I have a feeling the word that's doing the heavy lifting here is what they classify as an incident. I think they've changed their classification because everything indicates that the reverse is true.
Well, you know, Ming, statistics can tell you anything. It just depends where you measure them from, yeah?
Exactly right. And that's what they're doing here. I mean, if I go to Avia Incident today, there are about 10 reports. 3 of them are from elsewhere other than Russia, and the rest are from Russia.
Well, I'm just, I had something here that, according to the calculations of the journalists from Newsweek, the situation is continuing to rapidly deteriorate. Now, for November, there were 12 breakdowns that they recorded in Russian aircraft. But from December the 1st to December the 11th, there were already 14. And Obviously, there's a lack of high quality aircraft maintenance due to the sanctions. And in particular, a ban on technical inspections and repairs by certified technicians. As a result, Russian companies are independently repairing their aircraft, often using unskilled workers, and in addition, engaging in aviation cannibalism, dismantling some aircraft for spare parts to service others. Now, we should be terribly concerned about this, but I'm not into politics. I think. Sorry, I was just taking the Russian view there. Yeah,
so what's politics got to do with this, though?
No, what I mean is, there's something really concerning, but they just look the other way. Yeah, I'm not into knowing about that stuff. Somebody will fix that.
Oh, yeah. So fingers crossed. We hope for the best, but it turned out the way it always does. In the immortal words of Victor Chernomyrdin.
Absolutely. Yes. And well, it's not getting any better, is it? Do you think that that's something that they should really think about? Now, talking of things not getting better, do you recall last year around Christmas, there was all these videos claiming that Europeans would be freezing in their home and eating their pets for Christmas dinner and things like that?
Oh, yes. Now, I remember particularly the Sargrad TV report saying that we were going to be reduced to cannibalism in the UK.
No, it was the squirrels. We were going to catch squirrels and eat squirrels from Tesco's.
Oh, cannibalism did come into it as well. Don't worry, Fog Tyrants. Yeah, they went through the whole range of desperation for us there. However, a report has come out from Russia. I don't know the exact location, but I do trust the source. That a Russian pensioner actually froze to death in her home. And as nobody was checking on her for a week, her pets ate her. So a little bit of a twist in that tale, kind of the other way around. Awful situation, but just very ironic, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty rough thing to happen in any world.
Oh, you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing the clowns at the border crossing that's been unblocked by Polish carriers. Well, no, by the police, moving the Polish carriers, have reapplied to start protest action on December the 18th at this border. Their application has been received and is currently under consideration, the customs spokeswoman told the news. So they still think that this is a good idea. I have a feeling by December the 18th, they might have already been discouraged not to do that ever again. I'm hoping so anyway.
Well, on the positive front there, it was this government with a mandate in power in Poland. So, rather than the outgoing caretaker government. So that's going to put a different complexion on all this, since we know Donald Tusk's government is very firmly behind Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if the application will just get lost somewhere, but it just shows they've still got intent to be absolutely stupid. Yeah, there's just ridiculousness going on. Now then, there is some news that came out of American news yesterday, that it was stated that Russia had lost approximately 87% of the troops that it had prior to starting Ukraine's war. or no, sorry, the illegal war in Ukraine. That was according to a US intelligence assessment. And you know what? I'm pretty much, going to believe that. However, the only problem with these figures is this, that Russia has been continuously feeding meat for the grinder into the other end of that equation. You know, and it's great that they took out 87% of their original army, but they've now rebuilt that and they have to start all over again. You know, it's amazing what these delays can cost, isn't it? Go ahead, Fox Tyrants.
Well, you might or might not be shocked, but there are actual videos of Russian soldiers, if you can call them that, dressed in balaclavas, armed to the teeth, going to kindergartens and schools. And I'm talking about children as young as 6 and of that kind. And they're showing them how to be a soldier, sort of thing. So they was doing some drills, hiding behind curtains and desks, I think, and things like that. Such a bizarre thing where they become so desperate that they're doing things of that nature, that they're going to the school to encourage them to join the army. Just imagine how desperate they must be.
Well, we can see the desperation. They're pulling people in from all over the place, aren't they? And it's I think a concerted effort to not do a proper mobilization at home, although the shadow mobilization continues. Now then, we saw there was some sort of electrical explosion in Rostov, and it turned out it was due to bad weather. So basically, there was a big freeze, there was quite a lot of wind, and one of the electrical lines, sort of a big electrical line that was held on a pole through the air, it got broken, it flapped around, it set fire to some trees, and basically left, 180,000 residents or so cut off from electricity. Now, in the centre of Rostov, there is, there's a new ice skating rink. I don't think it was planned, but I have just retweeted it so you can see just how difficult it is. Now, the local emergency services are begging people to stay at home because they have had 333 residents, of which 71 were children, admitted to emergency rooms due to falling on the ice. Now, I see one person crawling on their hands and knees, and I would say that they've probably got the right idea there. You don't want to break a hip. But it's causing major problems, Mick, would you believe? An ice storm in Rostov, just in Rostov for some reason. It's almost as though nature hates the Russians, eh?
Do we know roughly at the moment?
Oh, okay. So that was fun. You spoke for a while. I heard nothing.
Oh, can you hear me now? I might have to recycle actually, Mockers.
It's all right. Yeah, I could hear you then. But the captions told me that you said that Rostov was quite close to Ukraine, and it is. Yeah, it's quite close to Ukraine. But it's it's had a particularly nasty ice storm, which has caused a loss of quite a bit of electricity, and well, it's caused some interpretive dance on the ice there as well. Now, you know, if there was a functional local authority, they would usually, you know, just put some salt or some sand down or something like that, and that would no longer be a problem. But I guess that doesn't happen. In fact, yesterday, I think I noted there was a nice video of another area that was very icy and slippery outside, and there was a guy stood there with a wheelbarrow, and he was supposed to be sort of spreading sand or salt on the road, but his wheelbarrow was empty, and he was just kind of stood there pretending that he was at work because he didn't have any means to do his job. And I just thought that was peak Russia, Ming.
So you're absolutely right, because big Russia is the best way to put it.
Yeah. We'll pretend to do our jobs and they'll pretend to pay us, sort of thing. But yeah, there he is. He's turned up for work. There's no way he can do his job, so he's just sort of shuffling up and down the street with his empty wheelbarrow. I just find that brilliant.
So I learned. Sorry, can you hear me? Am I coming through clearly? Because yeah. So I learned that we've got some colour on the Hungarian position versus the two issues that they are currently blocking. So one is on the accession talks for Ukraine to the EU, and the other is financial aid from the EU to Ukraine. And now, apparently, an Orban advisor has told the EU, give us 25 billion pounds, sorry, and we will support Ukraine. So this is the 25 billion that the EU has withheld from Hungary in EU funding because of their kind of anti-democratic drift. Now, according to this spokesperson who was speaking to Bloomberg, see what's his name, Balázs Orbán as well, apparently no relation, Hungary's EU funding and Ukraine's financing are two separate issues. But if the EU insists that Ukraine's financing should come from an amended EU budget, then the two issues become linked. So give us cash is what they're saying, and we'll support Ukraine. Apparently, the EU is willing to meet them part of the way with maybe up to 8.6 billion in this 35 billion that they want.
Oh, so they've not gone the full way to just ceding to the blackmail. I mean, I understand that Hungary probably does desperately need this EU funding, but you know, that they have indeed taken a rather anti-democratic drift, and I do think that at some point in the future, this sort of holding the EU to ransom will no longer be of their benefit, because you know, that they'll be allowed to get away with it for the moment, but there could be consequences later. And well, they only bring these things on themselves, don't they? But for now, they're taking advantage of the situation as much as they can, which, what do you really expect? Do you expect anything different? Probably not. I've become very jaded, cynical these days. I mean, I was always quite cynical, but jeepers.
Lockers,
Yeah.
can I say yay about something that has absolutely nothing to do with Ukraine and absolutely nothing? Yeah.
Oh.
I shared with people at the co-host team on the back end that I have a friend who's been waiting for lungs to be transplanted, and she went into surgery about 8:30 Eastern time today, and I just saw that they're surgery went very well and they're closing her up and she's got her lungs. And I'm just relieved and excited and happy and wanted to be able to tell somebody. And you guys are my friends. So I'm telling you, I'm very happy.
Well, thank you for the update. That's fabulous news, considering what we were talking about last night. So, yeah, amazing. I hope it continues to go well.
Me too.
Yeah. Excellent news. So, where was that? Oh, it would help if this app ever worked properly. You know?
I told you it was random and had
Oh, really?
absolutely nothing to do with Ukraine. It was totally personal.
Yeah, that's all right. So, let's have a look. There are so many mysterious Russian fires. I'm loving this. But there was a particular one that I looked at last night with a couple of, shall we say, more knowledgeable people. And do you remember the cotton at the cotton factory or cotton mill? Okay, yeah.
Yes, yes, I do. I remember
yeah.
the cotton, and I thought that was funny.
Well, yeah, but it's not just funny. It's also lies. Because that ain't no cotton mill. So basically, they said that there was this fire at this cotton mill, but we got some people to have a good look at it. Now, this is in Ivantivka. I love the fact that it starts with the word Ivantivka. Apologies. In the Moscow region, a large fire, a warehouse blazing on the territory of the cotton spinning factory. The fire was localized just to a small area of 3,000 square meters, and has apparently now been put out. But upon watching the video closely, well, it doesn't seem like there was just cotton burning at the cotton factory. Let me just see exactly what was said here. So, it was suggested that cotton and things out of a cotton manufacture maybe wouldn't burn quite so readily. And just from the short amount of footage, there is very intense fire at this location. Some of it appears to be what they would call a Class B fire, i.e. liquids or something that once on fire would turn into a liquid, such as a wax that would then continue to burn. So basically there was some very intense flames that were absolutely zip zero, nothing to do with anything that you would think you would maybe be using in the production of cotton, but yet produced an awful lot of cotton. Sorry, terrible joke. My apologies. So yeah, just from that short amount of footage, it was quite obvious that that was not actually a cotton spinning factory on its own. There was something else there. And then, of course, another one near Moscow. So today there was a fire in the village of Petushki, I don't know, something like that, near Moscow. Anyway, according to the Ministry of Emergency Situations, who are just like, I don't know, I feel as though they just sort of turn up in a clown car, these guys, because their reports are so hilarious. So, an industrial building covering an area of 1,400 square meters is on fire. Oh dear. Obviously, there are no casualties, as is tradition. More than 50 specialists and 16 pieces of equipment are working on the site the cause, of course, being unknown. But well, I've got to say, whatever that building was, it probably isn't anymore, because that, even though there's not any major damage showing on the outside, well, if you look at the top of the building, you can see that there's obviously been quite a bit of damage. And there's a lot of air conditioning units on the side, which might suggest something like a production facility. In fact, somebody suggests it might be a place where they produced electrical components. All these things are very interesting to me. I love how these, jigsaw pieces kind of fit together. It all looks a little bit planned. There we go. Bit of planning. Now then, where was I? Sorry, I've got several things that I'm looking at once. I'm a typical woman. I'm trying to multitask and overdoing it, as per blooming usual. But we'll get there in the end. Just bear with. So, oh, that's not what I want. That is. So, it was noted that Zelensky, while in the US, also met with the Vice President, Kamala Harris, at the White House. And he obviously had some statements. So when he was speaking, he said, during the winter period, American air defenses and power equipment has helped to strengthen Ukraine's resilience. As a result, more Ukrainians are able to return to their homes. But if our cities and infrastructure are better protected, we would be able to do this more. And it would allow Ukraine to achieve the economic independence that they're hoping to be able to achieve in the future. The peace formula and the path that he's laid out to a just peace were also discussed, as well as the success of the grain corridor and the strengthening of global food security. Here's the thing, right? When people say, oh, he's turning up for a handout and stuff like that. No, he's not. Look at what Ukraine is supporting. They're supporting the wider world with grain production. They are a massive food producer, and not just food. They are excellent in a number of industries. And right now, drone production is off the charts, and technological advancement. They seem to be just making strides, absolute strides. And well, it's important that we recognise and acknowledge them for the achievements that they are making and that they have made. It's I don't know. It annoys me that I hear that people sort of speak about Zelensky as though he's like just a kid going round sort of like, please help, please help. No, he is a leader of his nation, and he's not asking for himself. He's asking for the children who live in Ukraine, the humans that live in Ukraine. He's absolutely said that he has no real political ambitions after the war. He's probably had enough, I would think. And so he's not doing this to further his career or anything like that. He just wants to get to a place where they can have peace, but a just peace, one where the perpetrators are brought to justice, one where Russia doesn't gain from their illegal invasion, one where Russia learns not to keep taking people on, and receives a massive blow to their industry and gets cut off from the world North Korea style to, give them time to have a think about what they've done. then there will be some sort of peace. I still think, though, that Russia will try and attack everybody in a, indirect manner, shall we say. Cyber and soft power and all of that nonsense. And that's why allowing them into the Olympics is a really bad idea. Sorry, that was just a side tangent. So what are we looking at? Von der Leyen has made some statements, and well, I've got a summary here. So we can go through that because I see Minga's finally crashed and burned. So as I'm talking to myself, I may as well. So in October, von der Leyen declared politically we agreed that ultimately Russia must pay for the long-term reconstruction of Ukraine. We're currently working on a proposal to initially focus on the so-called windfall profits. So this is the interest that these frozen funds are making. The European Commission's president said at the end of the summit in Brussels. So the windfall profits are already quite substantial. In other words, we will present a proposal to find a way how to use the proceeds from those assets that are currently benefiting a limited number of financial institutions in the EU. She did not say when the legal text would actually be released, however. But today, on the 12th of December, the EU Commission announced a U-turn, seizing the money in retaliation for the Ukraine war could breach international law, officials are worried. Frozen Russian central bank assets held within the EU will be segregated. They proposed today, rowing back on previous promises to use these windfall profits to aid Ukraine. Dyslexia today. Now, this is not great news, as it comes at the same time that we've got, the US pontificating over bullshit. And of course, Viktor Orban, threatening to veto the 50 billion EU package. Now, the plans were formally adopted by the European Commission today, but they've not been published. So this will require financial depositories such as Euroclear to register frozen Russian assets separately, with the profits withheld from shareholders. So seizing Russian state profits as reparations for Ukraine's long-term for Ukraine remains a long-term objective, but there are currently no deadlines and no fixed conditions for doing this. Now that falls quite short of the commitments given in October, when it was planned to use the profits from immobilized assets to pay for Ukraine's reconstruction. EU member states must unanimously agree the sanctions measures, of course, and they may be responsible for this U-turn. In public, the leaders have agreed with the idea of the pro-Ukraine stance, but behind closed doors are unable to come to an agreement about setting risky legal precedents. Now, the assets have been frozen since February 22, when Western allies introduced initial sanctions to cripple Russia's ability to finance the war, most notably blocking the central bank's access to its foreign exchange reserves. These deposits are worth 211 billion across the EU territory, with over 180 billion reportedly held by Euroclear, a Brussels-based financial service company. Euroclear is entitled to manage the assets but cannot benefit from them. In the first 9 months of this year, the Russian sanctioned assets in the firm's portfolio generated 3 billion in interest and caused 34 million in management costs. As the proceeds keep growing due to higher interest rates, pressure is mounting on Brussels to take action and divert the money to pay for rebuilding in Ukraine. And the World Bank estimates currently that would cost 411 billion, just so as you know. So the Russian Central Bank holds about 200 billion euros within the EU, of which the lion's share is with Euroclear. And let me have a look. Belgian Prime Minister Alexander De Croo has already promised to send corporate taxes from that windfall, some 1.5 billion euros, directly to Ukraine. But the securities themselves cannot be confiscated unless there is a specific crime. Now then, I'm just wondering, shall we send them a list and just ask them to pick one? Because I'm pretty sure we could find a specific crime. Anyway, so the European Central Bank is against doing so, as it could harm the euro's reputation as a safe currency. Now, just to note, yeah, what the hell do you think an illegal invasion of a sovereign country is? An unspecified crime. Give me a fucking break. Sorry. Again, it's just, you know, these things that we are sent to try us. It's absolute balls. It really is. Makes me really mad. So, again, maybe that's something that you can put pressure on your governments about. I don't know. Now then, does anybody want to talk to me?
I love you.
Oh, thanks. Thanks,
Yeah.
that's kind.
I haven't heard the numbers for a while, but the other thing I was going to say, is there any update or any news about the consequences of the attack in Kyiv?
Yeah, we said 51 earlier, didn't we? 53 injured.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has been updated. So
36
cool.
women, 36, I knew the answer before I asked. 36 women, 17 men, including 6 children, were injured in the capital as a result of the night rocket attack. Of them, 20 victims were hospitalized. The vast majority, 34 people, received cuts to the body. At the age of 8, there is an acute reaction to stress. Not surprising, right? The rest have TBI, traumatic brain injury, bruises, burns, and other injuries. So some of these injuries can be very severe that they're describing here. And there was I don't think it'll be that impossible to find. There was a post of the audio, just the audio of what it sounded like in Kyiv, and it just sort of put me in a what the hell kind of mood. I was not amused. So, yeah, Mockers, you did that already, and I already took care of it. The listening to the sounds of what Kyiv, the citizens and residents of Kyiv listened to last night at 3 a.m. just put me in a mood, put me in a really, really freaking pissed off mood. It did. It put me in a really angry mood. And you know why it put me in an angry mood? Because people can't think farther than the end of their freaking nose and think about themselves only instead of thinking about Ukraine. And that is why I'm pissed off at my government. You only think about what you want to do for you so that you can get reelected. That is what you want to do because it's all about you and you're a selfish turd. Well, I wanted to say other words, but I haven't had a swear jar donation.
That's okay. I understand sometimes we've got to let these things out. Now, my apologies, folks, but my stomach was grumbling so badly I had to shove an apple into my face. So I do apologize for chewing in your ear.
I
know
haven't even,
horrendous.
it's 1:30 in the freaking morning and I haven't even gone and heated up my dinner yet.
I'm not sure you can
Seriously.
call it dinner at this point.
Well, yeah. How about my second meal of the day?
You get 2? You're so lucky.
I know, isn't it? Isn't it crazy? Absolutely crazy. And I eat the same thing for days on end because I don't have time to cook something new every day.
You cook? What's this thing?
Well, not really. I get these really nice packaged soups that make 8 servings, and I put them there. You can boil the water and cook them for like 8 minutes is how they're supposed to be made, right? But you know how long it takes to wait for the water to boil and then to stir it for 8 minutes? That takes a long freaking time. So you know what I do? I put the suckers in the crock pot for 4 hours. They turn out perfect. No effort, no energy.
Well, it's actually tomorrow for you now, Prince. So
I know.
technically it's breakfast.
I know. Well,
We're all
I
terribly
suppose,
confused.
you know what? I suppose I could just eat a spoonful full of peanut butter and call it breakfast and go to bed.
That also might work. Norma, welcome.
Hi. I would like to ask Miss Prince to please put your mic down and save your voice for tomorrow. Okay? Because we need you, right? Please put your voice down and look after yourself. All right?
Yeah.
Please do it. Do it.
But
Do it.
Mockers was like, does anybody want to talk to me? And so I thought I'd talk to Mockers. And we have things to talk about in the oh so elegant co-host diet of the MriyaReport is always a very interesting topic. For me, it involves a lot of peanut butter and crackers, cheese and crackers, sometimes tuna and crackers, sometimes chicken salad and crackers. You get the idea? I eat a lot of crackers, something that I can stuff in my mouth and swallow really quickly if I need to talk.
All right, we hear you, and we as on behalf of MriyaReport voices, if I may, I don't speak on behalf of MriyaReport. That's not my thing to talk about. As Miss Prince, please put down your mic and look after yourself. We need you tomorrow. We need to hear your voice tomorrow. Now is for you to just go to sleepy night, please. Right?
Sleepy night. I should go to
Sleepy
sleepy
night.
night. I never
Yeah.
go to sleepy. I rarely go to sleepy night this early. It takes me a while to unwind after co-hosting.
Did you watch that video, Prince?
Which one?
Gruff's.
Oh no, I haven't watched Scruff's video.
That's what you need to do then. Go watch that video, lady.
What was wrong? What is wrong with me? I'm really grumpy too. I'm really writing an angry message to somebody, and yeah, really, seriously.
Well, you get on with that because that's probably a good way to get your vent out. And also watch that video because it's lovely.
Okay, but I gotta read the subtitles. Okay, I'll do that. And I think Ming will come back, but I know that if nothing else, you can, read the numbers. That takes a whole 30 seconds. I tried to help.
Yeah.
I tried to
Okay.
help.
Well,
I mean, I
you
could
can
if
go
you
away.
can
It's all right.
you can talk about what a turd Orban is, and you could talk about the tentacles of Russia. Because
Oh, yeah.
the tentacles of Russia are evil, but people should donate to Scruff's thing. So I'm gonna go watch that. I'll stay on the speaker panel just in case I need to give you some feedback. Now I want to know. I'll send you a question privately. Honey, brandy, or whiskey in an audiobook and go sleepy night night. Now, which of the audiobooks on genocide would you recommend that I listen to? Because those are the only ones that I need to listen to right now. Somebody sent me that a message. Sent that to me in a message. So, which of the audiobooks on genocide should I read? Should I listen to?
Yeah.
Snyder.
Probably none of those are very relaxing. So, Norma.
Yes, sorry. Prince Heather, please don't read none of the books about genocide before you go to bed. Is unacceptable, and it's not good for you to do that kind of stuff before you go to sleepy night night. Okay, so please just take it easy, and we need you tomorrow to talk about other stuff, but please take care of yourself. And I'm just going to say, Auntie Lena, that's what I am. Don't don't fuck
Don't worry,
stuff up.
Norma. We'll look after her. I'll dump
Oh,
her if I
I've
need
got a
to.
new recommendation for Hitler's willing executioners. I do want to read that.
Don't do Hitler just now. Hitler's dead. He is dead for a very long time, right? Hitler's gone.
But
don't do Hitler just now.
Ladies,
Right.
take this private conversation elsewhere.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
jeez.
But
Lockers told me.
Honestly. Peria. Right, anyway, let's go for some news. So, I feel like I'm drunk, honestly. You guys. No,
It could be worse. Remember that. It could be worse.
Shush. Scruff. Honestly, am I out with a bunch of drunk people? I'm going to drop you both in a minute. Stop it. Now then. No, Scruff is the one behind the camera, darling. We said that in the first place. So, now where was I? We were talking about the attack on the Kyivstar network. And so, don't you dare. Thank you. A Russian hacker group have actually claimed responsibility now. So these are and you can stop bathing next to me as well, young man. Thank you. Sorry, he was slurping in my ear. So this group is called the Solnachek Group, and they have stated that they penetrated the network of the operator. During the attack, they have destroyed part of the internal network infrastructure. Now, this does actually not only provide communication for their millions of subscribers, but also for the armed forces of Ukraine. So it is indeed not just an attack, it's a act of war. And I honestly think we should take cyber attacks, especially ourselves, we should take cyber attacks more seriously. Yeah, cyber attacks are, are as good as a different type of attack. Now then, I just need to say something in the background. Bear with me. There we go. Right. Okay. Sorry, I had to type that and think about it at the same time. So let me see. Odessa was also hit last night with Shahed drones. There has been reports of 2 civilians injured. Now, we're seeing here that there were drones shot down, but the debris has fallen on a port infrastructure building and partially destroyed it. So again, they're going after port infrastructure. There's a terrible surprise, hey? And they really don't want Ukraine to keep exporting food for the world, do they? They really are trying to make it the world's problem. And it's an absolute humiliation that we cannot find a way to stop this shit. Somebody's been in my swear jar this morning, so I'm allowed to say stuff like this. And also, kind of mad over the last couple of days, so perhaps it needs to be the thing. So, unfortunately, this is going to make the situation different for Ukraine. So, if things are not going to be provided to help an additional offensive aid, and nothing is going to be provided in sufficient quantity, Ukraine can no longer rely on Western aid being their trump card. So they will change their tactics now as a result. So the war can be won on strategic level, but Ukraine will have to adopt dirtier tactics, and they will. They will stop worrying about what America thinks about them sending missiles into Russia, and they will just do it because things have to be thought about more seriously. If somebody's holding back on doing something to ensure that they continue to receive a certain amount of aid and then that stops, well, okay, there's no longer having my hands tied behind my back on that one. And I honestly think they should. The UK has said, do it, send our missiles, we don't care, but they still haven't. They haven't used those missiles in Russian territory on military targets, even though they could, because they've been asked not to. Well, it's about time that the war came to Russia a bit more seriously, I think. So, it's going to make it much more difficult to achieve their liberty. It's going to make it much more bloody. It's going to make it much longer. And it's probably going to spread into other countries because Russia is trying their best to destabilize everybody. So just to be aware, no decision or continued delays means that we are probably not even halfway through this war now, and it's going to affect an awful lot more of us as a result. That's where I am with my current thinking, if there is not a decision made in America. And I'll be honest, I'm beginning to wonder if they could ever agree on anything right now. Go ahead, Chris.
I'll put up my hand. I am I'm still croaky. How do I sound?
You sound like shit, man. What's with all you?
All right, great. Excellent. Well, I came to Berlin to get some of the weather here. I think it's not agreeing with me. I got
COVID. Is COVID running around in the north up there this winter?
I'm not sure. I took a COVID test. I'm negative, so it was the first thing I did when I first started to feel like crap. I was like, "Oh, COVID test." I've got about 3 of them in my bag because New York City is like that, for free every month.
I have a question about, maybe Will, you'd be able to help out on this. Sorry, Marcus, can I change a little bit the subject?
No.
Absolutely. You're only making yourself mad.
All right. I just came up to for support. So the declassified intelligence report, right? So it shows up on somebody's doorstep. I'm not sure whose doorstep it showed up on, but the 315,000 dead and injured troops, or 90% of the personnel it had before the conflict began. Now, it's interesting that this report was declassified and leaked at this point in time, and obviously the timing is not without significance. It's not uncoincidental. But I'm wondering if this is actually going to if it's going to move the needle at all. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Is this going to move the needle, or is it just another one of those? You know, I don't know. Will, what do you think?
Well, it's the sort of thing, I guess, Chris, that ought to move the needle. But as somebody who, you know, probably, I guess, goes to a geek level out on this and look at numbers of units and specific units by number, of course, you know, it is undeniable that the 6th and the 76th VDV, the 810th Marine Infantry, the 155th Naval Infantry, and the 40th Naval Infantry, where we've seen on the Russian side that have had monumental losses. Some of those units have been rebuilt 3 times. And so when you look at the numbers of VDV troops that were eliminated in the initial attack that spearheaded all those, then the original means by which Russia was plugging holes, of course, was VDV. Then they went to Wagner, and they used Wagner for a year, and then they had the mutiny and decided that wasn't going to work. So they've gone back to plugging holes with the VDV. So your bog standard Russian military unit, just a regular sort of infantry unit, would be basically 95% Mobics at this point, probably, and some conscript soldiers. No, not conscript soldiers, but some contract soldiers that they got from the conscripts and got them to agree to re-up and take a regular contract. Yes, Chris, there are people that stupid in the world. So and something you almost never see when you're, well, I mean, we haven't seen it because we haven't had a big attritional war for so long. You just never see this. But there's specific terms they use for when a unit has had 80% of its capacity eliminated, and it's called destroyed, right, or annihilated. That, you know, that when the military folks, and they're describing things, and they use terms like annihilate and destroyed, and they use them repeatedly. They're definitely using them for a specific reason, and they actually go to numbered levels. And these units. So yes, this. If you look at the details, some of these units that they've had have gotten absolutely butchered, where you would normally never see more than, I don't know, 25% of a unit get annihilated, so that they couldn't come back and help in some capacity later on. And the Mobic units themselves, so that's the specialized units. Some of these specialized units, these really what they consider their elite troops, have been butchered. That's just my term. That's not actually a military term. But if you've seen any of the scenes from Avdiivka or Vuhledar down the Orkiv axis, near Novopropakivka and those places, some of those units have been withdrawn for the very purpose that Russians used, or they used the translated term of destroyed, and was going to be withdrawn and rebuilt. So those units have been withdrawn, but have been rebuilt with new contract troops and new Mobics, and are not fit for service with what's written on the side of the tin. A VDV unit that has 20% of its original force left in humans, and gets filled up with, even if you filled it up with your best contract soldiers, all of them, that is not the VDV that it was prior before. And so those units have lost a lot more combat power than anything that you'd normally see in a NATO force that went to a war a World War II force that went to a war. You know, you've basically tried to get out of losing vast amounts of troops in engagements, unless you're Russian. They're still using the exact same methodology of overwhelming, saturating, and then overwhelming their opposition forces that cause or that require incredibly high death counts. So this report should, for people who don't look at the detail, get the headlines of why Ukraine's done incredibly well this last offensive in the summer, and why we can look at Russia most likely being no harder to beat to eliminate the second half of its forces than it was to defeat the first half. So, and we've seen that on advance too, right? When Ukraine has been in small amounts gone on the attack in combined arms operations, like the 30th Mechanized has done up north near Kupiansk, but well back behind Kupiansk, you know, just one of these forays into foreign areas. And they've performed well. Their casualty count has still been high. That Ukraine generates a lot of casualties on the Russians while they're on offense, which we'd expect, and they also absolutely butcher them when they're on defense. So these units, so that report, in short, should spark most normal people who read it to the same place that I'm at, which is you really should be looking up here. And all we have to do to finish this is supply Ukraine better than we did in the first half. Just a bit better, right? Just a bit better. Not even incredibly better, just a bit better. I can finish this war for you without asking for any one new system that we haven't already asked for. Because half of the game is just providing XXX million dollars of bullets for everything every month. And Ukraine should know that that's going to happen for at least the next 2 years. If we can just do that, and that costs a few $1 billion a year. Nothing costs that. If we can just do that, they'd be on the way. So, you know, this whole day earlier, I listened to a whole bunch of stuff from America, and I didn't want to get in and join in at shouting the Americans' time, but a lot of, serious negativity, as you can get that about the House and the Senate and all that in America. Which, folks, that's why I live here in Australia now for the last 35 years. And I must say that I was a relatively smart young man to get the hell out of that. Anyway, you should be quite positive, because this report that Chris is at just pointed to, whack that in the nest, Chris. That report should be a very good piece of evidence for a discussion with a House or a Senate member in America to do the right thing. If you need more evidence, if you need more proof that it's going to work, if you need more support for why it should work, if you need any of that, you should take all that and have a chat with your senator or representative. And that article Chris has just pointed out is part of that. Sorry, Mockers, how are you?
I'm all right now. I've had a wee. I was wondering how I was going to manage that earlier. I was getting a bit, like...
Gave you bloody time for a sanger.
Indeed. I was just like, somebody needs to come and help me right now.
Right.
Thank you. Anyway, it looks like we might even have Ming the Merciless back. Hello, Ming. How's it going?
Oh, God, Mockers. I kept my cool, but I just had that ISP issue. My ISP's been playing up since yesterday evening, so I had to get on the blower to them. My mobile data isn't enough to carry, because that's what I was talking earlier, and I was getting all those problems on mobile data. And so I thought, well, just fix the ISP, get to the front of the queue after a 10-minute wait, and then they hang up on me, so I have to start again. But all working now, thank God.
Well, you know, that is just typical, isn't it? When you get to the front of the queue and they just suddenly forget to answer the phone and hang up on you. That's happened to me so many times. It's not too bad if you've only been waiting 10 minutes, but I once waited 2 hours for that to happen to me with a water company. And well, you cannot imagine the curse words that I blessed the air with that day. Let's just say I was already driven nuts by their hold music.
Yeah, and they tell you how wonderful their service is, and you can, deal with them, all your tech issues online, but you can't get online. So,
It's that your call is important to us. Click.
but Will, thanks for saving the day there.
My pleasure. Didn't really save anything. Had one tiny exchange with Chris, and we're, often standing by listening, even if we're not ready to speak. Because, like, I was just saying, for 27 minutes, sometimes I stay on down as speaker because I don't want to get involved in the conversation that's going on, because it's about America. And, when I get involved in those, it starts to be pick on the American time. And, while that's phenomenally satisfying in a sort of, basal way, it's probably not productive. So I came up a bit late and just had it. Chris, did I answer your question?
You did. It was, it was kind of like, it was more about creating fodder for the audience. It was more that's, in a sense, already had a pretty good idea that that's where we were going. But here's what I want to drill down on a little bit. How did you created a very cogent explanation, but it was a very long explanation. How do you dumb this down to something that's a couple of bullet points, and also to use it at the same time to counteract the fucking, excuse me, cudgel. I'm gonna have to contribute to my swear jar. To the cudgel that is, Ukraine isn't doing anything with the war. We're giving them all this money, quote, quote, and they're not doing anything. And so I'm trying to figure out how to do that, not having maybe I've got too much decongestion.
Well, I would say radical quick correction, right? It's not about money. It's about material first. And you're taking it out of stock. Point A. If someone wishes to say that. The second thing is, if you've established a point of credibility with anybody who will listen to you, have them read one of those articles. Or if they're, because that art, that cover, the summary of that article you just read should do it all, I would think. It's getting them to read something, I think.
Yeah, I put a tweet in the nest that didn't carry through. I'm going to delete it, and then I'm going to go back and redo it. But it's from the VOA. It's a pretty good long article that talks pretty well about what the report was about. So I still can't figure out how to actually get my hands on the report. I love when they declassify these things and then they don't make them available. Thank you.
Yeah, but they get the credit for declassification and don't have to give you anything. I think the Australian Department of Defense created that trick.
That sounds about right. Will, wait a cotton picking moment. A cotton mill? Really?
Yeah, I said no, right? I said no from looking at it. And I'm not sure if Genesis Man ticked in because but he should have, because I noted a portion of that fire that didn't look right to me. And I don't think it's textile. Textile just doesn't burn like that. That looked like a fire that was evolving stuff. So it was a solid or tarry or something material that was vaporizing without going probably through the liquid phase or becoming pool liquid, and then, but it was almost like a solid turning into a gas. White hot. So it didn't look like textile at all to me, whether or not it's a secondary fire or something next door. But it's a pretty big fire, as I recall, 3,000 square meters maybe, and it looked very hot. So I don't know what was there. And the other thing is textile factory. When I was first thinking of it, or textile manufacturer, they put all that explosive and stuff inside socks and accelerants inside socks. So rocket accelerant might be in a textile bag, and maybe they were making the bags at the same place they were making the socks. Maybe, who knows? We'll find out. But these declassified reports, what I really like when they come out, Chris, is when they agree with a lot of what we've been basically examining here day by day by day at MriyaReport.
Yeah, definitely. It's just not shouldn't be a surprise, really. And the funny thing, I guess it's not funny, but the amount of talent that we have that comes up to MriyaReport to give their professional opinions on things is quite incredible. It really is. People have come and gone throughout the time here. Some people, whatever, it's you come and you do your thing and you contribute and you leave, and some have hung on, but it's just the amount of talent that gets attracted to here. I'm just so impressed every day, literally every day. Thank you.
Yeah, well, these things don't get declassified for a reason. Without a reason, sorry. So I think we can safely say that that information was released. Yeah. Sorry, distraction. Now then, we have a video of a batch of Kadyrov fighters being sent to Ukraine. Now, this is actually, look, another ethnic minority being used as cannon fodder. Shock and surprise, shock and surprise. But yeah, now they're also pushing Kadyrovites into this situation. Again, just smacks of desperation, does it not? It's one of these things that they keep doing. They keep finding new groups of people to take to the front who aren't going to be mobilized from the general Russian population. Shocking, that, isn't it? I do wonder how long they're going to be able to keep this up. Probably until the end of March.
Are these proper Kadyrovites, or are these like random Chechens they picked up off the streets? Marcus, can you tell from the video?
Let's have a little look. Oh, where's it gone? There it is. These look like Chechen blokes, I'll be honest. Their families are all very tearful sending them off, by the way. A couple of big trucks full of what appears to be generally Chechen blokes. I'll be honest, looking at the bellies on some of them, I would say they're probably not extremely fit for war. But off they go. There is crying mothers and the like. I've just retweeted it for you so you can have a look. Chechen fighters, I would say. Maybe not actual Kadyrov soldiers, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, because the TikTok brigade, the thing about them is that they're incredibly well equipped generally, right? But they don't really do anything, and they get sent in when they want to make a sort of general show. Seems to me, more than anything else.
Well, there were 3 trucks, so yeah, not a massive amount, shall we say, but still, just pouring in the cannon fodder from wherever they can find it. I've seen a photo now of Zelensky with the leaders of the Nordic countries discussing, well, it's just a photograph of him sat at the table with them, basically. He looks a bit serious, shall we say. It's quite serious today. I do note that there was, some facial expressions yesterday when he was in the US that I think, you know, he just couldn't hide. A bit like when he spoke to Orban, he couldn't really keep a straight face. And so, yeah, he's got his serious face on at the moment. Will?
So I'm going to have to drop off again, but I wanted to let you know I dropped a couple of things in the nest in the 12 seconds I was co-hosting with you, because I'll do that. First thing, populate the nest like it's your old dorm room, and then talk through those things, hopefully during your shift. But I left two things, but you can talk about the other, why it's okay to say, send Putin to hell, Ted, today, if you consider that swearing. I think that's the bold kind of statement we need to be making right at this point. And then the other thing is I linked through to Lena's posting of the article they did in Townsville, Queensland. And it was excellent. I mean, that's exactly the sort of publicity we want to get. I noticed that they also touched on Lena herself, you know, the personal story. If you've got anything that can connect you to Ukraine, and you've got an issue like this that she's come up and piled on, it's a great story. It's well presented. Well done, you, Lena, for getting in front of your local reporter, and hopefully you'll get famous, and we'll see you on telly or somewhere. Yeah, I just wanted to give Lena a shout out for that, because it's so excellent that yeah, that happened. Very good coincidence.
It's awesome, isn't it? And it just goes to show that if you talk to the right people, you could get somewhere. So, yeah.
And look
maybe
how
could all
tech
take a
savvy
little
she
bit.
is. She can make a little video of it all.
Indeed. Absolutely, yeah. And it just goes to show that individuals can make a difference. So we should all take some inspiration from that.
I'm looking at it, Will, but it seems to be behind a paywall. I don't know. Yeah, let's see. Have you got a subscription to the Townsville Bulletin?
That is a very good question. No, I don't. We'll have to see if we can. The videos behind a paywall. That's interesting. I'll see what I can do to fix that up, and I'll talk to you folks later on.
Cool. Go ahead, Peter.
Mockers, good morning. Can I bring up a new subject?
Sure.
Right. You know, I'm kind of involved in a small way with drones, and part of that is I've started moving into video editing, which is, you know, a lot of people put it out to professionals, but I actually quite enjoy it. And I came about over something which to me is quite worrying. And that is that a lot of these video editors use AI now, an awful lot. You can do a massive amount of stuff with AI. You can remove objects, you can add objects, you can remove people, add people, etc., etc., etc. For a professional level, you're looking at more color enhancements and doing stuff like that to videos and still pictures. Now, there's a mass of companies now doing what they do is they prey on a lot of women who want to take selfies, or young people who do pictures of themselves or movies of themselves, and you can do stupid things like enhance your lips or change your hair color, or have stars dropping out of the sky around you and stuff like that. But they all have access to your pictures. So you sign up to them, and you give them access to all your videos, to all your pictures. And what happens then is you upload one of your pictures or movies, and you decide what you're going to do with it, whether you're going to change your hair color, or make your lips look better, or take lines out of your face, or whatever you want to do. And these are very, very popular programs. But they do have access to your movies, to your pictures. and people now use iPhones or phones to record a lot of information. They use it to record their airline tickets, they use it to record their bills, they use it to even put their accounts onto, some people do, so that they've got it at quick access because they're going somewhere or they want to do something or they don't want to forget it. Now, there was one company, I noticed one guy had done a lot of editing on a particular drone movie, and I asked for the name of the company who he was using, and it was a company called Mojave. So I had a look to see who Mojave were, and they're actually a Russian company based in Russia. So this company will gain access to your to all your videos, all your pictures, a lot of your information, and will merrily take it back to Russia. So this is just a big warning, because these things are now massively popular with young people who, especially around Christmas, where they want to record their parties or stuff like that, and they just innocently sign up to these AI-induced enhancers, if you like, and they are giving access to Russia to all their personal information, which can be pictures of their passports or pictures of anything. So it is just a warning.
Yeah, it's worth being very careful with that sort of thing. Yeah, so I'm quite sure that anybody who is in the Ukrainian military, however, will not be probably using any third-party apps right now. Now then, Volodymyr Zelensky has made a statement this morning about being in Oslo. Let me see. So the leaders of Norway, Denmark, Iceland, Finland, and Sweden will be there. Goal is security and just and lasting peace on the continent. We'll also be holding bilateral talks with His Majesty King Harold V. We'll visit Storting, wherever that is. Norway, I suppose.
That's the Norwegian Parliament, Mockers.
Wow. I'm glad somebody knows. And we'll speak with the Norwegian politicians directly and businessmen. And as obviously believes it is important to personally thank Norway for all of its timely and principled support for Ukraine near the beginning of the full-scale war. Timely and principled. These two things. I think that's it's important. It's important. Kai Kallas is also making a point, saying we must stay on course, not let aggression pay off. Therefore, we need to commit long-term military aid for Ukraine. And in the EU, they must take milestone decisions for financial support and Ukraine's EU accession. Now, according to the Eurobarometer poll, 87% of Estonians either totally agree or tend to agree that the EU should show solidarity with Ukraine. For Finland, that figure is 88%. And this does speak to the unwavering determination of both Estonian and Finnish communities and people to support Ukraine. So very strong support from the Nordic countries there. And hopefully we'll see some announcements come out of this today. And there is a strong call, obviously, right now going out for Europe and the US to step up and properly support Ukraine. There are some very excellent parliamentarians from around Europe involved in this. Let's go through them. The chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, International Secretary of Homeland Union, Lithuanian Christian Democrats, former Deputy Foreign Minister, Mr. Pavlionis. I'm not sure what his first name is, I'll be honest. We have Marko Mikkelsen, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee on the Estonian Parliament. Richard Coles, MP chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of Latvia. Sorry, I had to translate that. And Michael Roth, he's going to be German, chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the German Bundestag. So these people are all highly involved. Let me just have a look what Michael Roth is saying here. So, together with colleagues from all over Europe, I ask the US Congress to continue to resolutely support Ukraine in their fight for freedom. At the same time, we demand significantly more commitment from the EU and its member states, as we cannot hide behind the USA. Now, obviously, really good message. It's a fair message to everyone, I think, and it's worth giving that a boost, I would say. Oyvind, welcome up.
Yeah, thank you. Just a small comment before I have something else. If the Zelensky wants to see the most wealthy Norwegian businessman, he have to go to Switzerland. That was a joke, but it's unfortunate true. Then a news I picked up. I don't know if you have already mentioned it. Deputy editor-in-chief of Putin's favorite propaganda newspaper is found dead in her home in Moscow. Anna Tsereva, the deputy editor of pro-Putin newspaper Komsomolskaya Pravda, was found dead by her father in her home in Moscow. Maybe assassinated, I don't know, or purged, or just the normal violence against women in Russia. I don't know. Thank you.
Well, it's all happening, isn't it? Certainly, there are an awful lot of people who are just being found dead in Russia at the moment. Have you noticed, Ming, there's been a bit of a pattern?
There's a pattern. Yeah, there is a bit of a pattern. So what's the pattern you see this time, Mockers?
Well, it seems to be, sort of propagandists and collaborators. That seems to be what I've noticed. So specifically certain people who have either betrayed Ukraine or strongly supporting Putin, or have been sort of pushed to the wayside a little bit from the current administration. I feel as though Russia's doing some of these and Ukraine are doing some others.
So there's another pattern here, Mockers. So this lady was only 35, and her dad went round to her flat because she hadn't been in touch. She was deputy editor, and she had been doing that job for a bit, So she had developed an unspecified acute respiratory viral infection. That sounds a bit like COVID, I think. I don't know. But apparently, she died of acute heart failure. And the pattern is that her boss, Vladimir Sungorkin, editor-in-chief and director general of Komsomolskaya Pravda, died of an apparent heart attack only in September 2022. So this is all a bit mysterious, because his death apparently was seen as suspicious because medics found signs of suffocation.
Well, acute respiratory failure could be an explanation that is almost suffocation, is it not? Heart attack as a result?
It just seems so bizarre that someone who's 35 and looking at the pictures of her, she's, nothing, she's a very attractive young lady. It just seems utterly bizarre. One thing is a 68-year-old dying of this sort of thing, especially in Russia. But this one does look strange.
Ever so slightly suspicious, yeah. So unless COVID took her out, of course, you never know. They are indeed having an increase in COVID in Russia. But I have a feeling that, that she might have just been in the way, maybe saying the wrong things, maybe just made an enemy that she shouldn't have. I don't know. Either way, it does seem quite suspicious, yes. I just wonder how many more of these people can just sort of disappear before it becomes an epidemic.
So there's been a development on the egg front, mockers. In the last few days, a few weeks actually, we've been talking about the price of eggs in Russia. So apparently, the Ministry of Finance, or the Ministry of Economy actually, has decided to drop duties on the import of eggs from, in inverted commas, friendly countries. So apparently, the current level of duty on eggs, if you wanted to sell eggs into Russia, is 15% of the cost. I don't know if that's the wholesale or the retail cost, but either way, it's a cost. But in view of the egg crisis, so apparently this is something new which I wasn't aware of, eggs are included in the list of socially significant products in Russia. So that's the means by which their price gets regulated. So now all these friendly countries can sell eggs in Russia, and the Russians are hoping for an extra 1.2 billion eggs this way. So hopefully they might have solved their problems that way. I just don't see, again, returning to the joke about big egg, I don't see how eggs are a commodity that are worth importing. It just makes zero sense to me.
Yeah, I've heard they're importing some of them from Turkey, which, there's jokes in there, obviously, about turkey and eggs. But, perhaps this is why, because they're getting so many that they have to import in. Seems very strange. You're right, but... oh, hello. Did you just...
Sorry, I accidentally mute everybody trying to let someone up.
No worries. Prince, go ahead.
How much do cockatoo eggs go for?
Oh,
Not
they're only
fertilized.
teeny weeny. They're only teeny weeny. I'm not sure, but maybe you could
How
like
do you
sell it
know
as
how
like
big
something
a
proper
cockatoo
special.
egg is?
Because I know how big a cockatoo is.
You know there are different sizes of cockatoos, right?
Yeah, but I've seen yours on a photo, and it's not like massive.
This is true. Okay, I was just curious. I thought maybe I could get some for it. It's over a week old now, so well, maybe not over a week old, but anyway, it's might not be so kosher anymore.
Probably not, but let's just let's just not tell them. Send it anyway. See what you get for it. You never know. Although I would then have to boycott you because you were trading with Russia.
This is true. Other than the fact that I might be sending them tainted eggs, then maybe I can get put on the Russian list of banned people. That's a thought.
That's a goal, really, isn't it? To be banned
It
from
is.
Russia.
It
Yeah.
is a life goal for me.
Well, there are a few people here who can boast to that. I believe Johannes is unable to enter Russia due to their rules.
Yes, this is true.
Obviously, they just made them rules up. So, would you like to have a little walk through the Russian world with some Russian dude? There's a little video from Krinky here. And there is heavy gunfire noted in the background, but see what he's got to say for himself. So, this is the village of Krinky. He seems to be walking on the outskirts of it. The Iskra Cooperative. This is the Russian world. Oh. This used to be a resort area. We're going there to support ours. Oh, it might actually be a Ukrainian video. Well, we'll see. Yeah, it's not a resort anymore, by the way. It's just broken houses. Everything is damaged and leveled to the ground here. Yeah, I can pretty much see that. Not even a fence standing, would you believe? And that is, yeah, indeed, the Russian world. Yeah, it's a Ukrainian taking this video. However, there's one thing notable about it. He's walking around Krinky. Well, just walking around Krinky. And I could have sworn they were supposed to be fighting over it. So if that's a recent video, it would appear that the fighting has moved at least to the outskirts of Krinky, because he was walking around there without any particular problems as such. You could hear gunfire, but certainly not anything that was particularly close to him. So yeah, either that or he's just got nerves of steel now, and he, just decided to go for a walk.
So Krinky is the place on the left bank of the Dnieper, just upriver a bit from Kherson, right, Marcus?
Yes, it is. Yeah, and well, we know that Ukraine have been taking little bites out of this area, continuing to take back land. Now it's not easy, but it is something that they appear to be continuing to make progress, at least with massive attrition of the Russian forces that keep arriving there. And they are, having to move other troops into the area. There's a particularly angry rant about Teplinsky, I believe, which I tucked away in my pocket somewhere. Gonna find it. Because obviously Teplinsky was like, flavour of the month. Apparently people had a lot of love for him. And wow, according to information, he's probably not so well loved after all. So yeah, here we go. Both Russian and Ukrainian sides are reporting on fights near Krinky in particular. A Russian failed counteroffensive, which Russia lost at least 5 pieces of heavy equipment, amongst them reportedly 1 tank, 3 BMD 2s and 1 BTR 82A. And the comment is, it seems that this nightmare will continue until General Teplinsky is removed, because he does not intend to change anything or learn from his mistakes. So it would seem he's no longer flavour of the month. I wonder how long it'll take before he gets removed. I've noted that Ukraine are paying particular attention to Teplinsky and are possibly looking to remove him from the battlefield themselves. They seem to have been trying to play whack-a-mole with him. They've blown up a couple of places where he was suspected to be, and by all accounts, he was injured at one of them. So, well, we'll see how long it takes, whether Ukraine take him out first or the Russians decide to remove him from his post. Which do you think will come first, Ming?
Well, I can't tell because he's, he seems to be, as far as the Russians themselves are concerned, he seems to be whack-a-mole. I'm just reading here about him. British government describes his career as turbulent. June 22, he's appointed commanding general of the Russian Airborne Forces. But British intelligence says that he was dismissed from that role in January 23. But according to Peskov, he retains, in April, Peskov said that he retains command of the airborne troops and serves as deputy commander of the joint grouping of forces of the Russian troops in Ukraine. Yeah, he seems to be a bit all over the place, although there have been also, in the aftermath of the Wagner rebellion, he disappeared for a bit, started rumors that Teplinsky was actually taking over and actually running the war. So I don't know. It just seems confusing about what the guy actually does anyway.
Well, there's been reports that he got himself dismissed because he argued with the upper brass about sending people into suicidal missions, because he said it was, a waste of people. And that's what got him dismissed in one of the cases, because he dared to point out the obvious. So, yeah, he's now been put in charge of the Dnipro group of forces. And I actually think it's been handed a bit of a poison chalice, because they were absolutely torn to shreds to begin with. And he's probably only getting, what he's given in the way of additional troops and equipment. So he's kind of in a bind, really, that he's kind of been given perhaps a task that cannot possibly be achieved. Now, for a time, the soldiers thought he was the bee's knees, because he was, standing up for them. And yeah, it would seem that he's lost his shine, Ming. They no longer consider him competent. And to be fair, he has been quite competent in the past. So I don't know whether they're trying to degrade his authority or whatever. But either way, Ukraine are after him, because he is actually quite good at his job when he's allowed to do it. Yeah, so it has been noted that he's actually one of the people with brains. But, they just aren't using him as maybe they should. It's a terrible shame. Now then, I have a little bit of Russian Telegram chatter, if you would like.
Oh, go ahead, Marcus.
Awesome. Russian alcohol suppliers have established supplies of whiskey from producers who left Russia and have returned production volumes to 2021 levels, according to Rostat. So they congratulate Bell's Whiskey, Diageo EU, Diageo GB, Oh, and Diageo_news, whoever they are, as heroes for returning to Russia. Folks, I think we know exactly how to congratulate those sorts of heroes. So, if you want to go and tell them exactly how heroic you think their actions are, don't let me stop you. Just say that.
So Diageo, that's Guinness, right? And all that other stuff.
All that other stuff, yes. Yeah, if you look them up, you'll get a list of everything that they have control over. But yeah, the Russians are particularly pleased that these alcohol supplies have been restored, as you might imagine. I mean, come on, it's quite important.
Yeah, I think it's the whiskies they like mostly, isn't it, from Diageo? Which one is it? It's one of the two. Is it Bushmills or Jameson's? I think is the one that comes under Diageo.
It's the one I can't stand, so that's all right. So yeah. Anyway, feel free to boycott responsibly, folks, and let them know. Let them know. So what else have we got? Wow. Cyclone Vanya, beautifully named, will be bringing the snowiest day in 60 years to Moscow. By Friday, there could be snowdrifts in the area up to 50 centimeters, which is quite large, knee-high. So we'll see how that affects them. I'm sure the weather is not particularly doing Ukraine's bidding, but they are helping. So would you believe that a resident of a place called Birdsk, who was convicted of murder, was pardoned after participating in the war. Now, he went and got himself a job as a driver at Yandex. However, he was recognized from photographs. It was confirmed he was the killer of our fellow countrymen, stated by Irina Stilenovika or Nakova or something, one of them. Anyway, she told reporters. According to him, he wrote a complaint to the company. They wrote a complaint to the company and demanded that Belousov not be allowed to work near women and children. But they never received a response to these messages. Just as a reminder, by the way, Russian icon Yandex is still registered with their headquarters in the Netherlands and trades successfully on the Nasdaq, that one. So I'm sure we could do something about that with sanctions, perhaps. Just noting. Particularly annoying, isn't it? Anyway, I could climb up on my soapbox and shout about that, but maybe that's something that people could highlight, perhaps, to their.
Yeah, I'm wondering about this, Marcus. I wonder how many Russian companies are still listed in foreign stock exchanges like Nasdaq or the LSE or wherever, because that's a bit of a gaping hole that nobody's really addressed.
Absolutely, and I think it should be addressed. In fact, might be worth adding this to some letters and emails, this particular point. Just, putting that idea out there. Now then, you recall that Russia are building a nuclear power plant in Turkey. And the first power unit of the Akü, one of them, nuclear power plant under construction in Turkey has received permission from the Turkish authorities to be put into operation. The next stage will be obtaining a license to operate the first power unit, which will allow them to begin loading the nuclear fuel into the reactor and begin the pre-launch control operations. Please note the sanctions-busting friend that Erdogan is. There's a few of these things that should really be sorted out, isn't there, Ming?
Yeah. Well, of course, Turkey aren't the only people getting Russian nuclear reactors. Hungarian friends are also in line for those as well. Yeah, so there's quite a few actually. There's more than just that. I'll have to look it up.
Well, one thing I do know is the US have, I think it's not quite into force yet, but they have banned the use of Russian nuclear fuel. And fair enough. Now then, let's just have a look. Oh dear, bad economical news. About 60% of securities in free circulation on the Russian market are blocked. The Moscow Exchange has estimated. These assets belong to foreign investors. After the start of the special military operation, the central bank ordered to freeze the securities of foreigners within the country, and this has caused a blockage of approximately 60% of the Russian market. That's a shame, isn't it? It's a terrible shame. The number of car thefts in Russia has increased, would you believe? Shocking. It's increased by 15% in 2023. Most often, Hyundai. So Hyundai makes up 31%, Kia 18%, and Vaz car thieves are not interested, apparently. Oh dear. China has had to return to a masking regime due to the outbreak of a particularly nasty pneumonia for the first time since COVID. They have announced that the public will have to wear masks. And let's just have a look. Yeah, that last one I think has been superseded by other information, so I won't bother with that last one. But that is your roundup of Russian Telegram chatter. So bad news for people having stolen cars. Bad news for people having terrible weather. Bad news with regards to their economy. And a couple of sanction loopholes that need to be closed. So just these, yeah. I don't know.
So I was just looking at the
sanction loopholes. Go on.
Yeah, I was looking at the nuclear plants situation. So they're not necessarily the owner and or operator of all these, but they're involved in building about 35 of them outside of Russia. A lot of them are in places where you can't necessarily do anything about it. So Belarus, Iran, that sort of thing. But there's a whole bunch of them. So there's one in Slovakia under construction. China is another. They can't do much about India. The one that did get cancelled after the full-scale invasion was in Finland. Egypt, who else is Bangladesh? So there's a fair few of them all over the place, Mockers.
Yes, I mean, it makes me a little bit disgusted, I'll be honest, because they use nuclear to try and threaten everybody, and I just feel like them building more facilities is probably not a great idea. Now the head of the Foreign Ministry of Luxembourg spoke a few truths yesterday. You'll be glad to know. He emphasised that Hungary would not be in the EU if it was treated the way Ukraine was. Luxembourg's former Prime Minister and current Foreign Minister, Xavier Bettel, warned Viktor Orban that the EU is not a market where membership could be bought and sold, and Budapest must remember its own path to the EU. He stated when Hungary became a member, we also had to ask, is it rich enough for this? Maybe Hungary would not be a member of the EU today. So basically, Hungary is saying that that Ukraine is not rich enough to join them. Hello, Hungary, begging for money over there. So he also stated, we're not in a market. We do not fix the price. If there is a veto, I need to understand why it is used, and it must be justified. And yet we are still waiting for the real reasons from Orban. So, you know, I kind of like this attitude. There's a few people now talking about the fact that, yeah, their attitude is changing, shall we say, towards Hungary.
Yeah, the tragedy of it is that there's a huge chunk of people, really decent people in Hungary. I mean, you know, there's a huge Hungarian contingent in NATO. So, you know, and I'm pretty sure that lot aren't Orban fans at all.
Yeah, it's a bit of a travesty, isn't it? These people being in charge, and it does sort of make you wonder what on earth happened for them to be in charge.
No, something very definitely happened with Orban. His 180-degree turn on all things Russian was pretty well overnight back in 2010, roughly, I think, from memory. And prior to that, he was full-on anti-Russian in every respect.
Amazing, isn't it, how these people have such U-turns? Oh, it's almost neck-breaking. And in some ways, I wish it was. Apologies, feeling violent today. Chose violence. So Zelensky has reacted to the Russian attack overnight and has said, Russia has once again proved that it is a heinous country that fires missiles at night, trying to hit residential areas, kindergartens, and energy facilities during the winter. And he also stated there will be a response. Well, obviously Moscow doesn't care about the life of its soldiers, but they do care that probably they're going to have a response of some kind. And I do wonder what Ukraine will go for. I doubt they'll go for schools and kindergartens. I'm thinking more like electrical supply that might be assisting the military and so on. For example, something like this. Now in, where was it, Omsk? In Omsk, there was unknown persons who apparently, here we go, tried to paralyze the work of the industrial quarter in the north of the city. To achieve this, they set fire to railway equipment at the freight station. Now, you know, just little things like that keep happening. I think these are quite significant, that it doesn't appear to be coming from the outside. Oh, no. The calls are coming from inside Russia there. Things are happening inside Russia. It seems to be picking up pace. I don't know about you, Ming, but I've seen a lot of curious fires.
We're no short of a curious fire or two in Russia, are we, mockers?
Well, yeah, it certainly seems to keep me busy. It certainly does. Wow.
Did you see the video
Yeah.
that War Translated posted of the flyover of the Adivka battlefield, with just, you know, Russian corpses, you know, every 10 meters. It's just, and as he remarks, it's just incredible that they can just keep going, doing that without, you know, nary a complaint.
I think in that one sweep, it was counted more than 100 dead on the battlefield. So I can well believe the numbers that Ukraine's putting out on a regular basis, on a daily, because wow, that's one hell of a bad place to be. Just goodness me, yeah, massive waste, and yeah, it is amazing that they keep sending more people into that, and that they keep going. I mean, just how brainwashed do you have to be?
Well, I don't know. I don't think brainwashing is the only factor here. It's fear. That's what the Russians have always used. They like to keep their people terrified of them. So, you know, I think that's probably the primary thing here. You know, if you don't move forward and let the Ukrainians kill you, we'll kill you.
It's not really a great choice, is it? Either way. No, none of those seem like great choices, I suppose. Now then, just had it confirmed from a German spokesperson for the Luftwaffe that they have indeed delivered their second Patriot battery to Ukraine. In October, Scholz pledged a second Patriot battery to Ukraine and stated that the Ukrainian personnel were being trained. However, that training was completed at the beginning of December, and the now delivered system consists of a fire control station, a radar unit, 8 launchers, and it says likely around 60 missiles, but we do know that further missiles are being sent from other sources. So, jolly good news. And that might just account for the recent shooting down near Odessa of an aircraft.
Oh, was that the what was that? The SU, was that the Su-25 or the Su-34 mockers?
It's the one that ended in an M.
Yeah, that's the Su-34, I think.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, that's very possible what shot that down. And it is good to hear that that's been delivered, and that it has 8 launchers. There is also the suggestion that there is a launcher roaming around that's been teamed up with its very own radar, and that launcher is you know, a bit more mobile than the others, and has been transported to 1 or 2 places where needed. So, you know, I think they are making the best use of those, absolutely. And it's brilliant to hear that they're getting more.
So the Russian paper, the Military Times, has done social media analysis of which Russian weapons the Ukrainians fear the most. So this is kind of amusing in a rather sort of black humorly way. So what they've done is, analyzing Ukrainian telegram chatter, they've looked for references to specific Western weapons systems. But if you look at the list, it's basically a list of everything the Russians have. So at number 3, we have helicopters and aircraft of the Russian aerospace forces. And then they go Su-24, Su-25, Su-34, Su-35, and Ka-52. So that's basically everything. All types of drones are at number 4. So kamikaze FPV, Lancets, Geraniums, Geranium 2, Yeah, and then all the usual things on the list. Number 7, tanks of the Russian armed forces. Number 1, Russian artillery systems, including self-propelled ones. So this list of 10 items that the Ukrainians fear the most, apparently, is literally everything, everything the Russians have.
And you could understand artillery being top there because, well, I would imagine that artillery is pretty much their go-to, is it not?
Yeah, but how are they doing? I mean, are they active, or have they kind of, because you need to remember we was it about 2 months ago, shell usage on the Ukrainian side actually surpassed the Russian usage, or have we kind of fallen behind that pattern now with the delivery issues and the aid issues to Ukraine?
Yeah, I think they don't necessarily have the what do we say, parity that they did before. Ukrainians have been specifically saying that they're, you know, having to ration the use of their shells because they didn't know where more were coming from. So I would think that, yeah, it's probably gone the other way. However, what I have noticed is just recently the artillery systems that Ukraine are taking out seem to be less and less. However, I also think that that might be because there might be less and less of them for them to take out.
I think that's right, Mockers, because we were, I mean, all through the summer and the autumn, we were looking at sometimes there were 30, even 40 a day, and those numbers have completely disappeared now.
Yeah, I think if they were out in the battlefield being used, that it would be likely that we would see higher numbers. And we have heard many complaints from the Russian side that they're not receiving the artillery support that they want. And even if they get support of any kind, it's not very accurate. We've seen a higher instance of exploded barrels showing up on the Russian side as well. And we've seen how they complain about the munitions that they've been receiving too. So I think all of these compound to, you know, less artillery being able to be used on the battlefield. There's a lot of different elements that are reducing their artillery use.
Yeah, and it's obviously not just supply of shells, because we know that they've got a whole bunch from, well, China, I think, and North Korea, but it's just barrel wear. And we've been seeing that I think the level of usage has dropped off dramatically, not just because they've been taken out, but they've worn out their barrels and they simply become unsafe to use.
Yeah, and we have noticed that some of the artillery that they've had in storage appears to have no barrels. And that's because they've been cannibalizing these, you know, that they've still had for their barrels, especially. And I'm going to imagine that some of them aren't brilliant to begin with. And I'm also going to imagine that even if they're receiving replacements from, North Korea, China, do you think they're going to be the same sort of quality as you would find in replacement NATO barrels? Probably not. So all in all, yeah, the quality of everything is degrading, I would say.
And we've seen a fair few pictures of Russian artillery barrels turned into flower petals as the barrels exploded with the on firing. So yeah, no, that pattern definitely makes sense. So Mockers, I wanted to go back to discuss this report about 87% of the Russian army have been classified as casualties. Now, the question I've got about this, and this is a previously secret US intelligence report, apparently this information was released as part of the campaign to get Congress to do their thing and sign off, vote in favor of additional Ukraine aid. The question I've got is it helpful or harmful to that cause? Because at one level, you sort of think, it's kind of saying the Russian army is defeated, the job is done. Do you see what I'm saying? Because just to clarify what the numbers are saying, right? So it's 87% of the initial Russian invasion force. It's not including the 300,000 who were mobilized last autumn. So they're not included in this lot, although they may form part of those 315,000 casualties. But yeah, what do you think? Is this useful or not? Is this sort of saying, look, we're letting Ukraine, because the flip way of looking at it is, well, we've supported Ukraine so far to the point where they've almost completely defeated the Russians, and now we're going to, walk away and let them down by not voting through this aid. I'd be interested in your thoughts on that.
Well, you see, it is and it isn't. I see your point there. But also, it doesn't take into account, any additional mobilized or conscripted or signed up, whatever, since the start of the invasion. So it doesn't say. However, because we have dithered, because we have delayed, Russia has been able to mobilize an additional X amount of troops. And now their army has grown to bigger than before because we have delayed. It should contain that sentence somewhere, I feel.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, and it may well contain that kind of language. We're just seeing, obviously, second-party reports, news reports on what this underlying intelligence actually says. But, when you see numbers like, the losses in personnel and armored vehicles have set back Russia's military modernization by up to 18 years. That all kind of sort of says, job is done kind of thing. And it doesn't gel at all with what we're hearing from Zelensky. And just today again, he's saying, Ukraine cannot defeat Russia without more Western aid.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't take into account that Russia is still able to produce ammunition. It may not be the highest tech ammunition, but they are producing it. And you know what? They're getting better at it. They're adapting. They're adapting their drones. They're adapting their missiles as well in order to, make them more deadly, obviously. So, it doesn't take those things into account. And yeah, I think it should at least paint a realistic picture. And yeah, the snippets that we're getting are a little too rosy as far as I'm concerned. And it does lead to a false sense of security, that sort of stuff.
But no doubt that was all coming through in the classified briefings that Congress are getting. That's my hope, anyway.
Well, I mean, I see the OSINT reporters who have done some of them have done incredible work to work out exactly what components, where they're being produced, how they're managing to still be able to produce them, etc., etc. And these should be targets. These absolutely should be targets that Ukraine should legitimately be able to take out. And I just feel as though there's there's a reason why they can't, and we need to remedy that. Surely we can help that happen. I mean, literally, they're using machines that were provided by Western companies. to murder the Ukrainians. They're literally using our own stuff against us. And it just seems wrong to let this continue, surely.
Well, not our own stuff, French stuff. The Thalas, things they have on their tanks, things like that.
No, but also their production machinery comes from Swiss companies, Czech companies, and trying to think, I think some US companies, German companies. Oh yeah, definitely German stuff as well. Yeah, and this is what they're using to, you know, like CNC machines and metal cutting machines and all that sort of stuff that they use to produce their bombs. And they bought it all from us. So it's particularly rude. That's what I'm trying to get at. And they absolutely should be targets. And yeah, Ukraine absolutely know about them. Should be able to take them out, as far as I'm concerned. Now then, let's have a look. There is, well, we said yesterday, didn't we, that France and Germany appear to be sort of, you know, picking up the ball a little bit. And I like this movement. I like this positivity. So the German MOD have announced that the first meeting of the Capability Coalition Integrated Air and Missile Defense for Ukraine took place in Berlin, or has been taking place in Berlin, started yesterday. According to the MOD, this is France-led command structure, US-led air defense system, and German-led training. A total of 70 participants from 22 nations, as well as NATO and EU representatives, attended. Germany and France are taking the lead of this particular air defense coalition. Now, I think that's particularly good news. Have we noticed that there's all these groups getting together, like the UK and Norway kicking off this, you know, group to bolster the naval forces of Ukraine. France and Germany looking there to go ahead with the air defences, and it's like a bit of a Nordic / Romanian / US type coalition with regards to the aircraft. And you never know, there might be more people getting in on the aircraft too in the near future. So, you know, it's like they've made these little working groups for each aspect. And so instead of trying to make decisions on everything all at once, each little group is concentrating on their own speciality. And I think that's actually well thought out. What do you reckon?
Yeah, and that what's nice about those groups is that they're not particularly big, right? So, for instance, if you look at the EU as a whole, with their target of producing whatever it was, what was it, 1.5 million shells in 2023, and they failed miserably because mainly because the group was completely unmanageable with the full, 26 member states involved, one way or another. Oh, maybe not. Just strike out the neutrals like Austria and Ireland. Yeah, no, total failure. But small groups like that should be far more effective.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the way to go, you know. I think it's the way to go. Now then, Germany's largest opposition party, the CDU, tried to start a debate in the Foreign Relations Committee of the Parliament about the delivery of Taurus for Ukraine this morning. Unfortunately, the ruling coalition prevented the debate for the second time in a row. It's amazing how they really don't want to talk about it. Yeah, it's just, I don't understand why it's such a big issue for them. I really don't.
It's a bit like Turkey approving Sweden's accession to NATO, isn't it? They just keep on putting it off.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just terribly frustrating indeed. I'm sure eventually we will get to the bottom of it, but it's just, yeah, it's just very tiresome, all of this. And it was really sort of refreshing to hear Donald Tusk say yesterday, I am tired of all this faffing around, basically. Yeah, so I think it's about time that message was delivered a lot more strongly. Let's stop faffing the F around and get on with providing Ukraine. Now, one of the most popular Russian military blogs is saying that Russia must now freeze the war, promise the West anything they want, rebuild their army over the next 2 years, and then try again for Ukraine in total, which has always been their plan. Obviously, that's all negotiation rubbish is about. But they have also said during negotiations they must continue missile strikes on Ukrainian infrastructure to make their point. That's typical Russian thinking there, right there, eh?
It's enough Russian thinking for me for one day, Mockers. I'm going to step down in favor of Tim, who's he's here now to replace me, and I will see you all again tomorrow. And apologies for my technical difficulties earlier. One of those things that was kind of unavoidable. One of the trials and tribulations of modern life. But Terexis, go ahead.
Would you like an update from the Netherlands?
Absolutely. Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
my friend.
Well, we were all worried about Wilders being having the biggest party, and they're now forming a coalition, or at least they're trying to. And they did a survey on the. So there's the fear of a really right coalition, and they did a survey on what the stance on Ukraine would be. And even the PVV stemmers, so that's Wilders' party, which is the lunatic, about 70% said they didn't want to stop aid to Ukraine in any way. So when they get around the negotiating table, that will be off the table very quickly. So yeah, it had us worried for a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago, it had us worried, but yeah, seems fine.
In this particular case, Turxus, I was not that worried.
No.
I'm just going to mute you because I can hear you driving. So it's easier for me to do it, I imagine. Yeah, just so we don't have feedback. So yeah, I think in this particular case, I was not as worried as some others were, because it was yeah, it was pretty obvious to me that he was a bit of an outlier, not somebody who everybody was going to suddenly side with. And yeah, it would seem he is indeed having the problems that we expected in forming a government. And his hardline views are not supported by those around him. So yeah, kind of expected that one. I was pretty calm about the whole thing because I had some good news from some people who were in the know, probably yourself as well, actually, that it would be very, very difficult for him to form a government and then renege on any promises to Ukraine. So yeah, whatever happens. Oh, Tim's got no sound. or something. Bye, Tim. Bye again. Yeah, whatever happens in that situation, I am sure him and his outlying views there are not going to win out in the end. So yeah, all good in the hood, and yeah, a lot less to worry about it in that situation. Now then, a bit more about the Russian hack on Kyivstar. So, linked to the GRU's covert hacking unit is the ones who have held their hands up and said it was them. They operate under the umbrella of the Russian military intelligence and were able to penetrate and destroy some of the infrastructure of Ukraine's one of Ukraine's largest communications companies. So they're called Solntsepek. I don't know. Anyway, they are believed to be linked to the sandworm virus and are considered an elite Russian hacker unit under the GRU. Sandworm's distribution of the NotPetya virus caused $10 billion of losses worldwide from a single act of sabotage, apparently. So now, just having a look at Kyivstar themselves, they are stating that computers and servers are not destroyed and they should be back up soon. So it appears that maybe they attacked part of their virtual network, but no actual hardware was destroyed. So that's good news in a way. But also goes to show just how important it is for the Russians to be attacking Ukraine at the moment. Hi, Tim. How's it going? Is it any better?
Hi there. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So I can hear you now. So I came up, and what I always do, because I don't have Wi-Fi all over my flat, so what I usually do is just use my 4G. And I came up and I co-hosted myself, and then I turned my Wi-Fi off on my phone, and then I couldn't hear anything. I think I asked Twitter Spaces to do too much at once because it was kind of processing the co-host, and then I turned my Wi-Fi off, and whatever happened,
Yeah, that was entirely your fault.
the computer gremlins just said no.
Fair enough. Well, these Solntsepek, whatever they're called, are actually wanted by the FBI, GRU hackers, destructive malware, and international cyber attacks. So let's see, conspiracy to commit an offence against the United States, false registration of domain name, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, actual wire fraud, intentional damage to protected computers, and aggravated identity theft. And there are 6 persons who are actually pictured as wanted for this particular group. So there's also been some large cyber attacks in the UK just recently. And I do wonder if all these things might just be connected. I don't know. Seems like you know, that wouldn't be too far out of bounds to think that, would it, Tim?
No, it wouldn't. Well, this is something that Russia is known to do, right? Fortunately, Western countries, particularly the UK, have both defensive and offensive cyber capabilities ourselves. So I don't know. We don't hear an enormous amount of that amount about Western offensive cyber activities, but the constant exploding and malfunctioning and that sort of thing in Russia may just have something to do with it. I don't know. I'm not an expert. What do you reckon?
You know what? I'm not an expert either, but I'm going to say probably. Now, I've just seen an announcement from Norway. Now, there's a couple of bits here. So, the Ukrainian battle is decisive for our common security. Our support is strong and long-term from the PM. He also announced new military contributions in the meeting with Zelensky. Just seeing what's going on. Here we go. Norway will donate $273 million to Ukraine. Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre told a joint press conference with the Ukrainian president today. So that's the first good news announcement that's come out of that meeting today. He's a busy chap, that Zelensky, isn't he?
He certainly is. He certainly is. And did you spot a picture from, I can't remember which senator it was, but it was one of the senator's offices out yesterday with Mr. Zelensky and our friend Alexander Kamyshin.
Ooh. I wonder why he was there, eh?
Well, he is Minister for Critical, Minister for Critical Infrastructure, Strategic Infrastructure, Minister for Strategic, Industries, something like that. He's got some kind of, yeah, I think it's Minister for Strategic Industries. So he was, for those of you who don't know who Alexander Kamyshin is, he's been up on the space several times. He used to be CEO of Ugrzaliznytsia, the Ukrainian state railway system. I spent several days with him when I was in Ukraine earlier on this year, having chats and interviews and generally getting to know the railways a little bit. He left Ugrzaliznytsia for a job in Brussels doing railway integration stuff. And then that didn't last very long because Zelensky called him back to join his cabinet as Minister for Strategic Industries. So he's one of these very, very quiet, very, very focused and very, very effective sort of people. He's very young as well. I think he's 38, 39. And he's now in Zelensky's cabinet doing effective things. And he joined them on the trip to Washington.
And they did have a good old chat to a lot of defence contracts as well. They were there, I believe. So that seems like good news.
Absolutely. Drama on my Twitter. Now, I noticed that there's an online magazine called Unheard, UNHERD, which is kind of a slightly right-wing culture war-y sort of publication. And they put out an article by a chap called Thomas Fatzi. I'm not sure of the date because I've only got a screenshot, but it says the article's entitled, "Is this the end for Zelensky?" And the subheadline is, "The Ukrainian president is facing calls for regime change," which is an interesting choice of words, right? Because you think regime change, you think an Abrams tank pulling down a statue of Saddam Hussein, right? Regime change is something that happens to dictators. So I don't think this was an accident that he chose to use this phrase, assuming he wrote his own subheadline. I mean, they don't always do that. Journalists don't always write their own headlines and blurbs, so it may not have been him, to be fair. But I tweeted about this, and he has just noticed me. And Thomas Fatzi has retweeted my tweet saying, "NAFOs are so dumb." So there we go. I'm going to reply to him. I'm going to be nice because I'm always nice. But I'm not actually a member of NATO. I'm not actually a member of NAFO. This is the thing. I appreciate my Fox, my iStar Fox avatar may be may be confusing perhaps to the casual observer, but I'm not a NATO. I'm not a member of NATO, and I've never been a member of NATO. So yeah, it's anyway. I'm going to retweet him, see if we can get some controversy boiling, because I really know nothing about this chap besides him presumably writing this really crappy subheadline. Maybe he's listening. If you're listening, Thomas, why don't you come up and defend this? That would be really good. Don't think he's listening. He's probably not listening. Maybe he's listening.
Well, you never know. You never know what might come of it. But yeah, it does seem that he's there, which does seem to be a particular tactic. You know, it's kind of how Russians, you know, what happens whenever they get confronted with anything that they've done incorrectly. They go instantly on the attack, don't they? So, just noting that. So what's this? Oh, Estonia and Finland. Now then, there's a nice article here from Politico with regards to Estonia and Finland clubbing together. And Benjamin Tallis is promoting this, saying we're in a battle of wills and we should not be afraid of our own power, which is very true. And what's at stake in Ukraine is the very idea of freedom. And that's something that Russia and other autocracies fear and want to destroy. They are hoping that we're going to get tired first, and we need to prove them otherwise. So Estonia and Finland, always terribly based, are indeed making all the right noises about staying the course with Ukraine and ensuring that freedom prevails. So a statement here: we will help defend Ukraine. We will not be threatened. We will not compromise on the liberty and security of either the Ukrainian people or our own. So as Ukraine continues to fight against Russia's brutal aggression, the message is that the free world must stay the course and maintain unwavering support for the country. First and foremost, what we need is a long-term military resource commitment to Ukraine, which does appear to be sort of, you know, gently getting there. We're in a battle of wills, and we shouldn't be afraid of projecting our own power. Since the start of the full-scale invasion, our unity and support for Ukraine have been unprecedented, driven by the strong conviction that military force should not be used to invade a neighbouring country in the 21st century, and that all countries, no matter their size, should be free to choose their own future. Ukraine's resistance has been greatly empowered by both European and American support, and the transatlantic community together has given the country military, humanitarian, and economic assistance while imposing sanctions against Russia. Not enough, if you ask me. Anyway, Russia's strategy, meanwhile, is built on the hope that somebody will tire first. And they really are trying to get that to happen in all sorts of ways. You might have noticed. The Kremlin remains confident that it has more resolve than the West, because they can suffer more than anyone, you know. Sorry, I added that bit. They still believe that they can outlast, outproduce, and outperform Ukraine, the Euro-Atlantic community, and other global allies and partners. And it's now the time to prove to them that that strategy isn't going to win. Since February 22, Estonia's total assistance to the country has amounted to 400 million euros, or more than 1% of its GDP. Finland's total bilateral assistance to Ukraine has amounted to 2.2 billion euros and includes 20 packages of defence materiel, as well as development cooperation, humanitarian aid, and civilian assistance. Moreover, Finland is one of Ukraine's biggest EU donors of energy sector equipment, such as generators and transformers. A further statement, those who have fought and paid for peace with lives understand the future cost of freedom. Estonia and Finland don't take hard-won freedom for granted. We know from our own histories that it has to be fought for, no matter the current cost. What's at stake in Ukraine today is the very idea of freedom, and remains something that Russia and autocracies fear and wish to destroy. Russia simply wants to erase Ukraine as a sovereign state, redrawing the borders of Europe with military force. This must not be allowed to prevail. Peace on Russia's terms would not mean peace in Europe. It would simply boost Russian nationalism and imperialism, and authoritarian regimes globally would learn that a free world is nothing but weak and lacking in stamina, leading to more conflict in the future. Hence, supporting Ukraine is not just about supporting Ukraine. Fundamentally, it is defending the core principles of the UN Charter and international law, including territorial integrity and sovereignty, and the right to exist as a country. This understanding is widely shared and has been demonstrated by the majority of countries voting for UN General Assembly resolutions, demanding the Russian Federation withdraw all military forces from Ukraine's territory and affirming the international community's commitment to the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. That was a long sentence. So, they're sending out a clear message. Supporting Ukraine is not only about European values, it's also a matter of security, universal values, and global security as a whole. The price we pay to support Ukraine in its efforts is very little compared to what would follow if their aggression were to pay off. The strategy demands clear commitment to reinforce long-term support for Ukraine. Number one focus is arms, ammunition, and training, all of which must be sustained at a magnitude sufficient for Ukraine's capacity to defend itself. We know exactly what is required. It is affordable and viable. So, as they convene the European Council this week, a resolute demonstration of unfaltering long-term support for Ukraine is paramount. They say the eyes of the world are upon us now, and this critical juncture, our actions must mirror our words. Yes, please. Yes, please. Anyway, the moment demands steadfast commitment, aligning with the pledge of as long as it takes. Europe's response will send signals across the Atlantic to our friends in Ukraine and as well to Russia. A signal that we are prepared for a prolonged phase. And it isn't us who will tire first. It is imperative the Council now affirms the ongoing strong budgetary and military support and decides to open accession negotiations with Ukraine, thereby underscoring the resolute commitment to its European future. There's a bit more. Collaborating with the G7 and Ukraine, the EU is also actively engaged in forging lasting security commitments, and we must reach a solution on robust and ongoing military assistance, both through Ukraine Assistance Fund and the European Peace Facility, the cornerstone of Europe's security commitments, without which their credibility would be compromised. Well said. Well said. So they go on just to say they will continue to help Ukraine. They will not be threatened nor compromise on the freedom, liberty, and security of Ukrainian people or their own. So they are leading the charge to fortify European security, bolstering both our own capabilities and Ukraine's. The most effective deterrent against Russia's threat lies in a robust national defence, collective defence as NATO, and deep collaboration with all partners. History will judge us on the actions we take now, whether we let the aggression pay off or stay the course and ensure that freedom prevails. I'm liking this messaging. What do you think, Tim?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'm currently involved in a tanky war on Twitter. It certainly does, yes.
Awesome. Are you having fun in your tanky war?
I am. Yeah, I am. This guy, Thomas Farsi, I kind of gave him the benefit of the doubt, you know. Maybe he doesn't write his own subheadlines. Lots of journalists don't. But the absolute state of his timeline, Christ on a bike, just everything is boom, boom, boom. Russian narrative, Russian narrative, Russian narrative. He's just sucking at the Kremlin's fecund teat of disinformation. It's unbelievable. Just oh god, these people. Do they even get paid? I mean, is this something they do for fun, or because they're like ideological, or because I mean I can understand the actual paid shills, you know, the Jackson Hinkles of this world. I can understand if it's a grift. You know, it is at least, you know, Jackson
Even
Hinkle. Yeah, it's at least understandable. You know, Jackson Hinkle, he's made a career out of just being this internet controversialist bellend, and fair play. You know, he makes six figures out of it. So, you know, if it weren't such a serious issue, I would say, well, bloody good for him. You know, if he can convince that many millions of idiots to give him money, then bully for Jackson Hinkle. But it's the people who just don't engage their critical faculties, and this Fuzzy guy seems a bit like that. Peter Hitchens is like that as well on Ukraine. I don't know what broke in his brain, because he is a very, very thoughtful writer, and he does research very extensively. And for some reason on this one, he just got totally the wrong end of the stick, and I don't understand why. And this Thomas Fazzi guy, and okay, so it's probably a bit of crank magnetism, because 80% of his timeline is kind of COVID conspiracism. And he works for Unheard, which is, I mean, it's okay on some stuff, but it is a very deeply culture warrior-y publication, and I think there's a certain amount of crank magnetism to it. You know, they have loony views on one topic, so they feel the need to have loony views on a number of other topics, and you know, it just kind of there's obviously a bit of an information silo or a disinformation silo going on. So yeah, I mean, I just don't understand why people would be wrong for free. There's just no incentive. It's just bewildering.
So, Tim, do you think he probably wrote that byline headline himself after all?
I think he probably did. If you see my tweet in the nest, I have retweeted him, asking him to explain why regime change is an appropriate term for what would happen if Zelensky stopped being president. You know, you'd call that a change of president, maybe. You wouldn't call it regime change, because it suggests that it is a regime, and regime is a very politically loaded term. We say regime when we don't really recognize a government, right? So you know, say I think His Majesty refers to the government of Venezuela as a regime, right? Because we didn't recognize the last election that returned Maduro, or however it works. I think we pinched all their gold as well, so gutted. But yeah, you use and you know, the other side do that as well, right? The Russians refer to the Ukrainian government as the Kiev regime. You know, Iran refers, well, it's not usually Iran, but it's quite common to see Israel referred to as the Zionist regime. I don't think Iran even do it the courtesy of calling it a regime. They call it the Zionist entity, and they do it in this really quite horribly menacing way. If you ever watch if you ever watch one of their propaganda channels, when they do anything about Palestine, it's this kind of, exciting music in the background, really, really menacing. The Zionist entity is crumbling like a spider's web. All of that crap. So it is a politically loaded term. So if you call it a regime, and if you say a change of government is regime change, you are definitely deliberately saying something about what you think about that government, right? Journalists don't make mistakes like that. If he wrote that headline himself, he very, very deliberately spun it that way as an editorial tactic. But again, I've retweeted him. He's very welcome to reply. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. But I'm not expecting any kind of reasonable justification for his tanky fuckery, because his timeline is just absolutely full of it.
Fair enough. Some people you just can't reach, Now then, do you remember me saying that there was a guy that had apparently just died suddenly yesterday? There was just information that he'd been found dead. So this guy is called Konstantin Alexeyev, and he was the former consul general of Russia in Iran. So Konstantin was integral in the development of Russian aid packages to Iran, including the support for the construction of the second stage of their nuclear power plant at Bushehr. Sorry, I just said that strangely. His wife reported that on the evening of December the 11th, he started to feel suddenly ill. He retired to bed early that night, and at 11:30 p.m., reportedly suffered a sudden fatal stroke. According to his wife, he was perfectly healthy up until that point. And there's a lady that Ming was telling me about earlier, who works for one of Putin's propaganda newspapers. And her boss, the reason that she was in the position that she was her direct boss. Something very similar happened to him. He just suddenly took ill and died of a massive heart attack or something. Well, now she has also just suddenly taken ill and died of, I think it was acute heart failure or something like that. But maybe a boss who was 68 we could explain, but she's in her 30s. Yeah, it just seems to be a particular epidemic that's currently running around Russia.
That's very interesting, because 30-year-olds don't have heart attacks. Like, this is not a thing.
Generally.
Do they at all? Unless their heart is buggered anyway.
Well, that's what I mean. Without underlying health conditions, you would find it very surprising. Very, very much something that you wouldn't expect. So it does seem that, it's just a little bit suspect. I don't know why this particular newspaper has to lose both its top members of staff, but well, I'm sure there was a reason.
So who is this Alexeyev guy? Because I tried googling him when you mentioned him yesterday, but that's like Steve Smith, but in Russian. There's loads of them, and a lot of them live in Tallinn as well. So my search results were kind of biased.
He's the Russian consul to Iran, or at least he was.
Is he a player?
Well, he's been responsible for helping Iran evade sanctions, providing them with, aid packages, shall we say, and helping them build nuclear facilities. So, kind of.
So consul rather than ambassador.
Oh, now you're asking. Right, let me just make absolutely sure, because I just said words. Consul General of Russia in Iran. So yes.
Okay, because there's a difference between a consul and an ambassador. So an ambassador does political stuff. He's a political representative of the government that sends him. But a consul is in charge of consular services. So their job is to help Russian citizens in Iran if they get into trouble or they need whatever, they need a new passport or what have you. So there is a difference between those two different sorts of diplomat. And it makes me wonder if he is a consul general. Okay, it's quite a high-ranking diplomat, especially to a close ally. But you're not really involved in the political stuff to the same extent, unless the Russians do this differently, which I don't imagine they do. Because it makes me wonder, if this really was just a natural causes sort of death. Because it doesn't sound like this is a particularly important person in the Russian state apparatus, in a political sense. I'm just kind of spitballing here.
But he would probably know quite a lot of things that maybe, might make him dangerous if he were to ever become wobbly on his allegiances.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I guess we have to stop trying to analyze Russia like it's a normal country, right? And just go, well, this is probably something. This probably doesn't make sense because Russia is absolutely mental, rather than this probably doesn't make sense because something other than what we suspected happened.
Indeed, yeah. We can't really guarantee we know anything about what his job entailed, really, can we? Probably some sort of a spy / facilitator, for all we know. So, yeah. Now then, you know how Russia have stopped returning POWs? Have you noticed that's happened recently?
No, I haven't. It doesn't surprise me, but I haven't.
Well, since August, they basically stopped swapping POWs. And it would appear there is now a systematic attempt to erase them, as though they don't exist. So they've started erasing records as if they were never there. This applies to both mobilized and contract soldiers. Why, I wonder? Well, these POWs have seen the truth that contradicts every narrative that Kremlin is pushing in Russia. And they've had enough problems with some of the people who have returned home and been telling the truth, apparently. It's causing a few problems. Well, they're doing this to try and uphold the sort of very thin now veneer of Great Russia from blowing up in their faces. And of course, they've been ordered by Putin to capture more land at any cost. And we can assure you that the cost of the advancements that they make is so great that only 20% of their infantry waves survive to return. And the rest are either divided by zero or left unable to fight due to their injury. What is notable in this situation, that the Kremlin is already in a war economy mode in order to be able to make any small advances. Avdiivka and Bakhmut have been in headlines for more than a year, but changes are only ever seen if you zoom in really close on maps. There are no more medivacs for the front line for Russians. They're injured, if possible, are treated in trenches and then sent into another attack, repeating the cycle until they never return. And this is the reason why there are no more POW exchanges. They don't want this getting out. Needless to say, this comes at a huge cost for the Ukrainian side as well, faced with a disproportionate number of invaders in captivity, but also knowing that Ukrainian soldiers captured will not be exchanged and will continue to stay in, torturous conditions. And of course, that's another thing that the Kremlin don't like to expose, because it's been pretty obvious from many photographs and accounts that the Russian soldiers return home looking healthy and plump almost, and the Ukrainian soldiers return looking like they've stepped out of a concentration camp, which they actually have. So this is just further the Kremlin trying to sugarcoat the situation, cultivating an extremely evil form of doctrine promoting violence and any form of torture as being acceptable. This is why they're sending actual Nazis to denazify Ukraine. It's ridiculous. Anyway, with all that said, given that Ukraine is able to resist Russia in its full war economy mode, it is obviously weaker than it appears. And the propaganda has gone into massive overdrive on social media, even their main account becoming hysterical, seeing Nazis everywhere. So don't trust a word that comes out of them, obviously. Their current narrative is to try to appear strong, stronger than ever, but it's quite the opposite. The Russia strong image is only glued together by their relentless propaganda. Denjan?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so regarding the mistreatment of prisoners of war and so on, I don't think, I disagree a little bit. I don't think they're trying to hide that. I think they're quite proud of it, and they want us to know that's what they do. But they like to keep the proof. I mean, the whole proof they don't show, obviously, but they want us to know about it, but also not us being able to prove it in court, if you like. But I'm sure they're proud of it. Just being Russian assholes as always. Yeah, that's what I had. But yeah, continue. Thanks.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there's a bit more, but go ahead, Tim, first.
I was just gonna jump on a couple of things. Just on the prisoners, is it possible that Russia have stopped returning prisoners because they don't have any Ukrainian prisoners left? I mean, or at least in a meaningful number of them to make it worth the hassle of a prisoner exchange.
No, there's hundreds.
Of thousands.
There's more than 1,000 for sure. Yeah, I think there's a number of thousands. Yes.
Okie dokie. Please do go on, and then I'd like to talk about the propaganda messaging.
Absolutely. Well, there's a bit more on that. So, Russophobia, what they're using as their current victim card. Right, they're like, here, we're the victim. People are picking on us. But as we've seen very recently, they have absolutely no shame in publishing material that directly promotes violence against its neighbours, such as the recent calendar showing Russian forces attacking the White House or wherever it is. That actually might be the Parliament building. Go on.
Was this the FSB calendar?
Yes.
I love that. I love the picture of Putin, like this kind of swole Putin. It was just beyond. I mean, they must have done it with a sense of irony, right? Could you? It must be affectionate irony. It cannot possibly be sincere because it's just so ridiculous.
It is pretty ridiculous. Yeah. It reminds me of something. Anyway, so.
It reminded me of a Tom of Finland cartoon. That's what it reminded me of.
Well,
kind of YMCA energy there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, you know that there's no gays in Russia. You know that, don't you? So couldn't possibly be. Anyway, so yeah, they're directly promoting violence. They're directly saying we would attack you if we could, and you know, reveling in the fact that they dream of attacking the USA directly. Obviously, don't be fooled. Hate for Western countries is just part of their regular indoctrination, but on the government level. They've been in this mindset for many decades. Their citizens are fed insane amounts of disinformation, and it does eventually resonate with part of the population. They also view themselves as some sort of saviour, a grandiose delusion, of course, while being able to accept the idea that a nation should be wiped off the face of the earth by openly peddling genocidal ideas and, well, yeah, calling themselves saviours while they do it. Absolutely amazing. So, yeah, let's just remind ourselves that Russia is practicing unrestrained terrorism. And for some reason, some people manage to support it. Yeah. So just be aware that for some reason, Stalinism is still alive and well today. But the only Nazis that are practicing it appear to still be in Russia. And we really need to, the last point here is we really need to wake the F up and push Russia back to its borders. Indeed, we should. Tim.
Yeah, I just wanted to have a quick talk about the Russian messaging around, you know, Russia strong, this sort of thing. So they do this classic bully tactic, right? This kind of cry bullying tactic where they pretend to be the victim, you know, Russophobia, and then with the next breath they will affirm their genocidal intent of their neighbors. It's what playground bullies do, right? They'll be horrible to everybody, and then as soon as the teacher finds out, oh, all of a sudden they're the victim and they're vulnerable, yada yada yada. So anybody who's ever been in a playground, which I'm sure is most of us, or particularly anybody who has ever been a teacher, will certainly recognize this type of behavior as the behavior of a pathetic little bully. But the messaging is interesting because we had that interview with AFP, Association France Presse, a couple of days ago. This was on this was on the 9th, I think, with Maria Zakharova, who's the spokesman for the Russian Foreign Ministry, who came out, and the ISW got some analysis out on this. She came out and emphasized Russia's maximalist objectives in Ukraine and stated that they have not changed, which is very interesting because it's not only yet another flip-flop, right? So Russia's objectives, declared objectives, change on an almost weekly basis. So one week it's, oh, we're ready to negotiate, but Zelensky won't negotiate with us, boo-hoo. And the next week it is, no, there's nothing to negotiate. You know, the independence of Ukraine, the existence of Ukraine is not a tolerable condition for us. So we fight on. So it changes an awful lot. But Zakharova basically flip-flopped again and repeated the Kremlin's demand for full Ukrainian political capitulation and Kiev's acceptance of Russia's military and territorial demands. So she's again rolled back this negotiation narrative onto no, there's nothing to negotiate. We will not negotiate seriously. So Zakharova claimed that a comprehensive, sustainable, and fair solution in Ukraine can only happen if the West stops pumping the armed forces of Ukraine with weapons, and that Ukraine should surrender Russia's claimed Ukrainian territory and withdraw its troops from, quote, Russia's territory, unquote. Now, Yeah, so she means
We
the
saw that
territory Russia
before,
has.
though, didn't we? We saw that
Sorry.
with, we saw this before. I think it was in Donetsk, where that was actually agreed, and Ukraine said, "Okay, we'll withdraw our troops. You can have it." And what happened? Oh, that's right. They opened fire on the troops that were leaving peacefully.
When was this?
I think they were called the 100. There was approximately 100 soldiers were killed. So this was sometime 2016, maybe, that there was a corridor opened for them to be able to retreat out of an area that they were basically trapped in. And they were fired upon in this agreed green corridor for them to leave peacefully. And so, yeah, that's exactly what would happen in the same way. In fact, I think Ukraine War Update has some more exact details on it, because obviously my brain doesn't hold all the information.
Hey, Marcus. Hi, Tim. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about, Marcus. It was during one of the active phases of combat operations in East after 2014, when Russian regular forces actually came into Ukraine, trying to mask themselves as, the rebels from the East or whatever. Because Ukrainians were gaining a lot of territory, basically liberating all the occupied land very rapidly and effectively, the Russians were forced to bring in regular military from across the border, which overwhelmed Ukrainian troops because nobody expected that kind of stuff, right? So some of the Ukrainian troops ended up being surrounded in these pockets, but they would continue to provide resistance. In fact, they were, getting heavily bombarded by Russian artillery and all that stuff, but they continued to, to fight. So Russians kind of got a little bit intimidated by that and wanted to, make a deal to where they would basically allow Ukrainian forces to withdraw. In return, Russians didn't have to go and fight through them, essentially, right? Because it wasn't in their best interest, since these were illegal, invasion, essentially, and a forced action on the Russians to bring in regular forces. They didn't want to have casualties, because that would look really bad, if all of a sudden Russian soldiers are dying, in Ukraine, fighting Ukrainians without, them even announcing, what they call now is, special military operations. That was like, I think you're right, it was around 2016, maybe 2015 timeframe. And more important, yeah, so they
I think we're losing you. Ukraine War Update.
There we go.
Hello?
I think we're coming back now.
Okay,
Carry
a
on.
little bit better.
It was.
Sorry,
Aw,
it's really
I
spotty
love car
connection.
rides. Oh, you see, I heard you perfectly fine there.
Yeah, it should be better for now. Anyway, Ukrainians ended up leaving some of the military equipment behind as well, like weapons and stuff, because they thought they had a deal to withdraw. And as soon as they started moving through this corridor, they got ambushed. There's actually a lot of Ukrainian as well. Because at the end of the day, called it military prowess, basically backstabbing and not adhering to the deals that they made. To them, it's some kind of military triumph. When they're able to destroy an armed enemy that they promised, free passage. That's why, like, ever since then, Ukrainians will never trust Russian military, and nobody really should, to be honest with you, because that really shows the level of, professionalism and character. Mind to remind you, that was, back then when they actually had military, when they actually had some kind of resemblance of structured military force with commanders and all that stuff. They were willing to commit these types of, essentially war crimes, right? Because they were shooting at Ukrainian wounded soldiers that were being evacuated. Today, things are a lot more dire. There's no way anybody should be, trusting the military to make any types of deals. Sorry for a long-winded, I guess, addition about this, but yeah, I just really agree with you, Marcus, and I'm very glad that you mentioned that. Thanks.
Yeah, you see, I remember important things in snippets, and I just remember them being sort of like that. There's two words. There's something 100, and I don't know what the other word is, but yeah, they were basically just mown down while being apparently allowed to travel through a safe corridor. So yeah, absolute scumbags, and any sort of offer of that nature should well, I imagine that the Ukrainians would just laugh and say no. Peter, welcome up.
Yeah, Moffat, hi. Yeah, I think we've got to really look at what the messaging in those demands are. And it is pretty obvious. It comes back to genocide and elimination of Ukraine as a viable state. You know, they hold at the moment 80% of the coast of Ukraine, so access to the Black Sea apart from Odessa, and they would no doubt find some false flag attack to justify them attacking Odessa at some point in the future. They would strangle the Ukrainian economy, making the Ukrainian economy a non-viable thing. They've also already stated they wanted to eliminate Nazis who are still in Ukraine, and that would be anybody who has fought in the military, would fill up the Russian emptied jails, which Putin has emptied, chucking all his inmates into meat things. They would kind of force any young Ukrainians to leave Ukraine because there'd be no future for them, and they would end up in the EU. Left behind would be the elderly and people who would be forced to swear allegiance to Russia, and then we'd be back to the usual Russian method, which is to flood the country with Russian people, and that would happen. So there can be no negotiations with these people whatsoever. They're false, they're fake, they would not keep to anything, to any agreements, and it is all deception. It is all what they are good at, which is lies and deception. So it's impossible to do that. But they would, and Europe needs to realize they would have to take millions and millions of Ukrainians into the EU because there would be no future for them there. Anyway, thank you.
Ukraine war update, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Marcus. 100% agree with what Peter just said too, and you know, we have to kind of really realize that we cannot see any types of agreement with Russia, you know, legitimate through and expect them to act the way we would in the West or the way Ukrainians would in good faith. They always say one thing but do completely different, right? To impose any types of, you know, peace negotiations, whatever it is, right? It's really to, I mean, Ukrainians are already fighting with one hand behind their back, right? Because they have to follow, you know, not that they have to, it's the right thing to do, to follow the armed laws of conflict and, you know, do all that stuff. But Russians don't. So, you know, any types of, you know, imposed peace negotiations or whatever it is, you know, or, I mean, ceding territory, Zelensky even said, this was just crazy, right? Because it's not about land, it's about the people who are waiting to be liberated. Like, how is this possible, right? Like, it's mind-boggling. But, you know, any types of peace that would look legitimate, you know, a ceasefire, whatever it is, legitimate on the international arena, Russians would not give two damns about it because it would just tie another Ukraine, you know, another hand behind Ukraine, and they would be basically forced to just take the beating, essentially, right? and that beating comes in many different forms. It's modern warfare. It's a multidimensional battlefield, essentially, right? We have hybrid types of operations, ranging from direct military to that stuff. So expect Russians to really do anything, in good faith is just ignorant. But I wanted to add something about what Tim was talking about Newmarkers just a little bit earlier, how Russia's messaging all the different things, right? And it's almost like, it's all contradicting it at some places too, right? Like at one time they would claim Russophobia, but then at the same time they would post the videos and pictures of them making these mock-up missiles and attacking Washington and all, we're just plainly committing genocide in Ukraine. I think this is something that they've been doing very effectively for a long time by compartmentalizing, the channels of information, by really targeting certain groups of people, right? So when they scream Russophobia, right, that's messaging outward, right, to very sensitive, politically correct West, essentially, right? Who's like, oh my God, somebody accused us of Russophobia. We need to stop doing everything that we can right now to check ourselves. God forbid we do something like that, right? And it definitely plays into the hand of, into messaging or narrative, some of the political leaders in the West as well, but also to the, Russians who escaped Russia, right? They came, to look for a sanctuary in the West, but they still very much connected to the Russian propaganda machine, because a lot of the Russians, when they go abroad, they continue to listen Russian channels, watch Russian movies, whatever it is, Russia Today, all that stuff, because for the people, and then that has even greater amplification in the West. And that's what we really need to be very careful about, of how we treat those channels. Now, we live in a free democratic society, freedom of speech, all that stuff. That's great, and we're supposed to do that. But we really need to be a little bit more aggressive and identifying foreign agents of information and influence, and calling them out on that. So awesome.
We're losing you again.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much, Ukraine War Update. I'm not sure that it's even that the difference between, or rather the distinction between internal and external messaging from Russia is even that stark, right? And I'll explain why. And I'll go back to Zakharova's recent interview. Now, that was an interview with AFP, so the French newswire. So it is not for internal consumption. This is very much for the benefit of Western readers, right? Because they know that every major newspaper and analyst is going to pick up the French newswire, and probably, if they're an online outlet, they're probably just going to lift it and do a story on it, right? Because it's cheap copy. And what she's saying is she is setting out very bullishly Russia's maximalist aims. Right, so she says the long-standing objective is the demilitarization, denazification, and denazification of Ukraine, and ensuring the rights of Russian speakers. Now, everybody who follows this conflict knows what that means. Demilitarization means that Ukraine will be at the mercy of Russia. Denazification means the removal of Ukraine's elected government, and the replacement of that government with a government that is more to Russia's liking, i.e. a government that does exactly what the Kremlin tells it to do. Denazification as well has a more sinister undertone, in that, it's like this punch Nazis thing, that the Antifa lot have, this thing about, punch Nazis, and then with the next breath they will give a definition of Nazi that basically includes the entire Democratic Party, right? And it's like, well, okay, political violence is iffy in the first place. Oh yeah, but they're Nazis. What's a Nazi? Oh, basically everybody who isn't us. You know, it's exactly the same tendency. And oh, I wonder where it comes from. So the denazification meme has an undertone as well. It basically means the getting rid of everybody who doesn't agree with Russia, right? That's what that means. So there's a really, there's this flat refusal to negotiate about anything, right? These are our conditions, and if they are not met, we fight on, right? That's not a negotiation. That is an ultimatum. It's not even an ultimatum. It's just a denial that there is any possible compromise. Therefore, there's no point. So this is external messaging, and it's really, really very bullish. So I don't think that it's really that stark between, they are crybabies when they're talking to the West, and they're bullies when they're talking to their own people. I don't think it's that stark. I think it's more like they deliberately keep the messaging contradictory and confusing to confuse everybody, and to make everybody tune out, right? Following this, their aim is to make following the politics of this war a cognitively difficult task for ordinary people, right? So people who aren't particularly interested in, or they're kind of interested in the news, but they have no particular focus on Ukraine. They're trying to make the messaging as confusing as possible, so those people basically just switch off and say, "Yeah, I'm never going to understand that, so I'm going to stop trying." And this works, right? Because that worked with me. That worked on me with the Syria thing, right? I found the situation in Syria so confusing, and all of the messaging so confusing, that I just stopped caring about it. And this was, okay, so Syria as a country is not a place I'm particularly interested in anyway, but I am quite interested in Middle Eastern politics and the geopolitics of the Middle East. But I found myself basically doubting every single story that came out of Syria. And that's the whole point, right? That's the whole point in Russian propaganda, is they deliberately try to confuse you with constant contradictory messaging. And just to make you say, yeah, I'm never going to understand that, so I'm just going to stop trying. And they do this a lot. And one example I like to give was the Skripal poisoning. So the poisonings of Sergei Skripal in Salisbury in the UK in 2016, whenever it was, I can't remember exactly. There are 136 different, contradictory, and official Russian versions of exactly what happened that day. 136. So there have been 136 investigations in Russia, and they have each come to different contradictory conclusions, and they have all been published. Right? So that's what they're trying to achieve, right? They're trying to make sure there is just so much gunk in the system that nobody really knows what's going on. It's very difficult to work out what's really going on, and so people just turn it off. Ukraine war update.
100% agree with you, Tim. No, that's really well said. I didn't realize this thing about Skripal's investigation. Thank you for sharing. But yeah, it's a fire hose of falsehood, right? Kind of throw a bunch of crap on the wall, see what sticks, and let people sort this thing out. And and then basically, anyone who has any interest or tries to act in good faith and pick the facts and all that stuff, at some point they're just going to give up. They're like, well, you know what, this is just too much. And I definitely understand what you're talking about, the Syria thing, right? Because I had an opportunity to work in the UN for several months on Syria thing, participating in some of the meetings of essentially the Western coalition versus the Russian coalition thing. Because they did have some countries that kind of sided with them on Syria thing. And that was just disgusting. Because you have people constantly, starving, bombarded, all that stuff, right? And then nobody could really come to any type of, agreement to send basically food to Syrian people because Russia keeps saying some ludicrous things that just bluntly a lie, and everybody in the room knows it's a lie. But for some reason, we have to appease their alternate point of view, right? That kind of those kind of politics, they made me very disheartened about everything essentially, right? But it gave me also a glimpse into what the future conflict would look like, and shows how I see that stuff today in Ukraine, and it's really making me very angry about this stuff, right? But one more point that I really wanted to make about Russia's confusing and ambiguous claims about like denazification, for example, even demilitarization. It's it has also a strategic purpose to it, and we can see it sometimes in some of the messaging in Russia. For example, when you talk about demilitarization, right? Right now, a lot of Russian TV channels and generally propaganda that's aiming at internal audience inside country because it's important. That's their base, right? They say, well, look, everything is destroyed. We are fighting NATO right now in Ukraine, right? We're not fighting Ukrainians. They don't have anything. It's NATO forces. So basically, that gives them an excuse, essentially, once they start losing really bad, where like it really hurts them, they just say, hey, we won. We demilitarized everything. Whatever's left in Ukraine, that's NATO. We will deal with that stuff by different means, through, by being adults and doing political negotiations, blah, 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 that kind of garbage. And all those people are going to eat it up. They're like, yeah, we won, because demilitarization is such an ambiguous term. The same thing with denazification. Anytime they can come back and announce to the world they've succeeded. They had these secret goals of denazification, and based on their intelligence, they denazify, whatever, remove, Nazis from Ukrainian military soil, whatever that may be, right? Because they don't really have a list. They don't claim like who specifically is, right? But they can play both sides of the issue, essentially, right? Continue claiming that that's what they're doing, but at the same time, they can use it when it's convenient to them to back away from it, and nobody's going to question, because people in the West know it's stupid, and Russian people in Russia is just going to continue to believe the government. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of reemphasize that point as well. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you very much. I have Robin coming up. 1 second. Go ahead, Robin.
Wow, no waiting today. Didn't even have a chance to get my hand up. I just wanted to clarify one thing. We're reading The Road to Ed and Freedom by Timothy Snyder in the book club, and he talks a lot about this whole denazification business. A Nazi is any Ukrainian who insists on being Ukrainian, basically. So it's way beyond the government. It's any Ukrainian who doesn't submit to the collective, submit to being Russian, is at extreme danger of being considered a Nazi and worthy of execution because of that. So it's as we read this book, I keep on saying to myself, how could this possibly be possible? People believe this crap, but this is apparently this is the philosophy we're talking about. So denazification is another word for genocide. Also, just wanted to add that. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Robin. Yes, that was an oversight on my part. That is precisely what denazification also means. It's one of those. I guess it's a weasel word, right? It can mean everything and nothing. There are a lot of weasel words in the tanky lexicon. Liberation is one of them. And this is quite deliberate, right? This is quite deliberate. Because it's like they have these words that they use that have two very distinct meanings, and the meaning of the word changes depending on who the audience is. So liberation is one word. So and they know very well, to a Western observer, the word liberation means something like freeing from oppression, right? Something like that. To the tankies, though, it means imposing their will, right? So if they talk about liberating a particular country, they mean they go in, they put their regime in charge, and they they F everything up and oppress everybody. Denazification is exactly the same. Decolonization is also the same, right? To a Western listener, the term decolonization means the end of a regime imposed by a colonial power, usually the UK or France, right? That's roughly what it means. Of course, to Marxists, particularly Russians, decolonization means something entirely different, right? It's a very, very broad term, and it's very carefully honed to particular situations. And they have a lot of words like this, and it's part of the kind of what do they call it? The online rationalist community call it Motte and Bailey reasoning, right? So the way you use words, particularly the way a certain political tendency uses words, is it has one acceptable but basically trivial meaning, and then it has another very profoundly consequential meaning that not everybody accepts. A good example is the word racism. They use the word racism like this, right? So to normal people, racism means prejudice based on national origin or skin color, something like that. The way it is used by certain political tendencies, racism is, prejudice plus power, right? So it has this meaning that's very, very difficult to defend if you attack it. So that's the kind of the Bailey. And so as soon as their argument is attacked on semantic terms, what do you mean by that term? They fall back on the more easily defensible definition of the word, being the Motte, right? They have a lot of words like this, and I've noticed there are certain parts of the Western left who do this, and also tankies do this, right? It's a very, very slippery rhetorical tactic, and I've yet to find a very good way of dealing with it. Robin, you wanted to come in.
You've pretty much covered what I was going to say, but it's interesting that the left and the right, the horseshoe effect, are meeting in the back. A lot of the extreme left and extreme right use the same tactics. The only other word I was going to mention is the word democracy, which has an entirely different meaning in the Russian lexicon than it does in ours. They have managed democracy, which basically means faked elections, and we decide for you because we know better than the voters, and that not what my definition of democracy would include somehow.
Sure. I mean, again, well, not again, but I would say democracy is one of those terms that is legitimately slightly subjective. So, for example, you have the classic definition of democracy, the Western liberal definition, which is by process of election of some sort, people get to choose their own government by and large in a way that suits most of the people who voted for it, or something like that. You have the tanky definition as well, which is, it's like, for example, democratic Kampuchea, right? Absolutely nothing democratic about that. Or the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, right? That, just not democratic. But then you have a kind of socialist definition, and I mean socialist in the European sense of the word, where it's quite common to hear, for example, in the European trade union movement, that democracy, you don't really have a democracy unless your workplace is democratized, right? Which is one of those things that I think a legitimate argument can be made for. So it's kind of some of the words like democracy, they exist on a sort of spectrum, and of course, the Russians and the tankies, they use the words in a way that would be totally unrecognizable to normal people. But democracy, I mean, it's one of there's a sort of spectrum of meaning in between. Sovereignty is another word that's a bit like that, right? It can be used in a way that just obviously isn't, that it obviously just doesn't apply to. For example, American states have a habit of calling themselves sovereign. They're not. And then it's used the one of the goals of the North Korean government, for example, is sovereignty, right? And by that they really mean autarky. They mean this complete independence from any external influence at all, up to the point of not even trading with people. Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge had a similar goal. You know, that's what they called sovereignty. That was a buzzword they used as well. And then you have you know, sovereignty in the Brexit lexicon, which means not having a decision maker in any part of your political system that is outside your political system, right? So there's, you know, I think some words they do exist on a spectrum of meaning. Do you think that's fair, Robin? I'm going to say yes. Ukraine war update. You've got your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. Great discussion. Really interesting. And yes, I mean, eloquently said, Tim. Right. Certain terms, certain words, they do live in this, you know, in the spectrum. But I think when we're talking about democracy in Russia, like the really first thing that I want to do is really go back to the, you know, 1990s when the Soviet Union fell apart, because there was an important change that happened, and it was a missed opportunity essentially for Russians to become truly democratic country, right? The natural progression essentially of democratic society doesn't necessarily involve free market economy, right? Especially in a very stark and immediate and, you know, very aggressive switch, in contrast going from, you know, totalitarian kind of communist of Soviet Union, you know, when they had direct economy, to free market economy, right? So that created a lot of obviously opportunities, right, for the I'm not gonna say ex KGB, but for KGB agents and, you know, those in power and political elites of the Soviet Union to you know, take advantage and basically hijack, and, you know, a lot of this, you know, what previously used to be state owned assets, you know, kind of take ownership of that stuff, right, and claim that that was the democratic thing to do. They were like, this is democracy now, so that's what we do, right? So the reason I'm saying this the way I am, because majority of the Russians, for them, democracy word or term typically associates with that, of them getting screwed over essentially, right? That's what they see, like democracy, you know, like free market, you know, free market system, which means I'm getting screwed over, right? They have zero trust to that, and the reason that happened because that free market kind of economy system came, you know, or took over Russians' life way faster and a lot more aggressive than the concept of democracy, of, you know, how society is supposed to kind of evolve to that level, and then use that system, the principles of it, to kind of, you know, solve their issues about the actual economy of, you know, the proper, probably much longer transition of from that command economy that used to exist in Soviet Union. So they skipped all of that, right? A lot of Russians just ended up finding themselves getting really screwed over essentially, and all of that was done, you know, under the slogan of democracy. So today, when they hear word democracy, a lot of them just really, you know, it has a very, very different connotation, very negative connotation, and even those who believe in the principle of democracy, as if, you know, like, yeah, there's this thing, you know, that's coming to us from ancient Greece and all that stuff, where people used to elect things. Yeah, it's very, to them, it's kind of, it lives somewhere in the cloud. It's not a real thing. It probably exists somewhere, but not in their mind, and a lot of them probably will never accept that essentially, you know, in any immediate future. That's why they tend to gravitate to kind of authoritarian leadership style, because Putin promises them that he's going to make it fair, right? And a lot of them buy into it. You know, those who buy into it, they just probably feel they don't have any other choice essentially, right? Because there's really a mechanism that is, you know, present. But what it allows Putin to do, and Russian government over so many years now, is to continue, you know, make the West look evil, right, and blame the West for all of those, you know, bad things that happened to the Russians under the slogan of democracy, essentially, right? That's why a lot of Russians, they really don't like the idea of the West. They really think that it does represent something that is really bad, because that's what they experience. At least those, you know, who were adults in the, you know, when the Soviet Union was falling apart and had to kind of experience some of those hardships. Now, people in the West will never really understand that, I think, right? If they never went through that, they will a lot of times miss that particular point and really not appreciate the fact that it could be presented or thought of as something that's bad, right? Because that's how it was used. But because Russians did miss that opportunity to evolve into democratic society, that's going to echo way into the future as well. I think of how their state is going to go through these probably very painful transitions once this war is over and Ukraine's going to be able to return those territories and everything else. It's really difficult to kind of picture it right now because just so many factors in play. But ultimately, Russia has lost. They really don't have anything that they can, present as a solution at this point, right? They really desperately trying to claim to the fact. Sorry, I'm kind of weaving off in different directions, but I'm almost finished. I just want to put a little fine point on it. Is they think that if they took the territory, they're going to be able to hold it. They're like, they basically, like you bite an apple and say like, oh, it's my apple, and you put it back in the basket, and then you do that to everybody. It doesn't work like that, right? Just because you took the territory today doesn't mean Ukrainians will not take it back tomorrow, or the next year, or year after that, or way later. It's Ukrainian land that will take it back, and you cannot sustain this. They're trying to legitimize that kind of stuff, but it just doesn't work for them. And so there's really no hope and no future for them. But I think that's as far as democracy and the messaging and all that stuff of how they able to manipulate those things. It's a lot of it has a lot of historical context, and they pretty effectively use that to message their own people and message the West, and that's what gives them a lot of kind of opportunity to maneuver in that messaging as well. Thanks.
Sure. I mean, this is part of quite a carefully crafted message by the Putin regime, right? It's the equivocating definition of the word democracy, right? It's only democracy when we do it, right? It's only liberation when we do it. It's only decolonized. It's never imperialism when we do it. So there's that kind of strategic equivocation that they do, and that's quite bound up with the Mott and Bailey thing that I described earlier on. It's quite common as a rhetorical tactic, and it's a very annoying one, a very logically invalid one, but a very difficult one to deal with nevertheless. I think when it comes to the word democracy, as you say, there is baggage in that word that's quite specific to Russia. I'm reminded of the kind of sardonic joke about that is a part of Russian culture, where people say, well, Stalin took a nation of peasants and turned it into a global superpower in 20 years. Yeltsin seems determined to do the opposite, right? So and that's democracy, right? In the Putin lexicon, that's democracy, and it's evocative of the chaos of the 1990s and the real kind of robber baron state that existed under Yeltsin. Of course, the state that exists under Putin is really no different, but the messaging is very different. And it's something you hear very commonly from Russians, because this is what they've been propagandized to believe, is that Putin sorted out the oligarchs, right? The oligarchs were out of hand under Yeltsin. Putin brought them to heel. Of course, this isn't really true. The way the court works is fundamentally the same. If you've got the political power to rob the country of an entire industry, you do it, right? It's no different under Putin than it was under Yeltsin. But the messaging is different. And yeah, I agree. They've kind of muddied that word, but at the same time, they have their own definition of it, which they can also use in a positive sense. So yeah, it's that strategic equivocation thing again. Thank you very much, Ukraine War Update. Very interesting remarks. Peter S., you've got your hand up, my friend.
Yeah, I had to drop down for about 15-20 minutes there. Yeah, I think if you're looking at democracy, you have to look at freedom, because the two things go together, because it's actually freedom of the individual as part of a group. And then you question, what does the word freedom mean? And I read a fantastic what I thought was a fantastic description of what freedom is. And the statement was that the only person who is truly free is the person who is free of fear. And if you look at that, fear comes in many, many guises. So somebody can be totally independent and self-sufficient, and so they get a level of freedom which other people who are not so totally independent don't have, because they fear things and they fear their future and they fear this, that, and the other. And so they are very much restricted in their freedoms. Or you could be fearful of illness or disease, or you could be fearful of your job or the economy, or you could be fearful of people forcing their authority on top of you. And there we look at Russia, where you know that if you stand in the streets of Moscow and you say, down with Putin, down with the war, you're going to end up in prison for the next 7 to 10 years, which is a very severe thing for expressing your opinion. So Russia is all about control. Nothing else. It's not about individual freedoms. It's not about, and actually this is what authoritarians really fear, and what Putin fears more than anything else about Ukraine is Ukraine being an example on his doorstep of how freedom and democracy can work by making the individual wealthy, by improving the individual's ability to enjoy things which suppressed people cannot. And that people in Russia will say, we want some of that. People in Belarus will say, we want that, and it'll cause disruption in there, because authoritarians rely on the military, the police, to control the masses. If you know how much of Russia's GDP is going into this war at the moment, it's massive. That could be used to build hospitals, to increase benefits to people in Russia, pensions, all manner of things which would improve their life, but they are expendable, like the military, like the troops are expendable in the authoritarians' ambition to take Ukraine. So I think you cannot talk about democracy without the word freedom. And there is no freedom in Russia. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Peter. Yeah, there are a number of different pithy quotations about freedom. I think yours is interesting. Is the most important freedom is the freedom from fear. Orwell, of course, said that freedom, if it means anything, means the right to tell people what they don't want to hear. And your remark, and I thought you were going to use this one, because this is one of my favorite quotations. It's from The Demon Headmaster, Gillian Cross, her series of books from the 1990s. And the motto of the student resistance organization SPLAT was oh God, what was it exactly? It was, the man who can keep order can rule the world, but only the man who can tolerate disorder is totally free. So it's kind of an interesting, freedom. You're only really free if you can, if you're able to operate in an environment where there is disorder. And of course, in the context of the book, this made the demon headmaster essentially a slave to his own will to hegemony. Which I think was interesting, but I think it's probably possible to overanalyze the demon headmaster. But yeah, and then we come down to is freedom a freedom to, or is it a freedom from, or is it a bit of both? You seem to think it's a freedom from, which I'm certainly sure there are arguments for. But then the freedom from fear surely has policy implications, right? Because say you are in poor health, and you live in a country where access to healthcare is a question of resources, right? Are you free from fear, right? Because you don't want to die, you fear death, you fear you fear not being able to afford treatment for whatever it is you have. So are you free in that situation? And of course, that has implications. That has quite strong implications for policy, because this comes back to what I said earlier about the kind of social democratic definition of democracy. We don't have, rather the democratic socialist definition of democracy. We don't really have democracy because our workplaces are dictatorships, and your workplace is the thing that's probably going to have the profoundest impact on your life. So it's a very complicated issue, right? Personally, I'm of the belief that if we talk about freedom and if we talk about rights, if those freedoms and those rights cost somebody else money, they probably don't belong in the same box. I mean, we're not. It's not that those are necessarily bad things to aim for, or even bad policy decisions, but I don't think they fit the definition because they are dependent on somebody else doing something rather than somebody else not doing something. Does that make sense, Peter?
Yeah, and there's another saying, I think, which is one man's freedom is another man's loss of freedom. And that there is, I mean, there are loads of ways of looking at it, but I think you just have to look at the general brush, which is people in a democracy are allowed to give their opinion and to to have people who are truly elected, not unlike in Russia, and who have a voice, unlike in Russia. And I mean, the Russians are controlled. I mean, this is and authoritarians rely on that control, because without that control, they don't exist. Without the military to enforce their doctrines, etc., they don't exist. Without the police, they don't exist. So if you took the military and the police away, the authoritarians don't have any authority, and they rule as they do in Belarus and in China with the big stick, and through fear, I'm afraid. So I mean, there you have a good example of how people are ruled by fear, and they're ruled by fear with where they work. I mean, now we have, you do this work or you lose your income. And it is all about control, or varying degrees of control. And kind of, and then selling things to people, like in America. I remember his big thing was make America great again, as if America wasn't great. And if you voted for him, you're going to have a great America. And it is, it is very much like the propaganda which goes on in Russia, which is to sell the herd instinct. And I won't go into that, but it is a very, very powerful instinct, and it is behind all the xenophobia and hatred of foreigners, and support for keeping the herd alive. And Putin's used that massively. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you very much, Peter. Lexicon, you're up.
Yes, I am up, but only rather recently, so I'm not entirely sure what direction you were going. But I just wanted to say that we've been reading in the book club Timothy Snyder's Road to Unfreedom. So I thought it was rather germane. And Road to Unfreedom, Russia, America, Europe, it's subtitled. And in the case of Russia, well, Plochy notes that he says specifically, Sergei Plochy, the Ukrainian historian, says that in the 1990s, when they were sort of playing at working something out, and there was maybe some hope of going, of being and going in a democratic direction, that was over by 1993 when Yeltsin turned the tanks on the parliament. And he doesn't see any democracy in Russia since then. Of course, what Putin did was organize the oligarchs so that the ones that coughed up the 50% of the profits to him could stay and the rest couldn't. And he whittled them down. But as we've pointed out in some of these readings, can't remember which he did, but I think you guys have, were talking about it even yesterday. He did make some courts. He sort of uh, fixed up some courts that dealt with rather minor issues, like maybe like a small claims courts, but courts that enabled the population to have a bit of redress. However, if anybody's seen the Russian film Leviathan, that is precisely about the situation of a person who actually tries to take the state, just in the form of the local municipality, to court. I think it takes place up in Archangel and Angelia, on the big Russian city on the Arctic Ocean. But anyway, this to say that Timothy Freedom talks about how in the 90s, at least after 93, maybe earlier anyway, he don't know about Soviets, but the post-Soviets in Russia began to talk about what they called sovereign democracy, and that brings together two words you were all speaking about, and managed democracy, even a more familiar one. And what Snyder says is that when people start using adjectives or positive nouns to describe their democracy, that's when you start to, that's something you can worry about, because and so we can look at other examples. People's democracy are the ones that you were citing, Tim. So when you start, so at modified democracy, we pretty well could be afraid is not democracy at all, and it's somebody's excuse who wants to use the term, has some reason that he wants to throw a sop to the people. But anyway, it's just a sign of risk. But I should have said, I should have put in a plug then for the book club. So yeah, we're reading the book club is on MriyaReport here on Friday nights. It's 8 o'clock Eastern time, so pretty late for Europe. And the book is The Road to Unfreedom, Timothy Snyder. And my God, the man wrote this in 2018, but and it's absolutely present. I mean, you would just swear somehow he already knew that Putin would launch a massive invasion. You just have to keep remembering that no, the first invasion had happened, and he really saw clearly where others didn't, but the second hadn't yet happened. So it's a great book. It's available in a very affordable paperback edition, and yeah, really good discussion. We've done about 2 chapters only, so there's lots of time left to a few weeks left to get through it. So it's a great discussion there.
Thank you very much, Lexicon. I noticed you made a little slip there and referred to Timothy Snyder as Timothy Freedom. which I don't know. I think is probably a nom de guerre he'd rather have used.
Yeah, pretty good. They're talking about fear at the same time. I think it's true that rulers who have fear probably have it because there's unfreedom in their states. But yesterday, however, there is an interesting clip that has started going around from a Ukrainian soldier, and he talks about fear in a different way. That, of course, the soldier in the invaded land talks about, yes, we do have fear. Everybody has fear. Bravery is not the lack of fear, it's overcoming your fear. So he's talking about courage and bravery. And so I think we could also say that fear in that situation is, of course, as it often is anywhere, a wise response. But what the Ukrainian armed forces are doing and the Ukrainian people is overcoming their fear in acts of tremendous courage every day, every hour. So it's another interesting look, but that's a pretty lovely clip you could probably find by searching fear or courage, bravery.
Thank you very much, Lexicon. Piras, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to say to Lexicon that maybe the Ukrainians' fear of reverting back to Russia and the controls there is a bigger fear than facing up and fighting for their freedom as a country. And also that they probably realize that any peace deal that Putin made would not last 2 minutes. And that the genocide and trying to remove them would continue, you know. And just to add one last thing is that Tim, that I did mention that like one man's freedom is the loss of another man's freedom, and that there is an element of truth there, and that's why we have laws to protect, you know, the weaker people, if you like, from people abusing those freedoms that they might have in a democracy. So we have laws that you have to abide by, and you have international laws which you have to abide by, which are to protect in a way from abuse of those freedoms by various governments. But anyway, thanks.
Thank you very much, Peter. Interesting word as always. Okay, so we've had a wee look at Zakharova. I thought that was scintillating. We've had an interesting discussion about freedom. For those of you who are just joining us, we are the Maria Report. We are a 24/7 information space dedicated to supporting Ukraine and the wider causes of freedom, which we've just discussed in fascinating philosophical detail, and democracy worldwide. So we are staffed by a core team of volunteers from around the globe. We come from a variety of countries, a variety of backgrounds, a variety of political traditions. What unites us is our support for Ukraine. We've been broadcasting 24/7 since the day before the Russian escalation of 2022. Now, the Maria Report is a charity. We are incorporated as a 501c3 in the United States. This means you can donate to us. Why on earth would you want to do that? I hear you ask. Well, we support a number of causes, both in Ukraine and related to Ukraine, with both money and practical support where possible. We've just finished a highly successful fundraiser for the Feeding Orphans Foundation, which is a Ukrainian charity that helps, among other things, is engaged in trying to bring back the kidnapped children of Ukraine from Russia. So that fundraiser ran for a mere 2 weeks, a mere fortnight, and raised $34,000, nearly $35,000, in fact, for that cause. So an absolutely amazing, I don't want to say performance because that's really the wrong word. But an amazing, I'm just going to go with performance. An amazing performance by our listeners and donors. So you're so very generous. We would be nothing without you. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts for that. At the moment, we are raising money for our friend Scruff, who is an electronic warfare specialist. He is an EW drone operator in the Ukrainian army, and we are currently, his unit are currently in need of thermal imaging drones, signal boosters, night vision goggles, ear protection, and FPV drone parts. So for the next, I think it's the next 2 weeks. We're a week into the fundraiser, so I think it's the next 2 weeks. Our donations, your donations to the Maria Report, will be forwarded to Scruff to assist in tooling up his unit to fight the good fight against Russian genocidal aggression. So go to our website, MriyaReport.org, chuck us a one-off donation, or even set up a regular donation, and we will ensure through our regulated 501c3 status that your donation gets to where it is needed the most. So, Mockers, who have we got on the guest cards today? I see we do have this evening. We have this evening Jonathan Fink, who is going to be having a chat, presumably with Axel. Axel's usually on in the late evenings, right?
Yeah, expected. Yeah.
So Jonathan.
Oh, go on.
Jonathan Fink will be joining at 1900 London hours, 1900 hours London time. That's 2100 Kiev, 11 a.m. Pacific, 1400 Eastern. So if Berlin, Paris is 8 p.m. this evening. He is a disinformation specialist, and he runs the account Silicon Curtain, which I believe is also a podcast, isn't it? Yes, he runs the Silicon Curtain podcast around propaganda narratives, disinformation, hybrid warfare, conspiracy theories, digital resilience, and media literacy. So tune in. He's a regular guest of ours. As you know, Axel is a fascinating and engaging interviewer. So drop in this evening and have a listen to Jonathan Fink. Who else have we got, Marcus?
Who else? What? Who? Pardon?
Upcoming guests.
Upcoming guests. I'm being told that we have an upcoming guest on Friday, but it hasn't been officially announced yet. So I can't tell you. Is the answer to that?
Fair enough. Well, I will not be here on Friday, so I will miss our weekly with Pekka Kaljuniemi, the Vatnik suit man, which I'm bitterly disappointed about. But unfortunately, I am in sunny Poland, which isn't so sunny.
Yeah, maybe not so sunny right at the moment. Well, I hope you have no problems on the border. Now then, I have a little something here which I wanted to talk about with you. So, Russia, well, Zelensky stated yesterday that they had defeated Russia in the Black Sea. And somebody decided to have a little look at what Russian Navy doing. So let's have a look at what Russia's Navy is doing. Now, they do appear to have tried to get as far away as possible from occupied Crimea, in some cases over 500 kilometers away. And this is what Ukraine has achieved with, you know, an amount of Western weapons, but also a great deal of ingenuity. Now, with Russia's Black Sea Fleet being affected by Ukrainian attacks and increasingly driven from occupied Crimea, Russia's reduced to building a naval port, not in Russia, but way over in Georgia for some reason. Now, Russia only has one port in the Black Sea at Novorossiysk, but it is considered quite close to Crimea, and there is no other harbour of note in the Black Sea. So Russia is being forced to use one over 500 kilometers away in Ochamchiri. I'm going with that. But it's currently a very small harbour, which would need to be massively enlarged to hold and sustain any sort of naval capacity. I'm told it's a tiny port with no major fuel tanks. So do you think that's going to be up and running very quickly, Tim?
I don't think so. Sounds unlikely, doesn't it? Although they do have another port in the Black Sea. Of course, they have Sochi, but that isn't that even further away.
Probably, yeah. I don't know. My brain's doing map calculations. Possibly, yeah. Also, I mean, you know, do they really want their armed forces navy to be in Sochi? I mean, it's a nice place, a resort, isn't it? It would sully the landscape, surely.
It's one of those strange places where it's not only a port, but you can also go skiing. There can't be many places like that.
Well, nature is weird in Russia. Ioana, welcome up.
Yes, thank you, Mokar. So, Ochamchiri, that is nice. I remember that the first talk about Ochamchiri started like maybe more than 1 month ago when after the attack on Sevastopol, when the one ship and one submarine were practically destroyed, and the Russians decided to move a part of the fleet to other ports, to Novorossiysk basically, or maybe to the Sea of Azov. And Peskov was asked about this, and he said it's not Peskov being the spokesperson of Kremlin, of course, and he said that's not my business. You should ask the Navy. But in the same answer, he said, yeah, we will develop a new military base in Abkhazia. He didn't specify Ochamchiri. That was specified later, and it was announced by TASS, if I remember well. So I went to look on the map to see what is there in Ochamchiri, and there is really a very small port. It's not looking very good. There was a coal loading facility there. It's really kind of not very modern. I would say quite historic. Not many equipments, not many docks, no dry dock, so it doesn't look really nice. So yeah, they say that they want to build a new naval base there. I don't know, 2 decades, maybe 3, probably 5 decades, in order to reach to the level of a port like Sevastopol is. But basically, what is this saying about the Russians? Because the Russians, because they cannot use a port in an occupied territory, Sevastopol being in occupied Crimea, they want to build another military base in another occupied territory, because Abkhazia, of course, it's a between quotes separatist territory in Georgia. So they are not trying to build their port in Novorossiysk, or they are not trying to develop the port of Taman, for example, or another port at the Black Sea, because they do have some. They want, again, a port in an occupied territory. So I just wanted to point this out. I think it is significant, because the Russians had all the opportunity to develop the port of Novorossiysk in the last 3 decades, but they didn't, because they had Sevastopol, and they didn't invest in it, and they left it like this. And yeah, you know, the, how do you call it, usufructus, when you use a thing for your own benefit. So they wanted to do this again, of course, this time in Georgia.
Well, they have lofty goals if they want to transform that into a big naval port. So good luck to them. Let's see if they build it all, eh?
Do we think this says anything about their confidence that they'll be hanging on to Sevastopol?
Well, it does kind of give a hint that they might be considering that no longer a viable situation, especially since Ukrainians have managed to hit them right in the port, as it were.
Right
Nigger.
up the port indeed. Chortle, chortle, giggity.
So, Ioana, can I pick on you? Oh, I'll let Bull Terrier go first, though. Give you a moment of reprieve. You know what I'm going to ask you anyway.
No, it's fine. Carry on with that conversation.
I just wanted to ask if we'd had a shipping update recently.
Yes, we do, but I'm not in front of my computer today, right now. So I have 3 ships inbound for today and a number of, just let me count, 8 outbound, but one of them maybe just changed port from Chornomorsk to Odessa. I'm not sure about it because they are moving in that area and we are not always sure. So it's either 7 or 8 outbound. And yesterday we had also very good numbers. I think almost, I think 12 ships outbound and inbound, sorry, and 8 outbound. So it's going well. I know that I counted, and the total combined capacity of inbound ships is about 10 million tons, which is amazing. And only the ships that departed already, so the outbound capacity is closing into 9 million tons, which for 3 months, because in a few days we will have 3 months from 16 September, the first day when the ships went into Ukrainian ports after the termination of the grain deal. So for 3 months, it goes to an average of about 3 million per month. And this is about the average of the grain deal. So this is amazing. And also we have to note that for the first month or so, the transit through the corridor was not very intense. It picked up very much later on, last half of October and since then. So maybe the average for the last 2 months it's even better. Just as you know, we went over 300 inbound ships. 300 inbound ships. I repeat, 300, and more than 250 outbound, probably around 256 or something like this. So yeah, it's working well. And as I said, for example, for the first 13 days of December, the number of ships already surpasses the number of ships in October, for example. So yeah, I'm not in front of my computer right now, but that's what I can say like this.
Thank you. That was surprisingly comprehensive, considering you're not sat in front of the information. So thank you very much. Bull Terrier, go ahead.
Yeah, hi Tim and Rockers. Thanks for all your hard work. Thank you, Ioana, for that update. I just have a question about the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. So there was a Newsweek report on October the 27th that said that Mike Johnson's campaign contributions came from a company tied to Russia, that a group of Russian nationals were able to donate to Mike Johnson's campaign in 2018 by funneling the money through a US company. I won't go through the whole report. But my question is, like, I haven't seen anything since. So I think if this was like a UK politician, there would have been some, you know, follow up to this, and we would have heard something else in the news. I don't know. I can't find anything. Has anybody seen if there was any
there was an investigation
fallout
at
or
the
anything?
time.
I'm
I
sorry,
believe there
Marcus.
was an investigation at the time, Bull Terrier.
Yeah.
So it may be that it's quite old. And that's why you can't find anything about it. So yeah, I believe it was investigated at the time, and it was found that the person receiving the money was not necessarily aware that it was coming from a Russian source. It couldn't be, you know, it couldn't be found that they had any knowledge of where the money was coming from. So that was case closed, basically.
Oh, right. Okay. Thank you for that.
I mean, the fact that it was funneled through several people and then through an American company, you know, they're not necessarily going to have been aware that that originally started as a Russian source. I suppose. Now then, I have a little story from the early part of the war. And this is actually, it's a lesser known tale, shall we say. And this is something that I never knew. So I'm going to say probably a lot of us didn't know. So this is the story of how a bunch of Ukrainian digital professionals launched a huge information campaign in February and March 2022 to penetrate the Russian propaganda and reach the ordinary Russians. And it's time that people should know this story and learn from it. So some background. As Russian troops crossed the Ukrainian border on the 24th of February, a Russian official position was to deny everything. Russian TV said there was no war, hence the use of special military operation, or they even claimed that Ukraine was bombing itself. A type of iron curtain fell. As Ukrainians were evacuating their cities and taking up arms, they had a hopeful and naive idea that Russian society could and would stop the war. It just needed to know what was happening, to know that their sons were needlessly being killed in Ukraine. Also, the reaction from the West was very disappointing in the first few weeks. Top European politicians refused to act against Russia and preferred to strongly condemn in speeches instead. That is why, for Ukrainians, the first intuitive step was to reach out to the Russians themselves. And this is how the whole anti-propaganda campaign started, because Ukrainians thought that they could flood the streets with Russians against the war and topple the regime, at least for the sake of their soldiers' lives. Let's see how that turned out, eh? So, what did Ukrainians do exactly? They did what they're already very good at. They self-organized. Thousands of tech specialists, designers, marketers, copywriters from top Ukrainian companies organized themselves across professional communities and started working together to try and break the Russian propaganda and tell ordinary Russians truth about the war. I was one of them. We did so much in these wild first weeks. We launched multiple information websites before Russia state blocked them. We created banner ads on Russian social media that told the truth about the war. We bought advertisements online and targeted them at Russians on all possible platforms. We are not amateurs. Somehow, under bombs, we managed to meet every couple of days to share insights, see which messages and facts about the war work best. We looked at data, views, comments, average time before getting blocked, etc. And we brainstorm our future steps. I've no idea how much of my personal money and savings and crowdfunded money was put into these online campaigns. It's safe to say it may have been tens of thousands of dollars. At the time, we didn't care about the money. We really thought that this would help us stop the invasion. The movement of us was so huge, thousands more ordinary Ukrainians tuned in, telling about the war in reviews on Russian Google Maps, helping to put down Russian state websites and more. It was a big part of an all-Ukrainian resistance. And we did reach ordinary Russians. Our ads and websites were seen by tens of millions of Russians. In fact, here's a screenshot of a Russian complaining that their social media feed is filled with photographs of dead Russian soldiers. Yes, that was one of our attention-grabbing ads. So after the breaking of the wall of the Russian propaganda and reaching tens of millions of ordinary Russians with the truth, what did we hear? Not a thing. Silence. After a few impotent protests in the big cities, Russians decided to give a collective shrug and decide to do nothing. This was a massive moment of disillusionment for so many of the Ukrainians. The moment we realised that ordinary Russians were not hostages, not bystanders. They were actually part of the responsibility for the war. They allowed it. Ordinary Russians turned against us. This was the last time we tried to talk to the ordinary Russians. We decided to continue boycott everything and everyone Russian after that. Instead, we focused on helping our armed forces, talking to partners in the West, imperfect but true allies. As I was learning more about Russian colonialism, and I'm eternally grateful to people who gave me more information on that, it became crystal clear to me why the ordinary Russians were not moved by our anti-propaganda campaign. Invasion and genocide are the basis of the Russian statehood. Russians don't want the war to affect them personally and financially, but they support it. It is war that makes Russia great in their poisoned by imperialism minds. The fact that Russia is able to wage a war of this scale for 2 years is entirely thanks to the ordinary Russians. When months later, Navalny said that his organization needed Western money to help the ordinary Russians know the truth about the war, I had to laugh. Russians are perfectly aware of what their army is doing in Ukraine, and they seem to like it. I just wish the democratic world came to this same realization. If our partners stop allowing Russia to abuse the international institutions, give Ukraine everything it's asking for, and took the sanctions against Russia seriously, the war would have been over by now. Instead, there is platforming of Russian propagandists and genocide apologists. Instead, they falsely believe that appeasing Russia once more would bring peace this time. It would certainly only bring a next world war closer. There's no comfortable shortcuts. There's no path to peace through negotiation. There's no appealing to the Russians. The only path to real peace is through Ukraine's victory and Russia's defeat. We need to double down on sanctions, and we need to provide further arms. Everything else, like talking to the ordinary Russians, is just a distraction. Fini.
I think it ended on a wise note, don't you? Everything else
Yeah,
is just a distraction.
absolutely. And yeah, I will repost this now for anybody who wants to see it. There we go. So this is by a chap called Stas Olenchenko, and he is one of the people who really tried to appeal to Russians at the beginning of the war and found it, unfortunately, completely useless. And yeah, so I think we need to learn this lesson. Now, Tim, I stuffed the nest with all sorts of stuff. I can't see it though, because, you know, blindness. So if there's anything up there that you find interesting, feel free. I believe further NASAMs are on the way from Norway. I remember that one, I think.
Ah, splendid. I was about to talk about what Brussels doing. Should we talk about what Brussels doing?
Oh, sure, go for it.
Now, for those of you who don't know, Brussels is a city in Belgium, but you know, it has plus points. Actually, it doesn't. It's a dreadful place. But anyway, it's a city in Belgium, and it is headquarters to a lot of European stuff, specifically the European Commission and other appendages of the European Union. Now, Vladimir Zelensky's chief of staff has been, Mr. Andriy Yermak, has been heaping pressure upon the European Union to open the accession talks at a crucial summit this week. Now, the summit opens tomorrow, It's going to go through Thursday and Friday, and it is a meeting of the European Council, which is basically it's a standing committee of all 27 heads of government and state of the European Union. So it's the bit that decides the overall policy of the EU, and part of the things it is responsible for deciding is who gets to join the club and who does not. And on the agenda this week is the accession of Ukraine, and I think Moldova as well. Mockers, am I correct? They're doing Moldova too this week.
Yes, I think so. There was also a call from the European Council, who, although they don't have, sway as such, they have encouraged Georgia to be included as well.
You mean the Council of Europe?
Maybe.
Yes, there's two different things. There's the
Oh.
European Council, the Council of Europe. There's also the Council of the European Union. All of them have the same flag and basically the same logo. And we're supposed to be able to tell the difference. It's almost like it's deliberately designed to be confusing and disengaging. It's like the Kremlin designed it. I'm kidding. Now, yeah, so the Council of Europe is a human rights organization that's responsible for the European Court of Human Rights. It also has an interparliamentary forum thingy. The European Council is a kind of it's a kind of strategic legislature for the European Union, made up of the 27 heads of government and state of the European Union member states. That's the thing that's meeting tomorrow and Friday. There's also the Council of the European Union, also known as the Council of Ministers, which is an advisory body to the EU, made up of 27 ministers for the particular thing that's being discussed, one from each member state. So if the issue is agriculture, then the Council of the European Union, or the Council of Ministers, will take the form of the agriculture ministers from each of the 27 member states, and they will talk about farming stuff. So there's a Council of the European Union committee for every single issue. So if it's common security and defense policy, then it'll be either the foreign secretaries or it'll be the defense ministers of all 27. If it's external action, then it'll be the foreign ministers of all 27, etc., etc., etc. So I've not heard anything from the Council of Europe. It seems like, I don't know, is it an odd thing for them to opine on what the European Union should and shouldn't do? I don't know. If only we had Nick about, because Nick used to work for the Council of Europe.
Yeah, I think they're just sort of lending their voice to the fact that they feel Georgia that might be worth also speaking to, and I think Georgia very recently, although they have quite a pro-Russian government, the people seem to be very pro-European.
Interesting. Okie dokie. So they are meeting tomorrow, and I think they're discussing. I think it's definitely Ukraine, possibly Moldova, probably not Georgia, but definitely Ukraine. Now, for this decision to pass, so for Ukraine to get formal candidate status, there needs to be unanimity in the council. So every single member state has to vote yes. Now, Viktor Orban has indicated that he will vote no. So it's going to be an interesting one to watch. We've had mixed messaging for this. Now, the messaging coming from Brussels is that Viktor Orban's position is basically intractable and he's going to vote no, he's going to veto this, and there's nothing we can really do about it. We've already tried everything. We've even sent Emmanuel Macron and his mother, no, not her, over to Budapest to try and get Orban to play ball. But according to the Brussels blob, he's not going to. However, according to the Budapest blob, he might. and this is a kind of negotiating tactic to see what he can get out of it. So remains to be seen. Mockers, you've got your hand up.
Yes, I've got a bit to add to this. So Cyprus was admitted to the EU in 2004, despite being in a state of war with Turkey. And that was considered an invading power that was occupying part of its territory. And the Federal Republic of Germany was admitted to NATO in 1955, 35 years before the reunification of the East and the withdrawal of Russian occupying forces. So, seems a bit strange that there's issues with Ukraine.
Well, I mean, the UK and Ireland, for example. So when the UK and the Republic of Ireland joined what was then the common market, it was the position of the government of the Republic of Ireland that the UK was occupying part of its territory, right? So this is really nothing new. And both those countries managed to join and just kind of quietly forget about that slightly embarrassing thing that we didn't want to talk about in that context. So, and nobody in the common market really seemed to care, right? So, oh yeah, I totally agree, and it's well worth mentioning, Mockers. Thank you. That the precedent is very, very well set. So if the excuse he's going to use is, well, bits of it are occupied by Russia, then no dice, I'm afraid, Mr. Orban.
Yes, and to note that I think it's Slovakia have come out with a statement saying that they don't believe that Ukraine is ready yet to join the EU, but they probably won't vote against it. So that seems kind of positive there.
Sorry, who was this? I missed that.
Slovakia.
Slovakia. Okay. Yeah. All right. But again, I think it's excuse me. Yeah. I mean, Slovakia is probably one that they're keeping in their back pocket, right? Because the thing about the way the council works is that it's very, very politically costly to veto something, right? You can veto something. There's nothing anybody can do about you vetoing something, but it does really, really piss everyone off, especially if if it's something that absolutely everybody else basically agrees on, right? And you're the one holdout saying no, 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 then that costs you an awful lot of political goodwill with the partners in the European Union. And this, and when it comes to, because the way it works is it's kind of back scratching, right? Because the countries of the European Union have very often have very disparate interests, right? They have radically different economies a lot of the time, similar stages of development, but generally different things are economically and politically important to them. So, for example, Germany doesn't care about olive oil, right? Spain cares an enormous amount about olive oil. Spain doesn't care about, I don't know, cars too much, car manufacturing too much. Spain does make cars, but doesn't really care about car manufacturing all that much. Germany cares an enormous amount about car manufacturing. So the way it works is if there's an external negotiation where you have to reach a common position on something, the Spaniards will go around everybody and say, hey, this concerns olive oil. We really care about olive oil. If you support our position on this in the mandate we give to the Commission, then when it comes to the thing that you care about, we will support you. Right? So it's a kind of quid pro quo. Everybody gets a considerable amount of what they want, but nobody ever gets nobody ever gets everything they want. So it's kind of that. Now, if you go chucking your veto around, especially on something as fundamental as accepting a new member or not accepting a new member, then when it comes to the next thing you care about, all of a sudden you're going to find yourself very isolated with no friends, because everybody has noticed that you upset the apple cart, and they will take a very long time to forgive you. You know, it takes you a long time to earn that goodwill back if you wield your veto. So if your aim is to disrupt the business of the European Union, or particularly to prevent Ukraine from joining it, there's no point in burning the goodwill of two of the countries that you get along well with, when you only need the veto of one, right? So there's no need to have both Slovakia and Hungary annoy everybody by vetoing Ukraine's accession, when next time around, you know, when something else comes up that is very, very important to the Kremlin, then they can just fire Slovakia instead of Hungary, right? So they've got an extra card in their pocket there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does actually. That's quite depressing. Thanks.
So we can look forward to them royally stuffing up the next thing that requires unanimity as well, using their creatures in Bratislava. I see we have a Peace for Ukraine coming up. Let's give him a few seconds. Or her. I can't actually remember which sex Peace for Ukraine is. Peace for Ukraine, you've got your hand up.
It's a lady. Go ahead.
That's a lady.
Hello. Good afternoon. How are you guys?
Splendid, thank you.
So first things first, Slava Ukraini.
Hello, I'm Slava.
Thank you. Long time I've not been up, but quite often a bit in the background, sometimes exchanging a few messages and sharing bits and pieces of information. Not much, because I'm sure your DMs are exploding every day, all day. But just wanted to bring a small piece of clarification as far as the council is concerned. So the European Council, as Tim and Marcus were explaining, they are due to meet tomorrow. So in this case, the EUCO, which is all heads of states, which are due to meet tomorrow and on Friday to decide on a number of things on the agenda. There is the accessions, the confirmations for accessions negotiation, initialized accession negotiations for so Ukraine and Moldova, and to grant candidate state to Georgia. So that's part of it. The other part will be the financial mechanism of 50 billion for Ukraine, which will then will create this facility for the years to come. I think it covers 3 years. So it will be 24, 25, and 26, if I'm not mistaken. And then there will also be discussions on Middle East, and there's a fourth topic that it doesn't come to my mind, but it's fine. What happened, the council recommendation for Georgia came from yesterday, the GAC, which is the group, the group of affairs, which is basically a meeting, a council, the European Council meeting of all ministers for EU from each country. So they met yesterday. They issued a report confirming that they approve the recommendations made by the European Commission. And what happened today, but carries no, let's say, no weight, but there was a vote in the European Parliament calling the European Council to approve the negotiating accessions to EU by Ukraine. What I also noticed, and if you allow me just 1 or 2 minutes more, Charles Michel, the president of the European Council, issued his, let's say, formal invitation letter to the members of the European Council, and I will just read the first two paragraphs because I think they are quite important and they highlight the weight that is being put on the European members to approve this accession talks for Ukraine. So he started, dear colleagues, 24 February 2022 marked a turning point in Europe's history. Since the outbreak of war on our continent, we have taken a number of unprecedented decisions in support of Ukraine and to strengthen in parallel Europe's sovereignty. 21 months on, we are faced once again with the need to take bold decisions. They require our collective strength and determination and the audacity to make the right choices. We need to live up to our commitments on Ukraine and continue to be a reliable and strong partner. We must provide Ukraine with continued and sustainable political, financial, and military support, and, in particular, come to an agreement on providing 50 billion euros for its long-term stability. We also have to agree to open accession negotiations with Ukraine, thereby giving it a necessary signal and bringing it yet closer to our European family. So I think this and the quite different message that I've seen from different foreign ministers, the fact that Zelensky today is meeting with Nordic partners, and they have issued very strong statements, as well as the Baltics, very strong statements, which are all very commendable, both by Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs. There was also on the sidelines and in the days during this week and also last week, different meetings and visits from members of Ukrainian government in different countries or different meetings that were highlighting. And if we sort of follow the trail, we can see that I would say between 90 and 95%, except the black sheep, such as Hungary, they are causing problems to this accession. Otherwise, all countries have come across as highly supportive and confirming that it is their intent to vote yes for Ukraine's kickoff of accession negotiations. I do hope, but I'm not as hopeful as I was before, because Orban, of course, is behaving, in part of my French, as an asshole. What I noticed, though, is just, I think today there was a doubt about Slovakia, but Slovakia came out today. There was a messaging that they would not oppose for Ukraine initializing its negotiation accession. So this is just a negotiation. It doesn't mean that if tomorrow the council, let's say, approves, it means that it's just another tick in the box to start the next step of the process. And these negotiations, and then of course there will be negotiations, there will be recommendations. Ukraine will have to change different things into their law, as they have done so far, and there will be different adaptations also. Their economy will need to reach a certain level before they have effectively become 100% a member state. So this is just to kick off the next phase of the process. It's not the final step, it's another step closer to the final step, but it's an important one. It means that let's say the 7 recommendations that the European Commission in their report early in the year has given, there have been reached a certain step, and then we have further ones to continue. And I will just end with this. a reason that has given me more hope than I was having in the past weeks was Poland, with Donald Tusk's message and also the foreign ministry. I just absolutely love. I think this is the kind of people and the kind of member states that we need, that keep their strong individual country identity, but understand perfectly that their country is stronger because Europe is stronger, and Europe will make their own country stronger. So it needn't change from their own individual identity that then beneficiates the European Union, and that then can give back to their own country. So we all beneficiate from working together and from living together, and that's the goal. So that gives me a bit more hope, but I'll be watching for sure, like a hawk, what's happening tomorrow and after tomorrow. I hope we end up this week in a very positive and good note in that case. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. And thank you for clarifying those details for us. Voltaria, go ahead.
Yeah, hi there. I find it really interesting that Georgia is requesting candidate status of the EU. In the past, the Georgian government, I mean, not the people, but the Georgian government has been quite pro-Russian. There's been quite a lot of anti-Russian protests in Georgia in the last few years. But I can see that, you know, number one, Russians shooting Georgian citizens in Georgia over the border has, you know, pissed them off. And now the idea that the Russians are going to build a port in Abkhazia seems to have stimulated the Georgians to act and to move more towards the EU. So, yeah, I just wondered if you had any comments on that.
Well, I certainly know the Georgian people would prefer to move closer to the EU than to Russia. And I'm supposing that, well, like Hungary, for example, you know, there's an awful lot of Hungarian people who are very keen to support Ukraine, who are very pro-European. And unfortunately, their government is not. Sorry, I almost name-called there. And I think this is maybe the same sort of thing, that Russia wouldn't necessarily oppose it, would they? Because they could always find a way to use any allyship that they had. So perhaps, yeah, perhaps that is something that's possible as well. Voltaria?
Yeah, I mean, what I find interesting is that in the past, it's been, you know, the Georgian government that has been more pro-Russian, despite the resistance and protests of the Georgian people. But now it seems like the Georgian government is actually moving away from Russia.
Well, we can only hope, can't we? We can only hope that common sense prevails. Certainly, I'd want to get away from them. They're as toxic as possible. Peace for Ukraine?
It has not to do with the current conversation, but I just wanted, because I just saw it, additional good news from the current Nordic summit. Denmark's Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen said that she's going to present a Ukraine support package totaling 1 billion euros to Parliament, which include ammunition, tanks, and drones. Way to go, Denmark, just after way to go, Norway. There you go.
Absolutely, it's fabulous news. Thank you. I was literally sitting just looking at the information on this, actually. Yeah, so it does look as though that's very good news. Host connection issues, Tim. Host connection issues.
Oh no!
Panic. Anyway, yeah. So we had the earlier information from Norway that they will donate an additional NASAMS air defense to Ukraine, stating that some will be sent from our own warehouses to ensure fast delivery, while more will be ordered from the industry for delivery later. And Zelensky, together with the Norwegian Prime Minister, the Finnish President, the Icelandic Prime Minister, note I'm not repeating their names because they're a little bit difficult, the Danish Prime Minister, and the Swedish Prime Minister were all at today's summit. So there you go. Great development, I think. And yeah, on top of that, Denmark also stepping up. So beautiful, beautiful news. Peace for Ukraine, do you want to come back?
Oh, yes, I just wanted to, I forgot to mention before, also kudos for yesterday's Finland decision to double down the ammunition production in order to carry for their own interests, but also to keep helping Ukraine on the long run up to 2030 to ensure that adequate ammunition providing is done to Ukraine, which is far, far, far from what they need. We should all be like feeling and understand the danger that Russia is, to be honest, but we are also far, far from it. But I hope that the end of all this, and once Russia is thoroughly defeated and beaten and Ukraine is absolutely and soundly victorious, that we all understand the danger we incur and we keep things on track. But that's just my wishful thinking, and perhaps more on the medium long term. Thank you. And I'll just say goodbye because I will have a meeting soon. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for this wonderful space, for keeping the lights on, keep it running, for your dedication, hard work, and everything you do. This has been a very enriching, enlightening experience, very informative, and I thank you very much. I encourage everyone who comes here every day or every other day to share and retweet the space as much as you can. Tell a friend, tell your neighbors, tell your colleagues. And also, if you have a spare change, if you skip a coffee or two during the week, drop it on MriyaReport.org. There's currently an excellent fundraising that is being run for electronic equipment and for Scrubs unit. You have the first pinned tweet on the nest just above on your left side, which has a magnificent video from his unit. Do what you can, because this is the good fight, people. This is where it's at, and Ukraine needs us, and we are here to respond to it. We'll not let them down. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day. Take care.
Thank you very much. Peace for Ukraine. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Let us go to Arya, please. Arya, welcome up. Nice to see you.
Good morning, Tim and Mockers, or good evening to you, everybody else. So just some thoughts in regards to Georgia. My understanding is that the government has been walking a very fine tightrope in regards to not pissing Russia off for the last decade plus. They've been very afraid of recurrence of another Russian attack on them. And I think that the government has had the idea that if they keep things quiet enough and they appease Russia enough, that wouldn't happen. I think between the various things we have been seeing over the last couple of years, such as the building of the port, such as various actions along the border, the invasion of Ukraine, and posturing towards other countries, that the Georgian government does not feel that is any longer a safe option to do. And now they are trying to reverse the course as quickly as possible for fear that Putin decides to attack them and have a repeat, because they understand that there's no longer detente in the same way there previously was. So I don't necessarily think that previous governments and the current government was very pro-Russian in their actual beliefs, as much as we're a tiny country the size of a couple of your cities, and we don't want you to invade us. So, just my thoughts. I could very well be wrong. I am not an expert on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arya. Let us go to Fock Tyrants. Fock Tyrants, you're up.
Hello. Hello. I see the host hasn't paid their bills yet. I'm only joking. And Tim, when did you come on? Huh? I closed my eyes for 5 minutes, and then there you are.
It's a gift.
Yeah, so now I'm gonna have to ask you to repeat everything that I missed. I'm joking. So, yeah, Arya, I wouldn't worry about it. We are democracies. We have evolved from dictatorships. We are one step ahead of them, anyways. The thing that dictatorships don't realize is if they topple our democracies, what remains? The only thing remains is the default, which is dictatorships, right? So we can easily switch to a dictatorship in time of need, and we can fight them back. But the issue is we will lose a lot of people, a lot of freedoms and things like that. So democracies will always win because we always one step ahead of them.
Thank you, Fock Tyrants. Arya, did you want to come back?
Oh, I hope you're right, Flock Tyrant. I think that democracies can overcome dictatorships when national will and consciousness gets behind it, assuming there is either a similar parity or greater parity of resources. The issue I fear, especially in many Western countries today, is the apathy and the lack of unity and the amount of psyops and disinformation and pseudoscience and such that is getting through, and how that is affecting it. And assuming we are extremely disunited, I'm not sure if on the snap of a finger we can generate the same type of national fervor we were able to do during World War II. I pray I'm wrong, as with a great many things. And it's one of the reasons why, what everybody here does, and the retweets and talking to people in real life and the calls to the senators work, right? Because it's a little bit of kindling to the fire, keeping away the dark. And the hope is we can stop it before it gets to that point, and the world will wake up. But if they don't, as you said, I fear it's going to go to a much more totalitarian time in the West, and we are going to lose a lot of people and a lot of what we have worked so damn hard, and our ancestors have worked so damn hard over the last couple hundred years to gain. And I fear for that, and it's why what everybody does here is so important. On a slightly lighter note, there are only 3 conspiracy theories I believe in. The gnomes are real, the birds are fake, and the Miri co-hosts do not sleep. Those are the only 3 real conspiracy theories out there.
What is this sleep you speak of? I have no idea. Fock Tyrants, go ahead.
I'm disappointed it doesn't believe on flat Earth. Yeah, but yeah, just like you mentioned, mate, it will be difficult for us to switch to a totalitarian or like whatever dictatorship ways. But if it's necessary, we always have that option, right? If it's necessary, I'm pretty sure there's going to be one leader that is going to arise from the ashes and say, you know what, well, enough is enough. We have to do this. Everybody starts doing X or Y. So democracy is our first choice. So we fight with everything we got using democracy, and the natural order of things is regressing into totalitarian or dictatorship. So then they have to fight that kind of force. Does that make sense? If we haven't exhausted them with democracy level, then for sure we can beat them with the next level of it. So that's why they will never understand this, because they expand. Like, take a look at Russia. What's happening to Russia now? They're fighting one country, and they have depleted 70. Was it 78 or 87? 87% of their army is gone. The only thing they had going for them is they had a lot of ammunition from the previous wars, the World War One and Two, that they had a lot of leftovers in their depots, and half of it is working and half of it wasn't working. And that's the only thing that they're lucky that they had that kind of storage to store that much ammunition. And if you look at the statistics, Russia is about 18 years behind in terms of building the army back. So they're already on their knees, if you like, and we haven't even started yet. Could you imagine if tomorrow one of the countries, let's say Russia attacked Finland or Estonia, or Article 5 was triggered, then you've got millions and millions of Europeans who are in NATO. We already got NATO ready to go, sort of thing, but we can always deploy the citizens to switch to army mode. And that's 0.8 billion people that can be activated as a wartime production. Are you telling me that Russia can handle any of that with 10% of its army still available? It's nonsensical. I mean, I hope it never comes to that, and that's what everyone is trying to avoid so far. And I think Russians have done a good job to put the fear of God on us, because we'd rather not get to that level of fighting and losing people's lives senselessly, because it's totally unnecessary. But how can you convince an idiot that they're wrong? And sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can't convince an idiot. No matter how much sense you talk to them, they will not ever see it.
Thank you very much,
Hello.
Fox. Oh, hello. Aria, did you want to come back?
Yes, really quickly. So, Fox Tyrant, I do agree with you that the progress, if we fail as liberal democracies, and I mean liberal in the classical term of the word, not American politics, then I do believe it will first go to totalitarianism and then dictatorship. I mean, Mussolini said that. He was quoted once as saying, you know, democracy is a beautiful idea, but in reality, it's a fallacy, and eventually you in the West will see that. And what he later expanded upon that to one of his subordinates who wrote it in his diary, what he was talking about. And he was saying that, he believed in democracy and he liked democracy, but if democracy eventually will get to a point within many countries that if the country does not deal with it, then a totalitarian force will take power. And it will become the reality. And if the country cannot get its act together, then that is the better option. And I don't agree with that. I want to make it clear, but that was what he was saying, which is, I think, what similar to what you're saying. That if we get to that point, that will become the only option. And you flat out said you don't wish that, and you acknowledge it to be a horrible thing. I fear you are correct with that. And I think we are going to start seeing more and more freedoms go away in the West as responses to various things, whether it is terrorism or the PSYOPs and various other things that Russia, Iran, and China are pushing to disunify and to hurt us. And I fear if we don't get our act together, then you will be right. And we will lose a lot of the freedoms we have, and possibly even several countries that are currently democracies will transition into being extremely authoritarian or dictatorships as a response to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arya. Randy, you're up.
Hi. Yeah, we're all taking the 50,000-foot view today, and I just did a long thread on deterrence and what's at stake in Ukraine. And we keep hearing Ben Hodges wisely say that the invasion was a deterrence failure. Putin did not believe that the U.S. and NATO would provide substantial support to Ukraine, and everything was really a bet on that proposition. The deterrence is exactly what has prevented World War III and the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Soviet invasion of Western Europe when they had overwhelming numerical superiority in the 70s, for example. And generally, the list of avoided conflicts, because of deterrence, is enormous. It's basically whatever stability there is in the world since 1945 is because of the ability for each side to deter the other from doing something too adventuresome. But what we have in Ukraine is an ally that can stand toe-to-toe with the Russians and impose unsustainable losses on them. And with a small bit of military aid, particularly from the United States, they can defeat Russia in theater without escalation on the ground. There are very few places in the world where American interests are in a similar situation, where there is local superiority or parity that itself might act as a deterrent. Not in Taiwan, not in, as we're seeing in Africa, North South Korea may be a toss-up, but the notion is that if we don't continue this effort and we back down, we send the signal that we will not be a reliable, assured response in the future. And it's a common saying in the U.S. Will the U.S. go to World War III because of Estonia? Well, first we know that Moldova, Kazakhstan, a whole bunch of other areas that are not NATO members would be fair game, and there would be, if we pulled support on Ukraine, zero chance that there would be any serious, aid enough to save any of those countries. And Putin might be emboldened to say, he doesn't believe the U.S. will respond to taking over Estonia and Latvia, for example. Small countries, is the U.S. going to risk general conflict? Why they wouldn't even provide military aid to Ukraine? So it not only means what it means is we would have to reassure deterrence. We would have to actually intervene and actually get even more involved with American boots on the ground in a lot of these places. It also greatly increases the chance of miscalculated war, where Putin would read the West as like they were in Ukraine. Well, see, I wore them down in Ukraine. They don't have the will to fight, so they won't fight in this case, but we would. So the chance for great power, or major power, I won't say great anymore about Russia, but the chance for major power, direct confrontation in hostilities will go up dramatically if we bug out on Ukraine. And these are considerations that almost nobody's talking about. You can see it as real when you see the Taiwanese urging, victory in Ukraine. When you see Israel urging victory in Ukraine. When you see the percent of GDP that people give in aid goes up directly in proportion to how close you are to Russia, knowing that this is important for their countries, for the future, and for that deterrent. So when someone says, what does it matter? What vital interest at stake? You can make a pretty good argument that this is about really global stability, and that every small power that's outnumbered by an evil neighbor has a stake in this. And every country like the United States that has these far-flung interests and allies all over the world has a huge stake. Thanks.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you very much, Randy. Let us go to Meta, please. Meta.
Good evening, team. Good evening, mockers. Thanks, Randy, for that. It was wise words. I think also wise words from Estonia and Finland's joint announcement today. But will it be enough? I don't know. I was sort of hoping to catch up with Jörn, but Jörn has already left. But I'm disappointed that in Norway that Finland hasn't announced a joint cooperation with Australia on F-18s, and Sweden didn't announce Gripens, but I guess they'll save it for later. But hope it's going to be soon, because we really got to get our act together, so to say. But Randy, thanks for your work in US, and thank God that Poland border is more stable at the moment. It was a bit of a worry as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Meta. Just a quick flash announcement. All of my favorite Danes are busily sending me a message that Denmark will announce another defense aid package for Ukraine tomorrow, which is going to be worth about 1 billion euros. So lots of fun stuff. Rumors abound that it will contain tanks, drones, and ammunition. But beyond that, we don't have any details because they haven't announced it yet. So bully for Denmark. Okay, let's go to Fox Times.
Yeah, I wouldn't listen too much to Mussolini. Was he not a fascist?
He's quite famously, yes, he was. He invented fascism. He was the guy. He was the daddy.
Yeah, so I wouldn't take too much advice from him. But yeah, I was just talking out of my own, conscience, if you like, that it's a natural order. I mean, imagine if democracy fell, who's going to rise up? It's going to rise up someone on the far right who's going to say, all right, take charge now, because all these other guys, they've been too soft so far. It's a natural regression, if you like. And you gotta love democracy for the reason that we got rid of Boris Johnson in UK. We got rid of the lettuce Prime Minister Liz Truss, and for that very same reason, you gotta love democracy. I mean, what would be the alternative? imagine if Liz Truss or Boris Johnson was a Putin-like, who would still continue, even though they were wrong, they would never admit to it because it would be too embarrassing or too shameful or too damaging, and they would continue on that same wrong path. But the people said, no, no, we're not having this. Or the democratic representatives, they said, no, 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 this has gone too far. We're not about that. So democracy works. We removed the bad parts. And in Liz Truss, we did that within 40 days. So I think I'm optimistic in that sense. The question only is, how much will we lose from what we had before? And when you look at what Russia has lost so far, I think we're doing quite okay. But yeah, we just need to support Ukraine as much as we can and as quick as we can, because that helps Ukraine have less losses, helps us economically because we go back to trading freely and traveling freely, and we stop all this nonsensical cockfighting, if you like, where you're a chicken, I'm a chicken sort of thing. Instead of trading with each other and saying, all right, I can help you this way, you can help me that way. So economically, it makes more sense to start enriching ourselves rather than infighting.
Thank you very much, Fog Terrence. I couldn't agree more. Let us go to Marcus. Marcus, you're up.
Thanks. I was going to ask Randy if so there's rumors that the lighthouse may be offering a Title 42 like expulsion program, as well as or properties to the laws that might be bundled as a concession, and it might include broader expulsion or rejection of immigrants. And I was wondering, do you think those concessions will be large enough to bring the GOP to the table? Thank you.
Yeah, well, I think they're already at the table internally, and there are exchanges among more bipartisan senators on this that have been pretty much going on since November, because there was an effort to try to do some bipartisan work on this way before the Ukraine funding bill. So I wouldn't speculate what people will accept. I think that what's happening is serious moves on the side of the White House to try to secure agreement. And I believe that given the political pain of both sides of having this thing go on for an extended period, that there will be a deal. And that proposal, if it doesn't fly, is certainly a good start. I imagine that it will never be I'm sure it will never be a comprehensive immigration deal. What the Republicans want is a couple of tangible things that will reduce the influx of illegals. And then they can claim they did something for their base. And we've got Democratic mayors, wailing about illegal immigration now that they're experiencing the same thing the border cities experience. So I think there'll be an agreement. I would think speculation about whether what they propose so far is enough. It's certainly on the right direction, and I predicted at the beginning this would be worked out this month in December, one way or the other. One way being agreement. I don't think there's any chance for non-agreement. Thanks.
Thank you.
I've got a question for Randy just before we go to just before we go back to Aria. Number of people have pointed out to me that Jake Sullivan seems to have become a lot more bullish about military aid to Ukraine. What's going on there? Is this basically administration foot on Republican neck? They see some political they see some political capital to be made out of this, and therefore they're going for it, or because Jake Sullivan, as far as I can tell, has been, shall we say, a more moderate voice in the administration when it comes to arming Ukraine. So why has he switched, do you reckon?
Yeah, it's quite different. His assistant was on Noel, posted on Twitter, saying basically they're going to let this thing go, and then if Russia doesn't leave in the end of next year, they'll really accelerate military aid to Ukraine and make Russia leave. And the question was, well, why don't you do that right now? And people miss completely a lot of the Republican messaging on this because they blame Republicans for the impasse. Mike Johnson has said something that's been very clear coming out of our hawkish committee chairman in the House, which is the White House needed to declare that the goal was victory and not just treading water. As Ben Hodges pointed out yesterday or today, for the first time, Biden used the term, Ukraine win in a public statement. So I think that this is the most popular position the Biden administration has in polling is Ukraine. On immigration, they're at 26%. And I think hopefully they finally got the light and said for moral and strategic reasons, Ukraine has to win. If that lightning bolt didn't strike, at least they now see that they cannot afford to have the Republicans ending up being more pro-Ukraine than they are, and that they might end up getting blamed for more losses than are necessary. And I think it's kind of that political equation. And that to me is, if there was a benefit in this delay and in this shootout, impasse, if there was a benefit, it was a benefit that the U.S. will come out of this with a clear objective of victory. And I have no doubt once the Pentagon gets orders, Ukraine is supposed to win, give them what they need to win, that the whole character of the war will change within 30, 60 days. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Randy. Let us go to Arya, please. Arya.
So, Randy, thank you in advance for answering my question. Before even being able to ask, I was going to ask you what you thought of what was going on pertaining to the border and that, and I think you did a better job than I could have gotten from reading 10 or 20 articles on it together. So thank you for that. I just wanted to expand on one thing you were saying before that about deterrence, which is Ukraine is our last chance for that. I think all people in America can agree, whether they think Trump or Biden is responsible. Afghanistan ruined world deterrence. A lot of the things we have seen, whether it's in Africa, the Middle East, or with Russia and Ukraine, have been after the withdrawal of U.S. forces from Afghanistan and the fall of the Afghan national government. Ukraine, I think, is seen by the rest of the world as the last chance for America to show that we stand by small nations who wish for democracy and freedom. And if we do not, stand by them here, and it is seen as though we abandon them, Taiwan and a dozen other countries will within a year be invaded. Taiwan may be invaded regardless, but it will majorly shake world stability and order, and you will see dozens of conflicts that have either been, under truces or just simmering or low intensity flare up around the world. And it's one of the reasons why, regardless of whether or not you care about Ukraine or not, the war cares about you, and it will end up affecting all of us. So it already has. So it's why it's so important now that we continue to support them and show the world that we continue to support them. Thank you.
I would thank you for that, Arya. Oh gosh, I'm going to disagree. I would trace it back a little earlier than that. I would say the moment it all started falling apart, the failure of Western deterrence was probably Georgia. And that was from a Russian perspective, that was timed quite well because the action fell kind of in between two administrations, right? So George W. was on the way out and Mr. Biden was on the way in. So, I mean, I don't know how the admin around that works. Presumably there is some kind of continuity team that ensures American foreign policy still actually functions while there is basically a bridge in administrations. Because obviously the outgoing administration, it wouldn't be the done thing to make any major foreign policy decisions without consulting the incoming administration. But yeah, I mean, I'd go back to Georgia on that one, Harriet.
Team, it was about Obama, not Biden.
Sorry, I beg your pardon, Obama, not Biden. I do beg your pardon. Aria, did you want to come back?
No, I think you're correct. And I think it's like a situation like World War II, where you can go back to 7 or 8 different catalysts where you can say that was the point where it happened. I would agree with you in the sense that it started to deteriorate then. I think it has fully deteriorated with the Afghan thing. And as always, Tim, I like when you disagree with me, I get kickback for my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aria. I think it was Marcus next. Marcus, Bruce, then decoding. Marcus, you're up.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Randy for his extra analysis on the last question as well, because that polling makes you think Biden kind of has to move on immigration anyways and make a splash. Now, my question would be, does he think some of the messaging that's been damaging to Ukraine, especially amongst the far right, like loony circles, like I know you can't rein in someone like MTG, but, and of course most Republicans would exile her to a gulag somewhere if they could get rid of her, but does he think that some of the messaging could be reined in, or they would like to rein some of it in terms of the negativity people are demonstrating in some circles, or if it's not a concern?
That was a question. Oh, Randy, you're up.
Yeah, I don't think that the Matt Gaetz or Green have any much impact outside of their constituencies that seem to, eat this stuff up. But Gaetz, because of his antics, has dropped to 26% approval in Florida. So this probably his move on the speaker and all that hot dog crap has probably cost him any chance he had for running for governor of Florida, which was his goal. So yeah, I think they self-destruct eventually. And Green, I follow her on Twitter, has been more and more frantic on this. I think she is losing steam, and I just see the posts getting more and more emphatic and more pleading and more defeatist sounding. So I'm guessing that they're all going to flame out, and the best thing we can do is put them out there in a good breeze and watch them go. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you both. I see decoding is having a bit of a nightmare getting up to the panel. Here he is. He's up. Okay, so we've got 2 hands. Well, we've got 1 hand, Bruce. Then we'll go decoding. Then we'll go to Foo Fighter Pup. Bruce, you're up.
Hey, I came into this a little bit late. I just wanted to say I might have a slightly different take than Randy on GOP good faith, but I think where I agree with Randy, I think the momentum has shifted back towards Ukraine. I think if anybody expected Zelensky to change minds or Zelensky to cause some sort of breakthrough yesterday, I don't think they were looking at this the right way. I think what Zelensky's visit did do was put some steel in the spines of Republicans and Democrats on the Hill who do support Ukraine. And I think it really puts the US on the spot, along with the Russian propaganda channels just jumping for joy at this delay in aid. And I think there are people like Mitt Romney and Lindsey Graham who now do find themselves in a very tough spot. It's like, are we really going to pull the rug out from under these guys? And I think they want to avoid that. I just wish we could get it done quicker. And Randy, if you already spoke to this, I apologize, but I'm just nervous, and maybe you can shed some light on this. I'm just nervous that if it becomes January, January then becomes February. And the other thing I would ask for Randy, and again, if you said this already, I apologize, I came in late. I know Schumer has asked Speaker Johnson if he would consider staying next week to try and hammer this out. I somehow don't think that's going to happen, but I wish it would. So thanks, guys. Keep heart. I think that visit actually did a lot of good yesterday.
Randy, did you want to come back?
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a need to keep everybody back for any kind of floor votes. I think the negotiators that are important are going to be talking. I can't see it going beyond January. We're getting into primaries, the primary campaigns, fundraising. After Christmas, the whole 2024 campaign really kicks off, and I just don't see them wanting to have this thing, linger on both ends. They want something on immigration. Some people do, and some people want something on Ukraine and Israel. So it'll have to fly. It'll have to fly. And somebody has to blink. It's a game of chicken, and they will, eventually blink on both sides, and there'll be a deal. There just isn't an alternative. And the longer it goes on, the worse it is for everybody.
Yeah, Randy, I agree. And I guess that's what I'm nervous about. The one thing I haven't seen, and maybe it is because of immigration, is I don't see the moderates in the House who are strong supporters of Ukraine going to Johnson and saying, we've got to get this done. I mean, maybe they're doing that quietly, but I know the Senate will reach something. I'm just very nervous about the House.
Well, I mean, the clue is who he appointed for who the conferees were on the National Defense Authorization Act, and who is really moving on this thing. All his House committee chairmen, Armed Services, Intelligence, and Foreign Affairs, are gung ho Ukraine. So those are the guys that have the power on the issue. And normally those are guys that are pretty hard to roll, okay? Because that Armed Services Committee controls what bases close, what new weapons programs are produced. It affects congressional districts, all over. And I just don't see a lot of members able to, it's additional pressure of a very pecuniary nature. And that will be going on all behind the scenes. We'll never see what Rogers is saying to Johnson, never. But it's being resolved. I just there's nobody saying issuing any ultimatums that they have to back out of. I mean, all the Republicans say is we want to have something that will substantially reduce the inflow of immigrants, and we want something that will, be real. And the White House is saying we'll make concessions. So nobody's saying, this is a death match and it's my way or the highway. So I'm sure it'll get resolved.
Thank you, Randy. I'll listen.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Decoding, welcome up. Very nice to see you.
Greetings all. I wanted to ask Randy about, I just heard Randy mention this statement, which I saw last week, and I couldn't find it again. I looked for it, I hunted for it, which was this statement by somebody in the administration saying, we're going to kind of eke out put the accelerator on. And so Randy referenced that, and that really jumped out at me because it kind of confirmed that thing I think it was Malcolm Nance mentioned about a year ago, which is, in his view, Ukraine had two priorities. One, to get the Russians out of Ukraine, but the other was to destroy as much of Russia's force power as possible. And so that was almost, hearing that statement, I just thought is almost a blatant acceptance, or publicly saying that, which I know is very difficult to say. So I was just wondering, Randy, am I right? Did you just reference that? Can you remember who said it? Because
Yes.
I'd love to find it again. And
Yeah,
do you
it's in.
agree with the significance?
Yeah, it was posted by Noel Report, Noel. I think you can search and find it that way.
Great.
I'll
And do you think that was
repost
very
it when I get back to
significant?
the office. Oh
Great.
yeah, that was what everybody suspected. I was surprised. I think the guy probably got in trouble for saying it. He was saying the quiet part out loud. I mean, if they had wanted Ukraine to win, why would they have delayed all these things? So, and when he said that, he was really kind of acknowledging the slow walking, and it also.
Oh, hello. Did we lose him?
I think we may have lost Randy. Randy, your mic is muted if you're trying to talk.
Yeah, I thought the NSA assistant's admission was almost describing the Donald Trump proposal, which is, I will give them time to reach a deal, and if Russia doesn't want to do a deal, then I will dramatically increase aid to Ukraine. And the question I had after that one was, well, if Ukraine could dramatically increase Ukraine and not have to worry about getting Russia to agree to a damn thing, why don't we just do that one? It was really the same policy, which was an acknowledgement that increasing aid would result in a Ukraine win and would moot negotiations, or the need for them, or the need to have the illusion of any promises that would come out of negotiations. So, and I think that, that really, the NSA guy, took a big chunk out of the possible campaign position of the Democrats this year. Maybe that's why they came back immediately now and said, no, Ukraine has to win. And that new aid package is, under a couple of $100 million, 200 million, but it's ammo and HIMARS and a lot of things that are acute needs. So, I think everything's moving forward. I mean, there's too many people pushing on this, and a lot of people have been saying that we've had a lot more pro-Ukrainian calls in this period, and it's put a lot more pressure on them. And in a way, maybe that's a good thing too, comes out of this. I feel like the kid trying to look for the pony in the pile of horse manure, but maybe the fact that we've got the Ukraine voices stronger in the US and they're communicating more with Congress and we're making our presence known better. I mean, I think that's a very good thing. And maybe it took something like this to, wake up people and get it moving. Because ultimately the goal is winning, and to do that, we're going to need to have continued public pressure on the administration and on the next administration to keep everything moving forward, and not only to win, but then to provide Ukraine with the means to resist an additional invasion in the future, or to stop them Russians throwing missiles in there every Monday morning, even if there's no peace treaty and there's no little ground fighting. They can just keep, lobbing crap in there, and they'll need long-term and better air defenses and a lot of things that'll be important over the long haul. So, in a way, I think it's good. As I said, that we all got mobilized, and it seems to be making a difference, and we just need to keep turning up the heat.
Thank you, Randy. Sorry, I just have a quick point of clarification. Has President Biden really never said before that Ukraine must win? Because London and Brussels say this on a weekly basis.
No, he never said it. They said we will support Ukraine as long as it takes. They said Russia must not win, but they never said Ukraine must win. They never said the goal of the war is the 91 borders, and that's what we have to, push to achieve. Yeah, all that was missing. It was language that was amorphous enough to suggest that a draw or stalemate at some point would be acceptable. And this was the first time Ukraine and win, I guess, were in the same sentence. And I've got to find it. I only saw General Hodges referring to it. I would like to find it and read it myself.
Do you see this as significant?
Yeah, major. I mean, well, just think about it. You know how the U.S. is. We've got so much military gear and expertise and capacities. And if somebody told the Defense Department a year ago, hey, Ukraine's got to win this, you get everything over there and do everything you can so they will win it, it would have been a different year than the last year we went through. It would have been far different. Those F-16s would have been released from allies at the first request. We would have dug 100 of them out of storage, old block C's or B's, whatever it is, and everything would have moved. But so when we're on a mission and we mobilize, it's just there's nothing like it really. I think Nuno once said it was almost like what did he say? It was almost like we're space aliens in terms of the capacity compared to most of the world, simply because we spent so much money on it for so long. But yeah, so I think the decision to win is a big one. Now we're going to be measured against what are you doing to make sure Ukraine wins? Not what are you doing just to stabilize the line or try to improve their negotiation position or things like that. So, yeah, I think it's huge. I think it was a political decision that actually grew out of this impasse on funding, because it was one of the major House demands of the committee chairs when they did the letter, and Johnson picked up on it in his speech. I think it was yesterday, which is we want, what's your objective? What's your plan? They don't mean tactical plans. They mean, is your plan to let the push to get a better negotiating position, or is the plan for Ukraine to win? And I think that announcing that is one of the better things that's happened recently. And I just hope that the aid spigots turned on within 4 to 5 weeks.
Thank you very much, Randy. Let us go to Foo Fighter Puppy. Foo Fighter Puppy, you're up.
Hi, Randy. Hopefully you can answer this question, because there's been a lot of controversy on it, on whether or not Biden has the authority to actually zero out old equipment, as well as like the expired ATACMS, and send them to Ukraine. And if he can do that, I feel like we need some type of proof that we can provide to our representatives to say this is what he needs to do.
Yeah, I'll have to search that and post it. I think it's certainly true. We do it all the time. We send surplus unused equipment with a certification that it no longer has a useful military purpose. We sell Humvee secondhand under that. We send military equipment to everybody who's certified under the export rules to be allowed to receive it. It's sent all the time, sometimes just as a donation. So we could do that. I think the reason they don't is because it disrupts the current system, which allows credits for those donations to be applied to new and improved weapons that are allegedly, replacements, but actually are serious upgrades. So that, I think that's why they didn't do it. I mean, if you stop all donation of U.S. equipment to Ukraine tomorrow, you would have zero impact on the U.S. budget, because that stuff's already paid for. There's no immediate budget impact at all. The budget impact is on the backfilling, And I think that DOD and powers that be have wanted to keep that pathway open because it allows us to get some defense spending that might not otherwise get approved. And it does upgrade capabilities. But yeah, we could give stuff. We could just give stuff for free. Okay, we could do a sale and have the terms of the sale be paid us back in 5 years, and go ask the EU to help make some payments on it. There are all kinds of things we could do. So because we do it as a military assistance package that has budget implications, it has to be approved. But otherwise, it does not. I mean, we just got approval. A company I'm general counsel of, small, just got approval to make and export pilot control sticks for Huey helicopters. And it was done through, and they wanted to buy them, but that would require a lot of approvals and stamps. And DOD just said, well, let's just call them military assistance because there's 10 countries that need these helicopter control sticks that they can't get any other way. And we'll just call it military assistance and send it out that way. They don't need congressional authorization. It's a minor deal, has no budget implications. So unless they need money from the budget, my general opinion is they probably don't need congressional approval. The approval is when they have to actually spend money and take something out of the budget.
Is there anything in writing that you might be able to provide us so that we could, have that in front of us if we contact our representatives?
I'll work on a thread and I'll announce it on the space. Okay.
I appreciate it.
I'm really busy on a legal brief in the U.S. right now, but I'll try to get to it in the next few days. So watch for it, or I'll announce it on here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, let us go to Fock Tyrants, please. Fock Tyrants.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to thank Randy for all this information. It really elevated me. I was feeling quite deflated this morning, and I see hope now, and I see the cogs moving again. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Fock Tyrants. Okay, we have IT fella, then we have Daniel. IT fella.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to comment where I saw Biden say Ukraine must win was yesterday during the press conference after his meeting with Zelensky. He said that, and I thought it was kind of pointed because it was in front of the entire press corps that was gathered there, and they were clearly broadcasting to the planet. So it was a good way to get the message out generally around the world really fast. And I made a note of it at the time I tweeted it because it is the first time I know of Biden coming out and actually saying that Ukraine must win, and I'm pretty sure he repeated it. So that's where that comes from. So you can look that up on the videos on YouTube of the press conference after the Zelensky meeting. Thanks. And the other thing is for Randy, it's with the as far as getting equipment to Ukraine, ATACMS are scheduled for destruction, for disposal at some point in 2024, I believe. It seems to me that we could give them to Ukraine and save the cost of disposal. And that should be something that Biden or the DOD can do without having to get congressional approval, because it shouldn't cost any money for Ukraine.
Thank you, IT fella. Daniel, you are up.
Few things. And I think
Everybody's talking comfort here. I mean, everybody. I'm on street walking. Everybody's probably on a chair somewhere warm, and we cheer together. I'm not pissed off. I lost my wish to yell and scream, but remember this, after more than 2 months, 2 months in a house, almost 3 months of constant attack from the north, almost is out of Donetsk, it's Zaporizhia. Constant attack. Russia gained its ground. Don't imagine a huge push or something like this, but incremental. And Pirne area and Vuhledar are in danger. They will not take Vuhledar, but they will push enough so no more strikes on Mariupol with HIMARS system. And Pirne is the old plan of them to go to Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. And another thing, which probably any supporter of Ukraine need to do when send that letter to their representative. When you watch on Twitter, on our friends from Ukraine who post Telegram posts with land littered with corpses of Russians in a DEC, for example. I can say there are similar images on Russian channels with Ukrainian fighters. This squabble about who will win primary, who will go for re-election. No? Stay on top on this body. I don't tell you go watch because it's not nice. But there will be too many widows in Ukraine just for, win election. This desire for power is understandable, but morals behind are disgusting. Second thing I wanted to tell you, I think need to be really understand. If you don't listen to your allies, your closest allies, the guys who help you, the guys who doesn't look who is on an administration, Republicans, Democrats, who win Congress, who don't care about that. They are allies of America. Need to be listened. And if you take it from the northern flank, from Finland to south to Greece, must be listened. Is no more joke. This is UK, this is Germany, this is France, this is Italy. There is no more joke with this. Let's forget about this thing. Look at a difference. How rich are these countries? How big are these countries? How powerful are these countries? And how they act. If you put just that incident provoked on the border, just because we don't like to lose elections because we have some inspiration there, if you close that, everybody was on board. Nobody said, oh, but our budget cannot afford this. Oh, but you'll destroy our economies, our roads.
our ports are overwhelmed. We don't like when people go on the seaside and they are afraid of mines or bodies coming from Nova Kakhovka. No. So keep this in mind and remember and trust them, because they are the similar guys who in 2008 said, help Georgia, help Saakashvili. Then before that said, these countries must be in NATO. Please, be nice, pick up the phone, yell at Budapest, yell at Vienna. Not something we cannot accept here. We need to squabble and listen. This bunch of morons. And the third and the last point I want to put, and must be listened carefully. Why the President Biden said, now Ukraine must win? Let's not kidding ourselves. Because there were negotiations, hopes. Somebody drew the right conclusion. But when you see they are ready to sacrifice battalion after battalion after battalion just to take a ridge. If you throw enough infantry, even if you have unlimited munition, people will lose morale. The barrels will not be efficient. And they never stop. They use this tactic. And I said 1 year ago, they will learn from Wagner, and Wagner learned from Al Qaeda and ISIS how to attack. Small groups, but one after another, like infantry. Because look, when they put heavy brigades, they are destroyed. And all this discussion is the first time I say must win. Yeah, because probably after 2 years, discover no negotiation can work. There is no reason there. They still say what they said 2 days ago. They go for Odessa. They cannot cross Dnipro, but they go for Odessa. They will destroy Chisinau. So I think all this mystery, there was or not negotiation. There is this secret agreement. Don't send hundreds and hundreds of strikers, Bradleys, Abrams, F-16s. That's why. This was the message. When you look, Dane and Dutch and Norwegian deliver F-16, and not the country who builds them and keep them in storage, the question is, why? Where is the logic in this? The logic is, Uncle Sam didn't push the pedal to the floor. Didn't. They didn't deliver, I don't know, huge quantities of everything they can do. Why? Can't afford? Cannot replenish? This is a joke, right? Don't hide behind politics. We're negotiation. Hopes. Someone in Moscow listen and say to Putin, "Ben, we need to stop this because Russians are dying. Too many, and we don't have success." You know, they have election also. Fake. But if you look there, I don't know, you miss a point in the front of American. Is any rumor then Vlad is, not so macho how he put his photo everywhere. He's dead. So that's why he didn't negotiate. I don't think he wants any more this disaster on his belt. That's why he's posing. How he will win. How his industry is perfect. How they will destroy. They are ready to win. Like I said, Ukrainian without United States will not lose. Will not win, but will not lose. But for Russians, it's clear they cannot win ever. When you make proposals, let's put on orbit Soyuz and hit Kiev with Soyuz. That is desperation. When you go to Cuba and North Korea for ammunition, that is desperation. And nobody sees this in their eyes. They see that horrible squabble, southern border. Oh man, how much white hair I made it this week. Thank you very much. Thank you, America. Learn to make that fucking election nice.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Let us go to Brian, please. Brian,
Yeah, good morning. Just wanted to talk a little bit about some of these articles that I'm seeing sort of summarizing Zelensky's visit to Washington. I saw it in the Washington Post and also in the Kyiv Independent. And this sort of narrative that, oh, the visit failed. The visit was unsuccessful. And I just think that this is not helpful, nor is it accurate. And when I see these articles, what I question is, what were the expectations going in, right? I mean, were they expecting these people that write these articles, or were they expecting that there would be an immediate Senate floor vote on a Ukraine package and have it done while Zelensky sitting there in the gallery? The issue here was that they were communicating. He was communicating what is needed, what current status is, and what the plan is, and what specific help is needed. And I think whenever you have dialogue, you're with key decision makers, you're moving the ball forward. And to Randy's point, despite JD Vance and some of the nut jobs on the far right, there is support for Ukraine to make this happen in both houses of Congress. Maybe more so in the Senate and the House, but even in the House, the sense I get is that the support is there. We just need to move forward, and there needs to be a negotiation incorporating this concerns on the immigration policy side. So I just think it's not helpful to have these articles out there sort of spinning this as sort of a total failure, because I think that that's not accurate, and it sort of has a degrading effect on morale, on people that are supporting Ukraine, and also the Ukrainians themselves, to see this narrative being spun in one of their own publications. So what I would just encourage everyone to do is to keep to Randy's point, keep the pressure on. And CC has said this previously, that they're noticing that pro-Ukrainian Americans are speaking up and are contacting them and saying, emphasizing. And I just 45 minutes ago, I got off the phone, leaving a voicemail with one of my senators, asking for a return phone call to help me understand what the next steps are and what specifically is that senator doing to move the ball forward on Ukraine, getting Ukraine aid passed. So so I would just encourage everyone to ignore the noise, ignore the pontificating on behalf of the media, on behalf of what the media is doing, and just stay focused and keep the pressure on, and don't let these legislators off the hook, your representatives off the hook, and let's press for a solution. What I'm telling my legislators to do. I don't care if they stay off of recess and stay in Washington until this is done through Christmas, right? You know, they have a job to do. Time is of the essence. Let's get it done. So that's all I had to say. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Brian. Let's go to Fog Tyrants. Fog Tyrants.
I don't have much to say. I just wanted to mention CC's name because I've got something special to elevate her spirits for her. So I'm hoping that she's listening, and then I'll come back and say what I wanted to say. Okay. Maybe I'll say it 3 times, and then CC will pop up like Beetlejuice. CC, CC, CC.
You have to say, call your congressman 3 times, ideally in a mirror, and then she pops up, usually behind you.
I don't think she's here right now, so she's probably on the phone to one of her representatives, perhaps.
Could I pass to you for a couple of minutes, please, Marcus?
Of course, yeah. So, what have I got? I've been collecting things in the background because I'm like that. I'm a bit of a squirrel. So I have a bit of interesting stuff, and one of them is this. In June, after the Prigozhin insurrection, there was an assessment that Russia was starting a political purge, in fact, the largest since Stalin. After eliminating PMC Wagner and a couple of the other, what we call turbo patriots, think Gherkin, Phase 2 appears to have begun, with over a dozen high-profile arrests made in Russia in the last 24 hours. Now, I don't know the details of everything because guess what? I'm sat here. But it is interesting. I like interesting news like this. So we shall see. We shall see exactly what happens. But it does appear that there is some sort of, the purge of a kind going on. Who was next? Decoding? Go ahead. Haven't seen you in ages.
Hi, Marcus. Haven't seen you in ages either. Good to hear your voice. I just wanted to go back to something someone said a while ago about, well, pro-Ukraine people say this about Avdiivka or other places, and then in Russian infospace, there's the mirror image of that. And what the kind of work that Randy does, and indeed that I do, is to look at what is said and to try and discern the truth, what is of what is said. And we can be 100% certain that what is said in Russian infospace is a concoction. It's not true. It's just not happening. And so to compare that untruth, stuff which is not, at the risk of getting philosophical, with what actually is, and the product of people like Randy, in say in the context of American politics, trying to get beneath all what is said and the meanings, and try and work out what's going on, and comparing it with billions of different data points, and to come out with a conclusion. To compare that with what is merely concocted in Russian disinfo space is not comparing like with like. And it's in fact risks falling for for this whataboutery thing, and that's why we should trust not just official sources but people who are really trying to discern the truth. And most of the people here are, and none of us want to get false. We're not here for false consolation. But when we look at Ukraine pinning down 10,000 Russian troops south of Kherson, when we see them flying the flag over Orlivka, taking ground over the past few days in the east. Meanwhile, Russia can't even take Avdiivka, which is adjacent to space it has occupied since September 2014, when Russia set out to conquer the whole of Kyiv, the whole of Ukraine and Kyiv, etc., etc., etc. That when you put all of these million data points together and you compare with what is and what Russian infospace says is, for me, it's not false consolation or putting one of those phrases, putting a lipstick on a pig. It's actually, I'm looking at data and I'm trying to get to the truth, and I discern the truth I discern is that Ukraine is completely dominating American politics, and the Russian propagandists seem to think they're focusing on Republicans, a few Republicans who are fighting for Putin. But what they're missing is the entire wood, is that Ukraine, this country which most people had no conception of before February 24th, even for the Trump first impeachment, it was a specialized knowledge, is now convulsing, American politics in a way that Israel has for decades, for instance, but perhaps even more. So all of these things together, I push back very hard and very politely to the idea that we're not getting anywhere. And I also, that the win, I noticed President Biden saying it yesterday, and I noticed this other thing where they're talking about we're slow rolling it to 2024. And the pattern that this meets for me, it's terrible, it's amoral, and I wish it wasn't true, but it seems to be true, is that we, as the collective West, are executing a reflexive control operation on Russia. We know, or other people knew, I hope